Furnace of Camas just enjoying her skull down the course. Delighted to now also be joined by Sheila Ford, who is 15 minutes late, but we won't mention that.
I obviously got the wrong memo because I thought I was supposed to be here. No, I thought I was early, but there we go.
You just say you were drinking last night.
You were okay, yeah, well, yeah, the head. But you two seem to be doing such a good job. I didn't feel the urge to rush.
Try my best.
There we do.
Well, as we watch Furnace of Camas make her way down the course in control of her third quarter final of the Junior Single Sculls, race 303, I can tell you that race 304 has begun, and that is a contest between Warrington Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Twickenham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Now, I saw both of these scullers out yesterday, and I have to say Ella Stanhope of Warrington Rowing Club was one sculler that I want to keep an eye on, because she is one of the shining hopefuls for the next generation of great British talent. She's already competed at the Munich International Regatta this year and has accumulated a number of shiny bits of metal throughout her regatta career. And at the moment, she's looking like a pretty impressive bet for the Junior Single Sculls at the Henley Women's as well. She's got a couple of lengths already on Twickenham.
Yeah, what a great start that is from the Warrington sculler. Third National Schools Regatta, J17, showing that prowess here early on, keeping the rate nice and long and strong, pushing away with every stroke from Twickenham's Oberkowo. Good course down at Twickenham, I can say from personal experience, from being a member there. It's great, good long distance there. They've got a great junior programme there for the GB starts, and they do have some talents coming. A bit of a change of direction there from the Twickenham sculler, but already looking at about 2 or 3.5 lengths even perhaps, as they come up to our Coventry position.
Just coming past our location at the barrier, I can see Ella Stanhope with a grimace on her face, but she'll be enjoying in her head the sight before her, because she has a couple of lengths of clear water over her opponent from Twickenham. This, of course, being race 304, the final quarter-final of the Junior Single Sculls, and our fourth race of the day here at Henley Women's. It is the Sunday, and it is slightly overcast, but warm and clear, and we're enjoying a full roster of racing right through to about 4:30 this afternoon with the finals.
Yeah, so after this race, we've got the junior Coxed fours starting. We've got a couple of quads, beg your pardon, starting with the quarterfinals for that coming through with some local clubs. Marlow, I think, are in that particular group of clubs coming through, and Henley as well. So, and also some good names that we saw yesterday with Tideway Scullers. Still got a great presence at this regatta, as well as Latimer as well. So we expect some good performances today. It's going to be an exciting day of racing.
Yeah, very much looking forward to the junior quads. Actually, of course, we've got Henley, who are current national champions in the quad, but Gloucester Hartbury, who pushed them very, very hard at the national schools. And then, as you said, the likes of Latimer, who consistently put out good performances, Tideway Scullers, and then Marlow, who I think you're some way affiliated with Marlow, aren't you?
I am, yeah. I've got my Marlow blazer here, wearing it with pride. But we're completely neutral here in the commentary box.
Yeah, no partisanship at all. But that will be race 305, Marlow in action against Lee. That's the next one that will appear on your screens. And I think they're on the state boats now, but at the moment, it's all about Ella Stanhope enjoying her scull down the course here. Really, really impressive sculler. You can see there the pronunciation on the back end of the stroke. Just moving the boat on and following in the footsteps of Lucy Glover, who of course was one of Warrington's diamonds in their crown. A very impressive sculler herself, and she's now firmly ingrained in the GB senior setup, and hopefully Stanhope here will be looking to repeat those feats. I think Glover actually was a winner at Henley Women's Regatta some years ago, and it would be a brave man to bet against Stanhope repeating that feat. You can see her just enjoying her scull down the course, moving down, nice low rate, just making sure she conserves some energy for the races that are to come. Little look over her shoulder. moving down towards the finish. Just waiting on the stake boats now for 3:05 to get underway. That's Marlow Rowing Club A on the Berkshire station and Lee Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station in our first quarter-final of the Junior Coxless Quads. Race at 3:05. Marlow, of course, finalists in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup last year, although this is a all-changed crew, I believe, who have come through their Junior 16 and 17 ranks to be here today. And Lee, of course, who saw off the attentions of, I think it might have been a composite yesterday. I think they might have had to race twice for some reason to do with perhaps steering or something the umpire wasn't happy with. But Lee here, you can see there in the orange kit and yellow boat, up against Marlow as the flag comes down and the crews move off the stake boats.
And they're off.
Sharp starts from both crews, no early dramas. Of course, the footplate in this boat is controlled and mechanised by an athlete, so it's not a Cox on board. There's nobody there to do the steering for them, which is why we sometimes see some interesting lines down the course. But Marlow looking like the more fluid of the two crews in the opening exchanges.
They are, and it's very difficult these first couple of strokes as the crews try and get the boat going, and also a little bit distracting if you're on the buck station going under the trees. You always feel like you're very close to Temple Island, and at this point, having just come past the island, the course seems to open up a little bit for the rowers, and this is where we've seen several crews go off their line and get a little bit distracted by all this water that they've got to play in. So they've got to focus all the way down the course here.
Yeah, approaching the quarter mile. Marlow looking really fluid actually. Really good start from them. They're already a length up on Lee, who will be perhaps a little surprised to find themselves so far down at such an early stage. And you can see there Lee just having a few issues with their line, getting worryingly close to the quarter mile marker there, just correcting perhaps just in time to avoid any early stage clashes. But that will play into Marlow's hands here. Every single time you touch that rudder, it is like a brake on the boat, and Marlow just striding out perfectly on their station and enjoying their scull now as they come up towards us in the little white structure you can see there on the left hand side of your picture.
It's interesting, isn't it, when you say that, especially, it's almost like a butterfly effect, if you like, when you make that. The 1 little millimetre of turning in over the course of 10 strokes can cost you metres in the end, and it's only doing that here at the moment. It's probably stretching out to about, probably length of 3/4, coming up to about 2 lengths here that Lee are down. But it's been such a strong start from the Marlow crew, just jumping off the start. And it's really caught this Lee crew by surprise. 6 foot National Sculls Regatta, competing in Great Britain v France match. And lots of experience there in the bows as well in Junior 16 level. But it's this Marlow crew who are taking it by the horns.
I just think it's remarkable that these are junior crews. I remember a few years ago watching some of the championship quads at this event, and they look like these junior crews do now. The step on has been just absolutely incredible from all of these junior athletes, and every year they get better and better and better, which is why Great Britain are winning so much at junior level and dominating at Henley Royal and Henley Women's. In fact, I think it's an all GB affair in the junior quads this year. So any international competition has already been knocked out. And I'm sure these crews will have one eye on the Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal, because that currently lies with Y Quad City in the USA. They were the first overseas winner of that competition. And I'm sure the leading GB crews will be keen to bring that trophy home. So we can see there Marlow just enjoying their scull ahead of Lee, a couple of lengths up, and they've led right from the off here. An impressive Marlow unit. So we can move back to the start for race 3:06. Gloucester Hartbury on the Berkshire station, Headington School on the Buckinghamshire station. Two crews who will know each other very well, and two schools that are probably two of the leading names on the junior women's circuit. And Headington, under the stewardship of Ryan Domain, having the better of the two starts so far.
Well, they're already lengthening out really well. Strike rate 35 there from the Headington girls. They are under pressure though from Gloucester Hartbury, of course. As we said, Diamond Jubilee won 3 of the last 4 of them, absolutely dominant in that category. But they are down at the minute after their starts. Down at keeping the strike rate high though. Trying out for the Ribbon. About 33, matching Headington for the Ribbon, but yeah, Headington being forced out because they know that they haven't quite got the clear water on Gloucester Hartbury. Shows good composure to come back there.
Yeah, and the umpire's had his flag up several times already as the crews are both crews are getting to grips with steering issues as they come past the end of the island. Sometimes a little bit of gust of wind there that blows a crew off course, and if you're not ready to adjust immediately, then you either end up going straight into the boom, the barrier, or into the crew next to you. So complete focus.
Not even clear water there, about 3/4 of a length. A great catch up there from Gloucester Hartbury after that start. Really, really composed and strong from the Gloucester Hartbury girls, and keeping the pressure up on Headington. Also, the two crews not too far apart yesterday in terms of times. Gloucester Hartbury 5:15 yesterday, Headington 5:18. They was won by 2.5 lengths compared to Gloucester Hartbury's 3. But here's the Headington crew are coming out again though. Just coming together a bit tight. We'll see how this one pans out as they come towards the regatta enclosure.
Yeah, the umpire's got his eyes on them, keeping a very close watch with the odd shout of warning towards both crews, and we can see now that Gloucester Hartbury are really hugging the boom side. I don't know if that's because they feel like they haven't got the space to move out, or it's just general steering issues that these crews seem to face coming down the course. I was listening to some crews talking in the car park yesterday, looking down, and they were saying, gosh, it looks really narrow between the booms. So it can be quite intimidating for crews that are used to, having quite an open space of river or lake to row on, and then they come to Henley and it can feel quite boxed in for some of them. So it's understandable that the crews get a little bit intimidated and tense up a little bit with their steering.
Well, Gloucester Hartbury will feel like they've got some vengeance to seek in this category. They led the final of the Championship Girls Quads at the National Schools until about 10 strokes to go, where a boat-stopping crab, relegated them to 4th place, allowing Henley to come through and take the coveted gold medal. So I'm sure they'll have quite a lot to motivate them as they come down the course, but at the moment, being led by a pretty impressive Headington unit, who themselves have had, by their own very high standards, a relatively, average season in terms of the silverware that they've managed to take home. So they'll be extremely keen to make sure that they can enact their best performance on the Henley course.
Yeah, I think there's a third at National Schools Regatta for that Headington crew, of course, but on account of that crowd from Gloucester Hartbury. But this is an interesting point in the race. You've got an overlap here for Gloucester Hartbury. They know they can hear, they can see the stern end of the Headington. Probably the bow person can see the stern end. This is where it all becomes about mentality. Who's got it stronger, not just in the body but also in the mind. As we also see the next race start between Tideway Sculls School and Surbiton High School, race 3:07. Blinded start there from the Tideway girls, ramping the rate right up, keeping the pressure on from Surbiton. As we come back, nice composed from Headington at the moment, coming into the last stages of that race 3:06.
Yeah, we'll keep one eye on what's happening above 3:06. Gloucester Hartbury and Headington battling it out for a place in the semi-finals. 3:07. As you rightly pointed out, Warren is underway. Sculls on the Berkshire station, Surbiton High School on the Buckinghamshire station. We can just see there on the top right-hand side of your screen. Headington knocking out Gloucester Hartbury, which is a bit of a shock, I think, to those who have studied the form book prior to this event. Headington will be delighted to secure passage through to the semi-finals. Really mature race from those girls, having had the close of attentions of Gloucester all the way through. But there we can see in full shot Surbiton leading Sculls out of the blocks by about half a length in the opening stages of race 3:07.
Well, I've checked the straight rate machine twice here, and I'm seeing rates here of 39 from Surbiton, 37 from Tideway Sculls School. These crews aren't giving each other an inch, even after we've gone through Temple either. What an astonishing start from these two crews. But it's Surbiton that are just edging ahead of Tideway Sculls School on the Berkshire side. which for you people watching is on the right. And for the Surbiton girls leading, well, now it's on your right on the drone footage, but they have just lengthened out now, pushing away, coming out to about 3/4, maybe even coming out to a length as they come past us. In the commentary, you can see the bow woman there just putting every bit of strength on the oars as they come past us, trying to get that lead out, trying to assert their position, but Tideway Scullers not giving him anything, keeping that 3/4, keeping the rate high, keeping the intensity high as well at these early stages of Sunday at Henley Women's Regatta 2019.
They're not giving each other much breathing room at all. Rates exceptionally high. Surbiton just look like they're maybe struggling to maintain that margin of comfort over Tideway Sculler School, who themselves will be fierce racers who train, of course, on that Tideway stretch from Chiswick down to Putney, or Putney to Chiswick if you're studying it from a boat race perspective. And it looks like with every stroke that Tideway Sculler School take, they're just eating into that margin that Surbiton had established. It's a war of attrition, as is so often the case in these bigger boats. Every stroke you just need to make sure you've got your head in your crew and in your shell, and that you're not perturbed by what's going on around you. And at the moment, a really finely balanced race.
Absolutely, this is what we want to see at these races. You can hear the crowds already committed early in the morning, but getting right behind these girls as they come through, and you can see Tideway Scullers already just coming up to even half a length as they come past us. We'll get another shot hopefully as we come further halfway at the regatta enclosure. But you can see I think it's the two girl in Tideway Scullers just urging the girls on, keeping the rate high, still probably only about 35s at the moment between the two crews. Surbiton maybe just a little bit shorter perhaps on their stroke compared to Tideway Scullers, but they are keeping themselves ahead as they go past all the crowds at the regatta enclosure. And they're keeping well with it. Well, you can see the bows there just sneaking in from Tideway Scullers. My goodness, this is going to be close. Can they get the push in to get past them as they go past the regatta enclosure towards Upper Thames? They're going to come past us on a horizontal. They might even have just taken that.
Yeah, I think Scullers, the momentum's definitely with them now. They've timed this race really, really well, looking at the way they've rowed. They've allowed Surbiton to just stretch out, but never lost contact with them as they came down past us at the barrier. But just there, I think you were right in calling that, Warren. There was a little push, a little shout from one of the girls in the Scullers boat, and now don't. Ooh, bit of an issue there with squaring of the blade. That won't help. But it looks like they have mounted a charge that so far has been successful. And as this race nears its conclusion, I wouldn't want to call it.
Absolutely, it shows some real character from these Tideway School Scullers as well. I mean, the race yesterday against Latimer Upper B, you're of course on the Tideway as well. Only about 1.5 lengths they beat them by. When you look at some of the other crews winning by about 3 lengths, 2.5 lengths, shows a lot of character to come into this race the next day and go row through a crew, which are, well, if they're still there in the next few strokes. But we'll see how they do as the next race gets started.
Yeah, we'll keep one eye on that. Race 3:07, still very much developing. But now Henley Rowing Club on the course, home favourites of course, who row on this stretch of water every single day. They're in race 3:08, our final quarter final of the junior quads, up against Latimer Upper School A on the Buckinghamshire station in the yellow boat and white and blue kit. Hold on. So you can see there on your screen, Henley and Latimer making their way down the course. It's foolish to bet against Henley, of course national champions in the Championship Girls Quad and actually holders of this event at the Henley Women's Regatta, but being pushed very hard by Latimer, who I think will be delighted with their start as they come past the quarter mile.
They've done really well here. Henley got off to a blinding start, but Latimer staying right with them all the way. Henley, of course, first at National Schools Regatta, first wins as well at Met, Wallingford, Scullery as well. This is a great group of girls, won J16s last year as well. So really good crew, keeping together. We've got such a brilliant programme here at Henley. Keeps these crews, I think that's what it is, they keep them all together, keep them through over a long period of time as well, so they get good connections building. And they're showing that here, just keeping that length, a bit of wash coming through on the course here as they come past our commentary position, but Latimer staying with them know that they have to do that, as they saw Tideway Scullers do. You can see what can happen on this course. We saw Tideway Scullers earlier actually just going through, rode by maybe about a length or so over service, and great row from them. But right now, Henley leading this on their home water.
Yeah, just see Coach Leon Redman pushing his girls on. I imagine there will have been a planned push there coming past the barrier. They've just stretched out a tiny bit and now have around half a length, stretching 2/3/4 if I'm being generous, as they make their way down the course. It's all about timing the pushes on the Henley Women's Regatta course, because it's not the traditional 2 kilometre distance. You have a little bit of a shorter run to go at, and so when you are there and when you are next to a crew, you need to make sure that you're not outgunning them too late or too early, and that you've got the necessary legs to carry you across the line. But I think Henley, mature racers that they are, and as you say, Warren, people who know each other very, very well, having trained right up from J14 through to where they are now, they'll be well aware of each other's physical and technical capacity and looking like they are in control as they move down towards the enclosures.
Absolutely. Rowing's a sport. It's all about unity as well. Whether you've got 1 or 2 or 4 or 8 people in a crew, it's all about everybody doing the same thing at a time. I think that shot showed that absolutely perfectly there. All 4 girls working in unison, coming forward, finding the catch, finding the finish together. That's why they've got that little... It's all those little differences that can make those metres in rowing. You can see the Latimer girls on that far side, maybe just a little bit quick at the catches, maybe losing a little bit of distance on their stroke there, but I think both crews, I think it was Henley at 35, Latimer at 34, but you can see out of the 2, it's the Henley crew that are probably the more composed, you'd say.
Yeah, enjoying their scull. I think they've pretty much timed this to perfection. You don't want to inflict the commentator's curse on them, but little chance of that happening here for Henley Rowing Club, who know this course better than anybody. Even the dog's excited about this one.
Lively crowd this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, national champions, and you can see why. Lots of horsepower on that boat, and they scull really, really well, which is no surprise. Henley girls always drilled exceptionally well, conditioned well, and expected to perform at the highest level, and these girls representing their club very professionally and successfully here, just sculling down the course ahead of Latimer Upper School in our 4th quarter-final of the junior quads. So we can see here race 308 nearing its conclusion. Henley in complete control of this one now, sculling down towards the line. And if you look towards the bottom left-hand side of your screen, 309 on the state boats, and just leaving the state boats as it goes to William Perkins School on the Berkshire Station and Cheltenham Ladies College A on the Buckinghamshire Station. 2 crews who will know each other well from the National Schools Regatta. They'll be aware of each other's race plans and aware of each other's abilities. So it'll be interesting to see how this first quarter-final of the junior doubles develops. There we go, the drone shots giving us a full view of Temple Island and a full view of both crews' steering lines, which at the moment leaves a little bit to be desired on the part of Sir William Perkins, who were a little close to the boys, just coming back into the middle of the river. Perhaps need to recorrect to ensure that they don't steer into their opponents.
Yeah, and as Warren was saying earlier, just a tiny little correction can have quite a big impact on where the boat goes. So these girls need to not tense up, not over correct themselves, or else they end up going not where they want to go. William Perkins School A look like they've got the better of this race so far. Still early days and quite a bit of overlap between William Perkins and Cheltenham Ladies A here. So both crews are trying to stay relaxed and composed. If they've got a race strategy, trying to execute their race strategy and not get rattled by the opposition or anything else that's going on the water.
Well, at the moment, Sheila, this one's not going according to the form book. Sir William Perkins was 6th at the National Schools and Cheltenham 5th. And there was around nearly 10 seconds separating them in the final of the Championship Girls Double at Dorney Lake a few weeks ago. But at the moment, Sir William Perkins having a really, really good run down in their quarter-final there. I've got around a length on Cheltenham as they come past us.
Yes, and William Perkins, stroke rate about 30 at the moment, so they're keeping up the pressure on Cheltenham Ladies College. Both crews looking very composed. I'd say Cheltenham Ladies look quite relaxed actually, so maybe they've got a surprise in the bag. They're saving it. But as you said earlier, this course you've got to really gauge very, very finely where you start putting your sprint in. Don't leave it too late. The race is over before you can actually get ahead of the other crew.
Yeah, it's a finely judged thing, rowing. And actually these crews, junior crews, slightly perhaps less mature than some of the aspirational and championship outfits that we see take to the course throughout this weekend, and sometimes it just comes down to just that bit more willpower to just pull on. But at the moment, Perkins stretching out, and actually they seem to have put on a push and just increased their margin of lead.
Yeah, Cheltenham Ladies College going over right towards the booms there. Slight correction on their course. Just a little lapse of concentration maybe. We can see William Perkins moving a little bit further into the middle of the course, so they'll be catching more of the stream, which won't necessarily help them. They'll be pushing against more water as they try and keep their lead there.
So watching William Perkins make their way down the course, we can probably give you a few results from the quads, of course keeping one eye on what does happen in race 309. But the last few races have been quarterfinals of quads. Race 305 was a win for Marlow by a length and a half over Lee. Headington School defeating Gloucester Hartbury in race 306 by a length. Tideway Sculls School beat Surbiton High School by 3/4 length after rowing them down past the enclosures. And Henley Rowing Club knocked out Latimer Upper School by a length and a quarter in race 308. And on your screens now, 309 Sir William Perkins School currently enjoying a margin of control over their rivals from Cheltenham Ladies College.
And we can see the bow girl there just keeping up the motivation, shouting instructions to her crew member. There's usually one more vocal member of the crew that will take on that role as well as trying to row their own race. It looks like it's the bow girl steering and shouting and rowing.
Multi-talented. Well, it'd be interesting to see whether Cheltenham can mount a late charge. Of course, different crews prioritise different events, and it looks like Sir William Perkins have chosen to prioritise the Henley Women's Regatta ahead of the National Schools. The event's separated by, I think, 3 weeks, so plenty of time to drop back down into a period of winter training, then taper up for this event. And William Perkins look to have got their training regime correct, because they continue to lead Cheltenham Ladies College as they make their way down towards the line. The next race actually is also underway, as you can see on the bottom left of your screen. Race 310, Wycliffe College on the Berkshire Station and Nottinghamshire Counties Rowing Association in that distinctive luminous green kit on the Buckinghamshire Station. These girls silver medalists at the National Schools Regatta and perhaps favourites for this event, considering that the gold medalists aren't actually competing. And that bared out there by the drone shots, highlighting that Nottingham have had a storming start and already lead by nearly a length.
They have a very quick start from them. They can see them settling down now. Stroke rate just gone down a little bit, but still very efficient stroking. But you can see the overlap there with Wycliffe College trying to stay in contact with Notts County.
Yeah, working hard, but not making things easy for themselves, steering right over into the middle of the river.
No, it wouldn't surprise me if the umpire's flag went up at some point. He'd be shouting at them to move over. Boxing Notts County in against the booms, not a good idea, and not, as you say, not helping them get the speed of their boat up.
They just look to be a little bit more dynamic around each end, the Nottingham girls. Slightly more considered around the front end and a bit more pronunciation on the back stops of the stroke, and it seems to be working for them at the moment. More of a lively rhythm, just pushing it on. They continue to lead as they come past us, just straining to get some clear water on their opponents. That can be decisive in a Henley Women's Regatta match race. At the moment, working hard. They probably have around half a length of clear water.
Yeah, this side-by-side racing can feel quite gladiatorial once you're in it. You've got your opponent at quite close quarters to you. You can hear them, you can hear their shouts, you can hear their strokes, and it can be quite intimidating if you're not really focused on racing your race strategy and what's going on in your boat. So that mental strength really needs to be there, as well as the fitness, the endurance, and the technique that you've got for your own crew. At the moment, Notts County actually extending their lead over Wycliffe College, looking very comfortable and in control of this race at the moment. I can't see them letting that control go. Wycliffe look like they're finding it increasingly difficult to make a comeback here.
Yeah, definitely drawing out, lengthening out the stroke. Still keeping the rate pretty high. We'll keep an eye on what Nottinghamshire Counties Rowing Association are doing in their race. But race 311 is underway, an all United States of America affair. South Jersey on the Berkshire station and Miami International Row House on the Buckinghamshire station. So visitors from the south, the east and west coasts of the United States. South Jersey on the right hand side of your shot there, and Miami on the left, and both crews pretty well matched out of Temple Island. It'd be interesting to see how they steer. Of course, not used to this course and the subtle changes that seem to take place as you come out of Temple Island. At the moment, South Jersey having the better of the two starts. Really short, stabby sort of strokes there from the South Jersey crew. Not really lengthening out yet. I'm not sure if that's a deliberate tactic as they approach the quarter mile. They're well over 20, 30 strokes into the race now, so you'd expect a bit of length, a bit more dynamism, but at the moment, still just chonking it along at quite a high rate.
And South Jersey is stroking at 40 at the moment, so quite a high rate, and Miami International at 41. So we, as you say, we expect that high stroke rate right at the start as they get the boat going, and then we expect them to settle down into their race pace. It does look like they are doing that now.
You're just trying to find your rhythm. It's something that's almost intangible in rowing as you come out of Temple Island or sort of any opening 200 metres of a rowing race, just to find that stride that our coaches used to call it, that ability to be a bit more dynamic, a bit more loose and maintain the speed of the shell, but just drop the rate a couple of pips. And at the moment, this appears to be working for South Jersey. They're continuing to lengthen out. They've got nearly, well over 2 lengths actually on their opponents from Miami International Row House, and what a great thing to see. 2 US crews in the quarterfinals at Henley Women's Regatta, matching it up, both from the United States of America.
And the umpire's flag is up, I think, for South Jersey, who are moving too far across into the lane of Miami International Row House. They've been warned. They're just correcting themselves and moving back over, but still fairly central in the course there. Miami International not got any steering issues there. They're keeping a straight course, but not managing to pull back into contention with South Jersey at the moment. I suspect that it might be a little bit too late for them to make up that much ground in this race. South Jersey looking very comfortable. You can see relaxed shoulders there, just enjoying the Scull down the river. It's a beautiful morning here in Henley on Thames, and these young ladies will be relishing the experience of rowing in one of the premier venues in the world for rowing.
Yeah, I had to say, when I saw South Jersey in their opening sort of salvo, I thought perhaps they'd gone out a little too hard, but actually appears to be just the way they row, and it's working for them. They're moving the boat along really nicely actually now, and they've just continued to move away from their opponents from Miami, and now in no danger really of being overhauled as they move down towards the line in this, the third quarter final of the junior doubles, race 3-1-1. One more to go, race 3-1-2 between St George's and Maidenhead in a few minutes' time. But this is all about the girls from South Jersey, from the United States of America, continuing to propel their shell forward, and in, as I say, no danger of being overtaken here.
So I'm interested that this is one of the few crews that I've seen that have decided to wear long sleeves. So do you think they're feeling the chill over here in Henley?
It's probably quite cold for that.
But looking very relaxed as they go into the final stages of their race. South Jersey, USA, just enjoying as they're going past the enclosures towards the finish line there. Stroking at 31 or 30 at South Jersey. So keeping it nice and steady. That's going to be well within their capabilities, but maintaining their lead. Miami International upping their stroke rate to 39, but maybe their stroking is not as efficient as South Jersey. They don't seem to be making up any ground, although it's difficult to tell from the angle that we've got on the screen in front of us. South Jersey certainly don't seem rattled at all by the performance of Miami International.
Yes, they can enjoy their Skull down the course now. South Jersey, they've earned the right to represent their club in the semi-finals of the junior double sculls, just crossing the line there, several lengths clear of Miami International. So we can move back to the start for race 3-1-2, St George's College on the Berkshire station, and a crew from Maidenhead Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Both crews ready to go, blades square and buried, waiting for the umpire to drop his flag. And as if by magic, he does that, and the crews leave the stake boats. Let's see if they can get away nice and clean. Of course, the St George's crew there on the left of your drone shot screen. Bronze medalists at the National Schools Regatta, so I'm sure they'll have had one eye on the performance of Nottinghamshire Counties Rowing Association earlier, who of course beat them at the National Schools. But a good start from both of these crews. Maidenhead more than pulling their weight here, perhaps even slightly leading as they leave behind the hulking mass that is Temple Island. Very little to choose between them.
There is, and I saw the crews glancing across at each other in the start. So obviously feeling very competitive this morning. You'd expect the crews to have their eyes in the boat, particularly at the start, when it's absolutely vital that the crew is synchronised and executing their racing start, but not much in it at all as they emerge from the shelter of Temple Island. Both crews looking at a little bit more space on the water now. It does look like Maidenhead are staying over towards the booms, but not much in it at all. St George's College slightly ahead, maybe not even a quarter of a boat length at this point. So Maidenhead still very much in contention in this race. St George's keeping up a stroke rate of 32 at the moment, and Maidenhead slightly higher at 34. Looking like they're falling behind slowly from St George's College. They're just approaching the commentary box now. You can see us there on the left of your picture. But St George's College slowly establishing a lead here. They are just establishing some clear water between themselves and Maidenhead Rowing Club as they go past us. Maidenhead still pushing hard to stay in contention. Anything could happen.
Yeah, no, big push that for St George's, I think. You could see there that the coach was cheering them on moving them on up the course. I think they're actually starting to stride out now.
Yeah.
And I expect St George's to just try and walk away here from Maidenhead, who will have ruffled their feathers early on by staying so close and so personal with them. Of course, Maidenhead with not an awful lot of form or I suppose book to go with in this event, having not really competed too much at this level. St George's, of course, bronze medalist at the National Schools, so they'll be expecting to at least secure a semi-final berth. At Maidenhead, not letting them have it all their own way, but I think St George's now just stretching out and just trying to break the elastic that separates those two crews.
Yeah, good performance from Maidenhead. A little bit of zigzagging down the course that we could see from that aerial shot a moment ago. I don't like to see that because it will eat up some of their boat speed. They want to take the most direct line they can. You can see St George's College having a little conversation there in the boat about what they should be doing. Very hard to see who's or how much lead St George's College have got from this shot that we
not enough to be having a conversation, I don't think.
I know. Maybe they're motivating each other.
Yeah, I could see a nod of the head there from the girl in the stroke seat. But it looks to me from that camera angle that St George's have just continued to move away and probably have a bit of clear water to play with over Maidenhead.
Yeah, and it does look like Maidenhead are at a higher stroke rate still. So they're still trying hard, putting their effort in. They're not letting St George's College have it all their own way.
Yeah, we'll keep tracking that race. Number 3-1-2. St George's currently leading Maidenhead Rowing Club. We'll move back to the start. Race 3-1-3. The junior Coxed Fours. St Paul's School from the United States of America on the Berkshire station up against the St Paul's Girls Tideway Sculls School composite firmly from the UK on the Buckinghamshire station. So this could get a bit confusing. We've got US and UK contingency, but both with the same name. So we will try and delineate for you. But at the moment, you can see there on the drone shot, St Paul's of the USA on the Berkshire station having the slightly better of the two starts out of the blocks, but only by around a canvas. So not much to choose between both of them. And you can see top right, St George's sculling down. I assume their rate is still high. The intensity is definitely still on, but I assume in the lead. And yeah, there we can see still in relative comfort there. They've just seen off the advances of Maidenhead to hopefully secure themselves a semi-final berth.
Yeah, strong finish there for St George, but what a strong start for these two crews here in the junior fours. Both averaging about 38 for the chasing composite and 35 for the St Paul's of the US. St Paul's US, St Paul's composite with Tideway Sculls School on the right of your screen. Well, now on the left of your screen as you're just watching now. Interesting thing tonight, I was watching these two crews going down with them yesterday. They've only been rowing together 2 weeks, this composite crew, and they're keeping up with this St Paul's crew who were so strong yesterday, and they're looking very, very good. Yeah, not giving each other an inch once again, keeping the rate high as they come past our commentary position. I'll be surprised if there's still much more than a canvas in it. And it might even just be edging ahead. Oh my goodness me, there's barely a bow ball in it, maybe even a couple of feet in it for the US proof and St Paul's. The composite came right with them.
Yeah, US crews traditionally quite fast at the start, and that proving so here with St Paul's, who did lead in the very, very early stages, but they've been pegged back at the barrier and now face quite a challenge on their hands to try and row down the composite from St Paul's Girls' School and the Tideway Sculls School, who of course do boat on that famous boat race championship course and will know each other very well. Interesting that they've only been rowing together 2 weeks, but I imagine they've come together in the hope that they can find some additional speed that perhaps wasn't available to them if they'd stayed with their respective clubs and schools. But St Paul's School from the USA have had a phenomenal season over in the States, winning a multitude of different medals at sort of national and regional competition. And at the moment, there's still pretty much nothing to choose between the two crews. As you can see, perhaps the composite from Sculls, St Paul's on the Buckinghamshire station, having maybe slightly the better middle third.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, they were behind at the start, but the fact that they've pulled through just shows great character, great strength, great physicality, I suppose, as well. Interesting to know the different techniques as well. You can see the US crew sitting up quite high. The two St Paul's girls who were at the front there were in the black and whites. They crouched over, and the Tideway Sculls a little bit as well, but it's certainly working for them at the moment.
Yeah, some conflicting styles there, contrasting styles in the composite boat. The Sculls girls perhaps rowing that boat a little bit differently to the girls from St Paul's School, but that's always going to happen in a composite. But it seems to be working for them at the moment. It's an effective combination of styles that has led them to lead this race now. They've gone through the girls from St Paul's School of the United States of America, and by that camera angle, that is a really, really strong middle third of the race. They're out now to around a length.
It really is to row through, but even at this early stage as well, it just shows, makes it hard for, well, what a great name for a boat there, Lady 4. Whether they've got the lightning pace to go through on the final stages, I will wait and see, but it shows great character from the composite to go through from the poor start and go all the way through, row through, and they're really doing that as they go past the Regatta enclosure towards Upper Thames, looking very strong. Interesting note as well, got two Coxes sitting at the front as well. Always a bit of a debate, always quite interesting to see two at the front eyeing each other up at the start, but always shows a great advantage for the Coxsmen as well when they can see everything in front of them but not the opposition crew.
Yeah, I think the narrative of this race as it develops very much now in the hands of the girls from the United Kingdom. 4 girls, 2 from the Sculls School, 2 from St Paul's Girls School, and although St Paul's from the USA are mounting a bit of a charge, and actually the girls in the composite from the UK being warned for their steering somewhat, they are, I think, in control of that one, so we will keep one eye on it, but also return to the start for race 314. So William Perkins on the Berkshire station, and a composite from Glasgow Academy, Glasgow Schools on the Buckinghamshire station, so you can see out there underneath Temple Island some Scottish representations. Clean starts from both of those. Just on the top right, you can see there the Paul's Girls, Tiger Sculls School composite crossing the line and knocking out St Paul's School from the USA, so they'll progress through to the semi-finals. And as these two crews leave Temple Island behind, it'll be interesting to see who has taken the early initiative.
Super style. Again, we talk about contrasting styles, contrasting rates here by the looks of things. William Perkins keeping it high, going for about going quite high, about 37. But we've got a lot of length here from the Scottish composite. Only about 33, going about 4 pips lower, but they're going for the length, they're going for the power in those early stages after going at the draw. So William Perkins staying with them though. See some power going down from the girls on both sides as they go past coming into Temple Meadows. But it is the composite that have that early advantage, using the length, using it that early. Well, we talk about the start, something you probably see in those early stages. When you do a starting row, you don't start with a full stroke. You go about half, then 3/4. You build up the momentum over those 3 strokes to get to your maximum pace as quickly as possible, and then you look to maintain it by getting a rhythm within about 10 strokes. And the Scottish composite have done it a bit quicker. They've gone to their rhythm a bit faster than this William Perkins, and it's actually giving them a bit of an advantage at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
As they come past us here in the commentary booth, you can see them keeping the length up. You can hear the cry, the shouts of the Cox, the tacticals calls coming in soon, but it's about a third of a length and maybe actually even growing for William Perkins. They found their rhythm now. They're the ones that may just be starting to come back up as they finish this first third of the race. But there's a lot of power going in from that Scottish composite.
Yeah, then the pictures do the talking here. You can see that there's very little to choose between either of those crews. Perhaps the composite from Scotland having slightly the better of the opening third, just approaching the Regatta enclosure. The lead has seesawed a little bit. And very much still in contention. We've seen a couple of races this morning which have been decided in the early stages, but that isn't the case for this particular contest. You can see there the bows of Sir William Perkins just pushing through on that camera angle. Now the pressure is all on the Glasgow Academy, Glasgow Schools composite. Can they continue to hold off the sustained attack from Sir William Perkins, who I'm sure will be thinking about mounting a last-ditch charge as they make their way down the course.
Well, it may be coming soon. You can see the strain on the faces. Saw it. This is William Perkins, number 2 girl. Seeing the strain on the face. They're also in the Scottish composite as well, but they are maintaining this long, strong, and more slower rhythm compared to their competitors. But it's still very high. It's very deceptive when you're watching row, and it can look. Well, that's the amazing thing about these junior girls. They can make it look so easy as well, but they are really putting in the effort here and now going hammer and nail at this race. And they're just powering down with the legs, sending it away with the backs, drawing out the finishes with the arms. But you can see the bows there. It's almost a bit of a cat and mouse here, you could argue. Will William Perkins put that push in? We can see the call, see the grunts and the energy and power going in. But we'll see what happens in this final third. It's going to be an interesting end.
So, race 3-1-4 making its way down the course. We will keep an eye on how the Scots do in fending off the pressure from Sir William Perkins. But Henley Rowing Club and Canford School now on the course. Race 3-1-5, Henley on the Berkshire station, Canford School on the Buckinghamshire station. And although that tree is somewhat giving me trouble in calling this one, I would imagine that Henley indeed, Henley leading this one by about half a length at this stage. These, I think, are athletes 5, 6, 7 and 8 from Henley's Championship Girls Silver Medalist crew. So 4 very capable athletes, and proving that as they come down towards the quarter-mile mark.
Great finish there on the top of your picture from the Scottish composite of Glasgow Academy, Glasgow School, St Andrew over William Perkins. Really composed throughout the race. Here we go, back to the top of the course. It's Henley keeping the rate high. You can see Canford School there coming through. Can talk with a bit of experience about Canford, having learnt the trade there at school. There's an interesting course that they rode down there. It's down on the River Stour, about 1.6 kilometres in total that they have, and it's very bendy, so it's very hard to get any straight practice done. So the fact that they're here in the quarterfinals on this course, credit to them. But you can see Henley, of course, row here all the time, really taking command here. But Canford staying in touch in these early stages, both staying on their sides at the moment. You can see from the drone picture there, probably just about stretching to a length as they come past. Might just be getting a little bit of clear water there, Henley, as they come past us. We'll have a look at these straight rates as well. But it's a very strong rhythm there, about 35 from the Henley girls. And Canford keeping it up at 38, trying to keep the race up. It's just whether they've got the power to compare to the Henley girls at the moment. Still early days as they come past us in the commentary booth.
I think Henley looking more fluid actually than the girls from Canford, just passing the barrier. Looking a little bit more dynamic around either end of the stroke. Of course, they won Championship Girls Coxed Fours at the National Schools Regatta, having split their 8 in half on the Sunday of that event. And now on their way down towards the enclosures, I think Henley have this one in hand. They've just slowly edged away from Canford, who are not a bad for themselves at all, rowing really, really well actually, it has to be said. But Henley just look a class apart at this stage.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the times from yesterday, actually, both won by about 2 lengths, quarter of a length. Henley doing about a time of 5 minutes 39 yesterday, Canford doing 5:49, about 10-second difference, both having to push themselves to get to this quarter-final stage. But you can see the difference here between Henley and Canford. Canford, of course, also splitting, speaking to the coach, Ian Dryden, yesterday. Looks like they've had about 8 girls in there, and they split them up to do this as well. But these are the top 4 girls in the girls' squad that we're seeing here, but differences in class at the moment. But even no consistency, but Henley leading this one from first stroke. It's going to take a lot to lead to the end, but as we start the next race, which is race 3-1-6, Marion Mercy Academy USA on the near side of your picture, Berkshire, Kingston in the resplendent red and white striped kit on the Buckinghamshire side.
Yeah, certainly one of the domestic favourites, Kingston. Their junior squad just seems to get better and better every year, and they're not a bad senior squad either. They regularly boat good crews. In the club events at Henley Royal, and this junior outfit from Kingston have swept all before them pretty much all year. They tend to win everything that they enter, and they were very strong at junior 16 level as well, and actually really, really looking quite powerful as they come out from behind Temple Island, just catching the boat out front and levering it away. And I think they've already got a bit of an advantage over Marion Mercy Academy from the United States of America. You can see there the shot of Henley just making their way down the course on the top right hand side of your screen. I think they've got their quarterfinal in hand, race 315. This on the bottom left is your final quarterfinal of the junior Coxed fours, and it's Kingston up against Marion Mercy. And at the moment, Kingston with their red blades and the Buckinghamshire station having the better of the opening sort of 20 to 30 strokes.
They are. It's about pipping the rate a couple of higher, about 38 for the Kingston girls, 36 for the US girls, Marion Mercy. We're seeing different Camford Henley there at the top. Camford pushing all the way, as we were always told to do. Although the cry is still ringing in my ears, I think, from my time there. But putting in a good effort, but Henley winning that one there, as we see. But we come return to the bottom left of your picture. Still Kingston pushing away first at National Sculls Regatta. But still strong competition though from the girls at Marion Mercy. Fourth time competing at Henley Women's Regatta. In the lightweight four at the School National Championships. They've got 4 other wins this year across the pond. But Kingston just asserting their authority in these first third, holding a 3/4 length lead. Having the unity from the Marion girls on the ponytail ties as well. Always have a bit of unity, both in the water and in the boat.
Yeah, coached by Florence Griffiths, this Kingston crew. They were winners of the Junior 16 Coxed Fours at Henley Women's Regatta last season, and they've got 6 National Schools medals between them across a variety of different events. So 4 very well, or even 5 very, very well-established athletes who know what it takes to win at the highest level, and showing that here as they continue to lead Marion Mercy Academy, who are reasonably regular visitors to Henley Women's, actually. Winners of the Groton Cup in 2011. It was the last time they managed to take home any silverware with them. They'll be hoping to do the same this year, but alas, at the moment, not having much luck in getting past the might of Kingston.
Yeah, Kingston, another crew that is blessed with a large stretch of water on the Thames down around the U-Bend, which ends at Hampton. And they stretch around there, long stretch of river to practice on. They're using that composure, unity in visors as well, visors versus ponytail bars, whatever those are called. But yeah, this is Kingston leading the way still, looking strong. They're really smashing those finishes out, aren't they? It's another thing we see. It's all these little differences as well. With rowing, some people might argue, oh, you're just going up and down, but actually, there are so many little intricacies in rowing that are different. It's how you take the catch, it's how fast you move up the side, how you take the finish, how much time you take there. You can see the difference here. Like the Kingston crew really smashing the finishes out, and they're going fast to the catch as well. It means that as little time in the water as possible, but it means that getting as much time keeping that boat speed up as possible. It means that they're leaving the water at the fastest possible point and getting there at the fastest possible time as well.
That's all above my head. All I know is Kingston are moving fast at the moment. And they're leading Marion Mercy. And continuing to lead them and continuing to stretch away, actually. I think this is quite a mature row from Kingston. They won't want to expend any more energy than is strictly necessary. Of course, these girls actually have, if Kingston want to make the final of their event, they have at least 2 more races to go today, including a final. And each race, of course, expected to get harder because you're facing competition who have also made it through the rounds that you've managed to navigate. Marion Mercy, they're all the way across from the United States of America. They will not be keen to go home any earlier than is strictly necessary, of course, although it is nice to enjoy Henley Town on a Sunday afternoon. You'll want to be doing it from a winning position. But they need to mount some sort of very impressive last comeback here, because Kingston look like they have this one in hand.
They do. I mean, they're certainly trying their best. Marion Mercy are up rate 36, but this Kingston crew looking so composed. They're sitting at rate 32. Putting everything together in time, seeing this race from start to finish. I mean, a bit shaky at the start, but they are seeing it out to the finish here. So we move on to the next event, which I believe is our first semi-final of the day.
Yeah, Championship Lightweight Single Sculls, Perry of Thames and Pillman of KRSG making their way down the course. You just see there Kingston crossing the line, safely ahead of Mary and Mercy. They'll progress through to the semi-finals of the Junior Coxed 4, but we move on, as I say, 317 Championship Lightweight Single Sculls.
And we've got Perry from Thames Rowing Club nearer the camera there, stroking at a rate of 39. Pellerman from KRSG, 31. So surprisingly, quite a difference in the stroke rate. Looks like Pellerman has settled into her race pace, beg your pardon, much earlier than Perry. But not much in it at the moment, staying neck and neck. So Pellerman still looks like she's got the slower stroke rate, but very effective. Might even be pulling slightly ahead of Perry from Thames Rowing Club, just slowly keeping the pressure on there as they approach the commentary box. We'll get a good view from here and see who's just nosing ahead, but in my books it's KRSG just starting to open up a lead here.
I think your books might be
wrong.
Slightly.
It's the jinx.
It's not by much, but it is Perry of Thames who's leading by about a canvas at the moment. Of course, these lightweights rowing at rates that I couldn't possibly fathom, to make sure that they get as much purchase out of the stroke as possible. And of course, they are the same weight, so shouldn't really be any physical differences. It's all about the technique and basically how many strokes you can get in between point A and point B. At the moment, Perry of Thames continuing to lead her opponent from KRSG. So the sculler on the Buckinghamshire station, hailing from Ghent in Belgium, of course, site of one of the most prominent European regattas happening in the springtime. But at the moment, Perry from Thames in control of this semi-final. But not by much. Very little to choose between those two scullers, as you can see as they come past. I've probably done both of them a disservice in saying that there's any level of control over this. It seems to be that there is little to choose.
Yeah, they're still jockeying for position. And you can see that they're both suffering. They're both putting so much effort into this race. The first minute or so of a race, the rowers say are free and that you don't really feel the pain. That's when we see the rowers trying to get their boat up to quite a fast speed and then settling. But after that, the lactate builds up and the pain kicks in. Looking here like KRSG are moving into a slight lead there, but again, Perry from Thames still in contention.
Yeah, Pellerman actually an international competitor herself. She was 5th at a World Cup last year in the women's lightweight single sculls, 5th in the B final of that. So she has international pedigree, and you can see here that telling the maturity of her row, just rowing down Perry of Thames, who sort of led her by about a canvas pretty much all the way down the course. She's just kicked on there at pretty much exactly the right time to take the lead at a pivotal point in this semi-final of the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. Just see that the race number 318 has also begun, the second semi-final of this event. Edinburgh University, Laura MacDonald on the Berkshire station, and Macro of Bath University on the Buckinghamshire station. MacDonald, no stranger to this Henley Women's Regatta course. I know that she's been a victor here before and a well-known name on the student rowing scene. But at the moment, not having the best of the two starts, it looks like Macro of Bath University has really jumped out to establish herself as the leading contender in this semi-final.
Absolutely, Macro has actually opened up clear water. Still got quite a high stroke rate there. Moving ahead and making the very most of that fast start that she had. McDonald stroking at 39. We've got Macro stroking at 33. So very efficient stroking. Looks like Macro has settled down into her race pace and very confident that she's established a lead. And let's see, as she keeps an eye on McDonald, can she hold that? As you said, for some of the other races, these rowers, they're not looking to give all their energy. They need to save some, keep some in the bag for later in the day when they've got more races to come. But Macro looking very comfortable as they approach the commentary box.
Yeah, super race actually from Pellerman in the last semi-final. She just dismantled the continued efforts of Perry to secure her passage through to the final of the championship lightweight single sculls. And here Macro just dealing with some sea-like wash there, having to navigate her scull over a few waves, but at the moment really sculling very well. I'm sure Laura McDonald would not have expected this, or if she did, she hasn't responded in a way that suggests that she had any prior anticipation. Macro just moving down on the Buckinghamshire station, some 2, maybe even 3 lengths clear of McDonald of Edinburgh University.
And Macro stroking at 31, so she's actually dropped her rate slightly, but still keeping a great lead over McDonald from Edinburgh University. McDonald stroking at 34, so doing her very best to stay in contention in this race. And a fine example of how a high stroke rate doesn't necessarily make the boat go faster. Technique is so important in this sport, and Macro seems to have mastered her technique very well, with a lower stroke rate but very efficient. She needs to just look at her course. She's heading towards the boom, just adjusting slightly to come away off the boom there from the buck station. But rowing a good race, very composed.
Yeah, well-established sculler Macro of Bath University, winner of Tier 2 women's single sculls at the Met, and potentially a very capable opponent for Pellerman from Belgium in the final of the championship lightweight single sculls to come later on this afternoon. She's sculling really well and has done right from the off. Her start was ferocious, and the middle race pace has just continued that trend in being really calm, really mature. And as you say, Sheila, sculling actually really well. Nice straight arms, allowing the power to go through the legs, not through the breakage of any sort of joints in the arms. And she hasn't allowed Laura McDonald to sniff.
No, she's kept her at bay, and lovely to see that very smooth stroke, so not disrupting the balance or the course of the boat at all. Just gliding through the water. It's a beautiful thing.
Yep, Bath University Macro leading race 318, 319 now underway. Championship lightweight pairs. Newcastle University up against Sydney University from Australia. Newcastle on the Berkshire station and Sydney University on the Buckinghamshire station. Sydney, of course, regular visitors to the Henley Reach, both at the Royal and the Women's Regatta. I know they've got 3 or 4 crews entered into the Royal in a couple of weeks' time. I think they are from Sydney Rowing Club as opposed to Sydney University, but I imagine the two clubs have a lot to do with each other. And at the moment, Newcastle, although they are somewhat down the middle of the river, enjoying a slight lead as the two crews leave Temple Island behind.
Indeed they are. It's a wonderful event, I think, lightweight pairs. Because in a way it's almost more exposed than being in a single scull, because if you're out of balance, you've only got one blade on either side, that's right, if it's out of balance in any way, then you know immediately what's going to happen. Because you'll immediately just shift from one side to the other. But this is the creme de la creme of the lightweight pairs division we're seeing here. Newcastle's on your left, Sydney on your right on that bottom picture. Just seeing at the top there as well. Macro from Bath University. What a final that's going to be against Evelyn Pellerman of Ghent. Showing real composure there. But back in the bottom, yeah, it's interesting start to this race for Newcastle, keeping it up, keeping the intensity up over the visitors from Australia.
Yeah, Newcastle, of course, will be determined not to fall out of this competition at the hands of overseas opposition. Equally, I imagine Sydney will not want to go home any earlier than is strictly necessary. At the moment, Newcastle definitely looking a little bit more fluid, a little bit more technically adept at this stage as they come past us at the barrier. A little bit of a crab there from the Sydney University girls, but they've recovered it well. Just seems to be a bit more aggressive with their stroke. Sydney, I'm not quite sure if that's a deliberate thing, just digging the blades in a bit more and trying to drive the boat through the water as opposed to letting it glide. As the two crews pass the barrier, it's Newcastle with a slightly lower stroke rate who continue to lead this and stretch out to around a length.
It's funny you should say that, actually. At one point there, I felt like when I measured it, they both appeared to be at 37, but it just shows you how rowing can look so similar, but it can actually be so different in certain ways. It's almost they're almost attacking the catch, the Australian crew, racing right up to it to try and get the maximum speed of their boat as quickly as possible, but Newcastle just letting the boat do a lot of the work itself, if you have to argue, and it's actually them that are benefiting from it at this lightweight stage. It's about boat management, it's about speed management at this level, keeping it efficient because you can afford a lot of pace, especially in pairs at this point. These boats are very delicate to any little movements that you make. Responsive is the word I'm looking for, thank you. But it is Newcastle coming ahead at the moment. They're managing this race very well.
Yeah, Newcastle enjoying their road down the course. Interesting point actually raised by Sheila in that Sydney University will likely have had a whole season already of racing. Of course, their national championships are in April and March, I think, even maybe as early as that. So whenever they come to Henley, they have to re-taper and reprogram their systems to make sure that they're on top form. Whereas Newcastle and some of the British crews will have made sure that Henley is the focus of their attentions, and that perhaps showing here as Newcastle continue to row away, looking very impressive and leading Sydney University by what looks like a couple of lengths now.
It is. They're really just stretching it out there, keeping it long and strong. And talked about unity earlier today. These wells working in sync, working perfectly together. See the communication between the two as well. That's what it's all about. Rowing's all about communication as well. Crews are talking to each other all the time, when to put in pushes, how far they are from the opposition, where they are on the course. See them maybe taking the rates down a couple of pips actually from where they were earlier. And the fact that we can't even see Sydney in the picture at the moment, or there they are now. And they're still keeping up that fast rate, trying to get as many strokes in as possible, going for there's quantity in terms of strokes that they put in. Maybe a little bit of disunity in certain strokes, but just seeing the contrast in styles there shows that Newcastle's still ahead though, likely maybe to go through in this final third.
Yeah, it looks like harder work from the Sydney University crew. But at the moment, Newcastle leading that one, moved back down to the start for race 3-2-0. Cambridge University Women's Boat Club on the Berkshire station and Tideway Sculls School on the Buckinghamshire station. Both crews getting away reasonably cleanly. No early dramas. You can just see Newcastle there reaching the conclusion of their semi-final. They look like they've probably secured reasonably safe passage through to the final, winding down in the last few strokes. Just able to enjoy themselves as they came through the regatta enclosure. But we can see there in race 3-2-0, Tideway Sculls School have really jumped the gun and have stepped out ahead of Cambridge, leading by a length already.
Well, they've gone like a bullet, like you say. They've got rate 40 at the moment, smashing the strokes out. But maybe arguably Cambridge got the better of the early strokes, but Tideway have lengthened it out. Done really well there. You can see Cambridge there keeping the rate high as well, about 38. Keeping it strong. We talk about Tideway, of course, having experience on that big stretch down in London. We have to argue Cambridge women were down there back in April, and they always practice like the men do, doing their practice stages. So both have experience on varying types of water on this beautiful morning on the calm waters. Tideway taking full advantage right now.
Yeah, Sculls winners of the pair at Ghent back in April, and regular racers on the domestic scene as well, just making their way down towards our fixed commentary position just shy of the barrier. And at the moment, this one is all about the Tideway Sculler School, which is not a surprise. If you do follow the domestic rowing circuit, you will hear that name with ever increasing frequency. They're one of the premier high performance centres in the UK, and showing that here as they lead Cambridge University Women's Boat Club. Themselves no pushovers, of course, by a couple of lengths perhaps. Yeah, it looks like maybe a length and a half.
I think so. Might even be looking at just going out to 2 lengths here at this point. Yeah, maybe between length 3/4 and 2. As you say, Cambridge not giving up. Still early days at this point. Maybe a little bit of a splash there from the stroke for Tideway Scullers, which is part of the catch though. Attacking the catch, attacking the finish, attacking every part of this race now. Coming up to Barn Bar, really taking control at the moment. See these beautiful drone shots as well, which we are very lucky to have here up at the commentary control. Gives you a real perspective on, well, just the perfect straightness of this course, you have to argue. But it also points out as well, there is an argument to be had about the difference in water for certain parts of this race as well. Some people argue, as you come out of Temple Island, you're on the left side of the river, so there's certain parts of water. But when you come up to the Regatta enclosures, these crews are, you're coming up towards the mill, so there are different parts. Something that does have to be managed by these crews, especially at this level. We're looking at championship lightweight pairs here at Henley Women's Regatta 2019.
Yeah, perhaps those marginal things can make a difference when the crews are tightly wound, but at the moment Scullers in control of their semi-final of the championship lightweight pairs. And so we move back to the start for race 3-1. Nottingham University and Princeton University of the United States of America on Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively for the championship lightweight double sculls. So a full roster of lightweight racing pairs, singles and doubles, ending with the doubles. Princeton there on the right of your shot, bottom left of your screen, up against Nottingham University, who actually look like they've had perhaps the better of the two starts, although it is hard to gauge at this stage. Yeah, I think Nottingham
look like they're taking a slight lead as they pass the end of Temple Island. Oh, quite a big lead. That's a good shot, isn't it, for us to see. I'm still stroking quite high there, establishing their lead. Sometimes that's a great sort of psychological advantage to be in the lead at the end of Temple Island. I know that some crews actually focus on that and then they settle down into their race pace. But Princeton still in contention here. Nice long draw of those blades, getting a bit close to the boom, so they can see them adjusting slightly from that great drone shot. Don't look like they're going to make a move just yet though on Nottingham, but they need to think about doing something soon.
Yeah, Princeton been caught napping somewhat here. Actually, Nottingham have just driven out of the start and given themselves a bit of breathing space as they come down past us. Nearly, well, it looks like actually over, probably near about around 2 lengths.
Yeah, stretching it out there, stretching it out, and making heavy weather of this. So they need to get a real focus and put some pressure on this Nottingham University team that are extending their lead as they go down the course, just past the barrier now, and looking very comfortable and controlling this race from their perspective.
Yeah, Nottingham continue to lead this one, race 3-1. And if you are just joining us here Welcome. This is our live coverage of the Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta. You're watching race 321, the Championship Lightweight Doubles. Nottingham University currently leading Princeton University, having been in that position since very early days. Impressive rowing actually from these two girls. Sculling well, nice and long. Making sure that the boat is connected at the front end and just propelling it through the water. And of course it will be a real feather in their cap if they can knock out overseas opposition in the form of Princeton, one of the foremost collegiate rowing programs in the world.
Yeah, interesting to see. We can still see that the crews, there's quite a lot of communication going on there, so they are fine-tuning their performance as they move down the course. Nottingham University not taking anything for granted at this stage, so much respect to their opponents from Princeton University USA. They're keeping the pressure on, trying to maintain their lead. I'm sure we'll get a shot in a moment just to see how much of a lead they are still holding.
Comfortable. I think they've established control over this race by the looks of things. The rate's still high though, intensity hasn't come off at all.
So neither crew letting the other one off the hook, not just yet. It's great to see this level of competitiveness, as we would expect in a championship race.
So race 3-2-1 reaching its final closing stages. Nottingham University have led Princeton right from the off, and although Princeton actually have mounted something of a late charge, Nottingham University do cross the line in their semi-final of the Championship Lightweight Doubles ahead and securing passage through to the final. So we move back to the start. Race 3-2-2. Flag has just gone down. Contest between Upper Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and the University of Tulsa A crew from the United States of America on the Buckinghamshire Station. Tulsa looking like they got the better of the opening 10 strokes there, but Upper Thames know this course very well. Of course, boat just along the river from where we are now, and will have competed numerous times on their Henley Reach. Tulsa though, aggressive and really focused at the start. Actually, they need to probably watch their steering a little bit. They're right over in the middle of the river, but they have already established around a length lead on Upper Thames. Delighted to be joined by Greg Davies. Thank you to Sheila and to Warren for all their help this morning. Greg and Ed on the commentary now with me until around 11:45. Greg, excited for finals day?
Oh, it's always a great day, isn't it? You just come down here and the sun's shining, which always helps. But it's a fantastic day in sport in the UK today. So, you know, if you're thinking of you haven't got anything to do today and you're living in the Henley area, there's really only one place to be. Come down to the Henley stretch here. There's plenty going on. Not only can you watch world-class rowing and sculling, but there's plenty of pop-up tents here, plenty to eat, refreshments, and it'll be just a lovely day to come and watch these international athletes. A world-class event just on your doorstep. A great drone shot there. I don't think the umpire has had to get involved yet, Tom, but it was interesting at the start, wasn't it? Both crews just being a little wayward with their steering. But now, as we can see, as they come to our commentary point here, it is University of Tulsa that have the advantage. As Tom was saying, they're much more aggressive really off the start. Perhaps caught Upper Thames napping a little bit. Upper Thames will know this stretch of the river really, really well, because in about 30 seconds they'll be going past their clubhouse. There's Tulsa now with a 2-length lead and sculling very, very well.
Yeah, Tulsa certainly more aggressive off the start, and perhaps a little more aggressive with their line as well. They have tended to dominate the middle of the river, which I'm not sure if that's deliberate, but if you look at where they are in relation to the two sides of booms, they're certainly making full and frank use of the Henley reach, and actually not making things easy for themselves, because they're probably rowing an extra 100 metres by doing this. But Upper Thames sticking religiously to their line and unable at the moment to make any sort of impact on the Tulsa crew, who just the intensity is so high. I don't think it's a possibility to actually infect that from an Upper Thames perspective. They're just continuing to scull away from them, Tulsa, and looking like sure bets at the moment for passage through to the final.
I don't think there's much that Upper Thames can do about this now. It's a great shot of the Tulsa University there. They're relaxed, nice and long, and they're just watching Upper Thames, just covering any move that they might make, but they're going to be wanting to conserve energy now, so just making sure they get to the finish without any mistakes at all.
Surprising actually to see two lightweight events, championship lightweight doubles. Both of these races that we've just seen haven't been particularly close, which is contradictory to what we usually expect from a lightweight category. Nonetheless, University of Tulsa continuing to lead Upper Thames, and so we move back to the start for race 3-2-3, and that is a semi-final of the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. Kent School of the United States of America, right over in the middle of the river, being warned by the umpire up against Headington School, putting Headington under significant pressure and actually boxing them in somewhat. Umpire making sure that Kent are fully aware that they are not in the right part of the river here.
And they have responded there. Kent School, I think they quite fancy themselves here. Actually, they won at Reading last week. This 4 is part of an 8 that medalled in the North American Championships, and they only ever come over if they're serious about their chances. But Headington, look there, Tom, they've come right back at them. They've put a big push in now, and Headington making sure that they are really going to make a race of this. This is going to be a great race, I think.
Yeah, Headington choosing to enter the bow 4 of their Junior 16-8, which placed second just behind Henley at the National Schools Regatta. So I imagine they might be placing the stern 4 in the quad, which we might well see later today. But at the moment, Kent School just having the better of the opening exchanges as they leave the quarter-mile mark behind and stride on down towards us at the barrier. Not much to choose between them, though.
No, this is going to be a really good race, and it's this middle part of the race now, from that's us in that white kind of caravan there, from here up until Upper Thames Clubhouse. This is where the race is going to be won, and there's a bit cat and mouse at the moment, isn't it? Because Kent went out really, really strongly and had about half a length up on Headington. Headington noticed that and put a big push in, and have come back to about quarter of a length. Something like this. This could be a terrific race. Kent beating Kingston yesterday, and Headington beating Marlow. They're looking for a place in the final. And in the other side, it's Marlow again against Tideway Sculls. So this is going to be a great race. So still about half a length, quarter of a length now. Headington, you can see, just upping their rate a bit, just trying to get back on track. They're looking a little more rushed than Kent. Kent staying nice and long. I think they've probably got something left in the tank if Headington will push on them.
Yeah, Kent being warned again for their steering. You can see they're just over a little bit in the middle of the river, putting Headington under perhaps more pressure than is necessary. But credit to Kent here. They've actually held off the advances of Headington to this point. It remains to be seen whether or not they've used all the gas they have in their tank in doing so. Headington, of course, fierce racers and always able to mount a late charge.
Well, what do you reckon, Tom? Do you reckon that's naughtiness from the Kent Cox, or just not knowing the course?
I'd imagine it's the latter at this stage, I think.
It's more interesting if it's the former, though, isn't it?
Well, it is. We can speculate, but I think, from my perspective, I wouldn't be playing that game, not if I was only half a length up on my opposition.
Yeah, but it's early morning, the umpires aren't grumpy yet, so I don't know.
Leniency. Well, Kent continuing to lead, but I don't know how much room they really have left to breathe. Headington still sort of bearing down on them.
Yeah, it's now actually that Headington are going to have to get back on track as they're approaching the time for a sprint finish.
I'm just watching Headington. I'm thinking their rate could come up a little bit.
I think yeah, I agree with you.
I think there needs to be a bit more intensity. They need to start their sprint now, because actually Kent are looking a bit more comfortable now. They're out to 3/4 of a length. And there you go, a little response there from Kent. You can see the rate just went up a couple of pips, and they're starting to move on. And actually, if Kent can get out to a length at this stage, I think that's probably game over from Headington's perspective.
And Kent will know that they've been in a race. Their shoulders, if you look at their shoulders there, they're pretty tight. So they're not relaxing at all. And though we can't see it, Headington will be in the shot just away from them. So Kent, we think, have pulled away, perhaps to a length. There you go, they're Headington responding now. They've upped the rate, but is it too late? Here we go, they're winding it up now. Look at the Kent Cox having a wee look over. Is certainly aware of the presence there.
Yeah, we'll keep one eye on what's happening there in 3-2-3, because you can see Kent just winding it up to try and stave off the advances of Headington. But race 3-2-4 is underway. Marlow on the Berkshire station and Tideway Sculls School on the Buckinghamshire station. And Marlow have really jumped out there. Actually, they've taken the impetus in their semi-final. No surprise to see these two crews featuring highly. We've already seen several representatives of the respective clubs in different events. You can just see there, the top right of your picture, Kent crossing the line a length clear of Headington, securing passage through to the final of the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. So who will they face in the final? It's between Marlow and Tideway Sculls School.
So it's Marlow on the Berkshire station. That's the towpath side of it. They've had the better of the starts, steering a lot better this time. And they've gone to about, say there, 3/4 of a length lead already at the top of the island. So really aggressive starting from Marlow, looking to front load this race and to really shock Tideway Sculls into submission. Yeah, so Tideway are going to have to work hard now, right now, if they want to stay in this race, because if you're a length up at this stage, there's the quarter mile mark, it's very difficult now to come back. So Tideway have got to work really hard to get back onto Marlow. Now, what we don't know, Tom, is whether Marlow in that first 200 metres, 250 metres, how much energy they've used, and can they maintain that? And are Tideways, maybe they've got a race plan that's going to push in the middle of the race. They've certainly settled down now, Tideways, and rowing really, really well. But it's still a length advantage to Marlow.
Well, it begs the question, doesn't it, Greg, as to whether or not race plans become redundant when you're over a length down at Henley. Because the match racing format of it means that if you lose sight and earshot of your opponent, race plans go out the window. It's almost impossible to execute one when you're sort of a length or two
absolutely.
down.
The only, and particularly with this length of race, the only race plan you've got really is to have a good start, and then whether to push again after you settle or just settle into a rhythm. Now some crews will come off the start, go up to about 41, 42, settle down to 36, and then immediately put a push in just to try and get that length advantage. And if they do that and the other crew let them, you get what we're seeing here. So the final of this J16 Coxed Fours is at 2:10 today, and if nothing changes, it looks as though it's going to be Britain against America, which it always brings a little bit more edge to it, I suspect.
Yeah, Marlow look, they're in control actually. And I think watching this Marlow crew, I think they're going to give, if they do manage to progress through to the final, Kent a race and a half.
Yeah, I think
actually.
it was a super race.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe this one as done and dusted. Tideway Scull is still very much in contention, and Marlow have not really moved on from the length margin that they established at the barrier, but the playing cards are certainly with Marlow at the moment, and it depends what ace Tideway Scullers have left to play.
Great shot. Great shot there of Marlow, just stretching out that lead over Tideway as they progress into the latter stages of this race. Looking quite comfortable, but not letting go of that power they secured in the first few strokes off of Temple Island. Really important they continue to dominate this race and show their likely opposition later this afternoon, Kent School. They've got plenty of fight in them.
So as we watch Marlow make their way down the course, leading Tideway Sculler School in the second semi-final of the Junior 16 Coxed Fours, we move back to the start for race 325, aspirational lightweight single sculls. Oxford University Lightweight Women's Rowing Club, Hoff on the Berkshire station, and Surrey University Wedgwood on the Buckinghamshire station. Of course, lightweight athletes pegged at the same weight, so there's very little physical difference between them. It's all about the technical capacity and sort of ability to withstand the pain. And you can see there the sculler from Surrey, Wedgwood, has moved out to around a length already as they leave Temple Island.
Always really exciting, these lightweight races. As I said a moment ago, the athletes limited to the weight they can be, meaning that often they come down to the wire. The athletes only separated by their ability to row a good race and execute a good race plan. Just see the sculler there, Wedgwood from Surrey University being warned by the umpire back onto her station. You can see from the drone shot there, she's straight out right into the middle of the course. The umpire not too happy with that at this early stage of the race.
Yeah, Anna Luce Hoff of Oxford University Lightweights in that white kit. She's a Dutch citizen and finished third at the Metropolitan Regatta in the lightweight single sculls. So a strong athlete in her own right, but at the moment very much meeting her match in Wedgwood from Surrey, who's not giving her an inch. Surrey, of course, a club that continue to get better year on year in terms of the athletes and the cohort that they produce, and you can see there as they come past us at the barrier, Wedgwood has around 2.5 lengths clear on Hoff of Oxford University Lightweights.
Really difficult for the sculler from Oxford University to come back from such a setback as they go through the barrier. We often talk about the gladiatorial style racing here at Henley, and nowhere is that more pertinent than in the single sculls. All alone, just trying to edge back in your opposition, but as soon as you lose sight of them, it gets harder and harder with each stroke. You can see again there, the sculler from Surrey University back into the centre of the course again. Umpire not too fussed about this time. She obviously believes that the sculler has enough of a lead over the Oxford sculler to be able to use that advantage as she comes past our camera now.
I suppose it's an athlete's natural tendency to veer into the middle. I'd rather be in the middle of the river, as far away as possible from either side of the booms, just from my experience of steering down this course. But Wedgwood making this one look easy at the moment, considering it's a lightweight event and aspirational, which is always one of the most competitive categories here at Henley Women's Regatta. She is putting paid to that myth and dominating her semi-final of the lightweight single sculls. I think barring any late disasters, and it would be a disaster of catastrophic proportions, she is going to secure passage through to the final of the aspirational lightweight double sculls. We have 326 coming up next. That's the second semi-final. Greenbank Falmouth, Sarah Lewis on the Berkshire station, who I know competed here last year, and also Coxed at Henley Royal Regatta for a Greenbank Falmouth Britannia Challenge Cup crew up against Wallingford Rowing Club Slater on the Buckinghamshire station. Those two crews squared and buried at the start. We're just at the moment watching Wedgwood, of Surrey University making her way down the course, and so we can move back to the start. There we go, for Greenbank up against Wallingford, Berkshire and Buckinghamshire respectively.
You can see there what we often see, especially in the singles, even more so in the lightweight singles, very, very quick starts away from the stake boats there as they come past Temple Line. They've got less body mass to move, and they take advantage of that really quick flying start there from both scullers. It appears, however, that the start was too quick for Slater from Wallingford Rowing Club, who's just lost touch of her steering there, being warned by the umpire to stay away from the Greenbank Scullers racing line.
Yeah, Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club, a little known rowing club actually, based in Stithians Lake near Redruth in Cornwall, and is only one of 2 rowing clubs in that part of the world. So great to see Sarah Lewis here competing not only at Henley Women's Regatta but actually pushing on towards the business end of the competition. As I say, we did see a Britannia Challenge Cup entry from the club at Henley Royal last year, which she coxed, I believe. But here, just being led by Slater from Wallingford.
This race seems to be paying testament to the idea that these lightweight scullers races are always quite tight. And as they come through the quarter-mile mark there, I don't think I could call that, Tom. I think the camera angle can be a bit deceptive at this point.
Yeah, quarter-mile mark, very little to choose between Sarah Lewis and Hannah Slater. You can see Sarah on the left-hand side of your screen in the yellow boat. Hannah from Wallingford probably leading this one, but by no more than about a canvas, a quarter of a length. This is actually Hannah's first year of rowing in a single scull. She joins Wallingford for a year in industry, but heads back to Bath University in the autumn to complete her studies and return to university rowing. So taking a year out to complete at club level in the single scull and doing a pretty good job here, leading the established sculler Sarah Lewis to the quarter-mile mark.
Great job there of the sculler from Wallingford Rowing Club. Slater there, very aggressive stroke, really trying to send those puddles down to her opposition, just trying to gain that advantage. And as they come past us now, it's bow ball for bow ball. These scullers absolutely going for it, hell for leather. Really, really tight race so far, Tom.
Yeah, nice sharp pickup actually from Sarah Lewis in the Greenbank Falmouth shell. You can see she looks quite relaxed as she comes up the slide, and then just jerks it forward at the catch, moving the boat along. And at the barrier, yeah, I think you're right, Ed. Pretty much nothing to choose between them. Hannah Slater had led in the opening third, but she's been pegged back here by Sarah Lewis, which leaves us with a tantalising prospect for the final half of this semi-final of the aspirational lightweight single sculls.
Really exciting race there for the spectators here at Henley Women's Regatta as they come through the regatta enclosure. You can hear the wall of sound being produced by supporters of both Wallingford and Greenbank Falmouth as they pass through, still competing just to gain that edge, a few inches that will separate the winner from the loser.
Yeah, neck and neck this one. Hammer and tongs, bow ball to bow ball. Every little cliche that you'd like to implement for this one is probably relevant. It's probably Hannah Slater actually who has just stretched out a little bit again. I think she was pegged back by Sarah Lewis, but has responded and probably has the slightest of advantages there. I mean, as they came past the static camera, it was no more than a couple of feet, if that. But actually, you can see there, Hannah Slater just responding, just trying to drive the boat forward. It's so difficult in these single sculls. You can change speed so quickly, so a push can actually have a devastating effect on the outcome of the race. And actually, Hannah Slater, I think there, has just decided, nope, I've had enough of this. You either have to come with me or I'm going to leave you behind. And she's just kicked on. She's trying to break the back of this one before it gets too heated as they come into the closing stages.
Yeah, you can just see there Slater from leading the way now from Wallingford Rowing Club as they come to the closing stages of this race. You see the pain on her face there, the lactate building up in the legs. That's no match for the mental fortitude she's built up over many years, training with long winters and tough regatta seasons. That's just allowing her now to edge out on her competition from Greenbank.
Yeah, she's kicked Slater in a big way, and I think she's now got herself out to around 3/4 of a length. It's her race now to lose, and keeping the rate high, the intensity on. I suppose if you sprint at this stage, this is quite an early stage to put in a sprint, but hopefully the momentum will carry you through. Well, that's what she's hoping. Sarah Lewis there being warned by the umpire to stay on her station. But I think that's our final camera angle on the course. It gives you a clue as to how far's left to run. Both of these scullers now, as you say, Ed, will be feeling the burn, feeling the lactic building up in their legs, but they know that the finish line's just around the corner. And Hannah Slater's had a really, really impressive middle third to this race. She decided that she'd had enough of rowing alongside her opponent. She wanted to take control and move out, and that's exactly what she's done. And she's now in a commanding position as we enter the final 15 strokes of this semi-final of the aspirational lightweight singles. Ooh, bit of an issue there for Hannah Slater. She just caught the boat, or just caught her blade underneath the water. I'm not sure how that's going to impact her, or if Sarah Lewis has even realised she's done it. Just rate comes up, and there we go. Hannah Slater safely across the line and into the final of the aspirational lightweight single sculls. So just in time we move back to the start for the junior 16 quads. It's Henley Rowing Club, no surprises there, on the Berkshire station, up against the Isle of Ely on the Buckinghamshire station.
Isle of Ely, one of only a few clubs training just above Cambridge in the centre of England, competing there in a King's School Ely shell. Very, very close partners, those two clubs competing together. Over the last few years, both here and at Henley Royal, we've seen several combinations with those two clubs doing incredibly well, progressing to semi-finals and on occasion finals, especially in the Quadruple Sculls.
Yeah, Henley, of course, the holders of this event, so they'll be pretty keen, I imagine, to retain that title. But the Isle of Ely, who just seem to get better with every year, putting out really, really strong quads, keeping them honest at this stage.
Well, I think we should have a good look at the Isle of Ely, because we know how good Henley are, but Isle of Ely yesterday, they beat the Wycliffe quad, and Wycliffe quad have been going extremely well this year, so that was a good match-up for day one. And Isle of Ely sculling very, very well. Henley, of course, have the advantage. They train on this stretch every weekend and most weekdays as well. Tremendous program that Henley have. If you drive through Henley in the winter months, you need to be very careful, because all of these Henley junior athletes are running with their high-vis vests on, and they put an awful lot of work into their winter program. As Henley just a quarter of a length up over the Isle of Ely as they go past our commentating position. Having a look over there, the three man sculling very nicely, Tom. Still just a quarter of a length in it. Isle of Ely will want now, they've just upped, they're putting a bit of a push in, Isle of Ely, to try and get back to Henley. It's exactly where they need to be in touch as they come to the enclosures, because the local girls will have tremendous support. You would think more support than the Isle of Ely. Henley still maintain that quarter of a length lead despite that push from Isle of Ely.
Yeah, great to say. Great to see such tight racing, especially in the quad, my favourite category. And actually these two crews in such close proximity to each other. Henley just straining to move out. You can see bolt upright style actually at the catch. They're just putting the blades in, just dropping them in, nice and relaxed, and leaving the boat through. A little shout there from the girl in the 3-seat. I think this perhaps is the time for Henley to move. As you say, Greg, they've got a bit of support on the bank. They'll have the cheers of the coaches and the parents ringing in their ears, and I think now perhaps is the time to move away. But the Isle of Ely have just stuck with them like a really annoying band-aid you can't just peel off. They have refused to let Henley get away.
Best metaphor I've heard this morning.
Thanks, I appreciate that, Greg. Try my best.
It's really, really tight race. Fantastic race. Great focus. You can see in that picture there. Great focus by the Isle of Ely athletes as they're trying to keep up with Henley. Fantastic race we've got, and Henley's still just that gosh, must be a canvas in it at the moment.
Yeah, nothing in it at all. Henley looking really relaxed, actually. I know that race 328 has started between Headington and York City in the second semi-final of the Junior 16 quads. We will keep one eye on that, but it seems to me that the action is going on between Henley and the Isle of Ely. Just Henley, I feel they need to raise their rate a little bit. The intensity needs to come on now. They need to try and kick for the line. There we go. I think there was a bit of a response there. The rate's gone up. They need to move away from the Isle of Ely, or conversely, I'm not sure what the Isle of Ely have got left in the tank, what they can throw at Henley and see who can combat the best.
Well, you can certainly see who's in charge of the calling of the pushes there. The athlete in the 3-seat has called twice now, and as you say, Tom, we just heard her make a bit of a shout, and the rate has gone up, and it will be whether Isle of Ely can respond. It's still a pretty tight race. Both crews now sprinting for the line.
Yeah, Henley have kicked, definitely kicked. You can see the blade work's still really, really good, actually. The rate's gone right up, but I think Henley have just moved out finally ahead of the Isle of Ely after sort of playing tag with them all the way down. They've just stretched out now. Just watching Henley make their way down towards the line. I think they've
Still
secured...
not much in it, Tom, is
No,
there?
not at all, but I think they've probably just got enough.
What a fantastic race.
There we go, 3/4 of a length, half a
It was
length. to
just
Henley.
that final sprint, wasn't it? They just kicked on just that bit earlier. You can see what it's taken out of them, though. Fantastic race. Well done, both crews.
Yeah, that's what they needed, Henley, and that's what they probably need to do against one of these two crews as well. Headington currently leading York City, but Headington playing a dangerous game with their line being warned by the umpire to get back onto their station, which they're going to need to do.
Yeah, that's 2 warnings now from the umpire, and if York City were to make a protest at the end, they will go down to how many warnings that the umpire has actually given and whether Headington have responded immediately. And I suspect they did. And we look there, York now have strayed across.
Yeah, York City not making life easy for
Oh my
themselves at all.
goodness. That's exactly what you don't want to do, though, Tom. You know, you've strayed into the wrong water. You want to come back gradually, not turn the rudder immediately, because that takes the pace off the boat. And you could just see that just at that stage, the pace went off the boat, and it allowed Headington just to take, I would say, half a length out, just in that one manoeuvre.
Yeah, it's so crucial in this match racing to have a bow girl who's got that ability to just steer delicately. And I think York City just overcorrected a little bit coming into the middle, and then they're still sort of unable to find the right line. Headington, though, to be fair, also in the middle of the river, but able to capitalise and have certainly come out of that better of the two crews. They now have around a length on York City.
So what we don't know, Tom, is who actually is steering, because we had this conversation yesterday. If you're in heads during the winter, it's usually the bow athlete who will steer, but in these match races where you've got either buoys or booms on either side, it's quite often it's the athlete in the 3-seat who does the steering, and we've even known that there's some strokes who are steering as well. Makes it a bit easier for them further up the boat that they are. So we actually don't know who is steering. But Headington now, they've really capitalised on that bit of a mistake from York. The rate still high, but they seem comfortable sculling at that rate. We often get these matches, don't we, in Henley Women's. It's Headington and Henley, Headington, both fantastic clubs, and again it's going to be a fantastic race later on at 2:20.
Yeah, Headington looking like they might well have secured passage through barring any late disasters in the Junior 16 quads, and as you say, Greg, we'll meet Henley for the final later on this afternoon. Race 329 now underway, which is our semi-final, or our first semi-final of the championship pairs. Leander Club up against Tideway Scullers School on the Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively. Tideway Scullers School straying quite close to those booms, and that's a bit of a crash. That's very unfortunate from their perspective. Nothing you can do when that happens. It's really unfortunate, but the booms are pretty much race ending. Leander just able to now row away completely at their own leisure, and Sculls look like they're going to pay the price for that little steering mishap.
I mean, this is the most difficult boat to steer, and they're getting quite close again.
Yeah, headed back into the booms again, aren't they?
And that's where we see it. That's
not good.
Gosh, just hit the post as well, and it is really.
Well, from Leander's perspective, this is probably as good as they could have hoped for. Though they won't have wanted to see Tideway Scullers encounter the booms. It means that they now get a nice row down the course. They can keep the pressure on probably until the barrier, but they've got comfortable distance over their opposition.
And of course, some of you watching might be saying, well, why doesn't the umpire help them out? The umpire is not allowed to help them out unless there is a safety issue. And so Leander almost now a row over. You can see them very comfortable now, just keeping an eye on Tideway Scullers, but it really is, it's too much to ask for Tideway Scullers to come back from that. They must be feeling utterly wretched at the moment.
And they're still very close to those booms, aren't they? You wonder perhaps if there's an issue with their rudder, because I saw these girls navigate the course successfully yesterday, and they actually placed second at the Met in Women's Championship pair, so I think this would have been a really good race had it managed to come to fruition. But alas, Leander able to just paddle down the course, and credit to Leander for navigating their station successfully as well. Home water for them, so you expect nothing less. So to give you a reminder of what's happened in the last few races, we've had a few semi-finals, starting with the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. Race 323 was a win for Kent School Boat Club over Headington School by a length and a half, and Marlow will be joining them in the final of that event, beating Tideway Scullers School by a length and a half. The aspirational lightweight single Sculls. The first race went the way of University of Surrey by 3 lengths over Hoff of Oxford University Lightweight Women's. And then race 326 was a win for Hannah Slater from Wallingford Rowing Club by a length over Greenbank Falmouth. Junior 16 Quads 327 was a win for Henley Rowing Club by 3/4 of a length over the Isle of Ely, and it was Headington School who won race 328, defeating York City Rowing Club. So Leander making their way down the course. If you're just joining us and you're wondering why Leander looked pretty relaxed for a semi-final, unfortunately the Tideway Scullers School came into close contact with the booms a couple of times early on in the race, effectively deciding this one as a contest, and now Leander just paddling down the course to secure passage through to the final of the championship pairs, due to happen later today. Next race on the course will be Cambridge up against Durham.
And this contest, they're racing for a very prestigious trophy indeed, the Redgrave Challenge Vase, sponsored by Sir Steve and Lady Redgrave. So quite something to get your hands on.
Just see Cambridge and Durham at the start. Played square and buried. Of course, this Cambridge crew both competed in the boat race this year in the winning light blue outfit. And Durham, this is the third time I've seen these girls this weekend. Lots of horsepower, lots of technical ability in the boat. And of course, Cambridge and Durham, two of the foremost academic and sporting institutions in the country. So plenty on the line here as the two crews leave the state boats.
And again, quite close, Tom.
Yeah, not much to choose. Tricia Smith and Pippa Whitaker in the famous attire of light blue. Just stretching out. Quite close together, Greg.
Yeah, it's so. I just find it so difficult, that first 100 metres, because you can just see the boys on the right hand side, and there's just a bit of a a pond there, and it's difficult to gauge your steering because you can't follow the bank. If you follow the bank, you'll go into the buoys, and I know you know that, but your mind plays tricks on you. So I suspect that's what happened here, but the steering's come back on side now. So that's the Cambridge crew up to half a length lead over Durham. Durham have done well actually. You've seen them a few times, Tom. They beat Leander in the quarterfinal yesterday, and then beat Bath and Nottingham Composite on Friday. So they've had some good races. I'm really working hard to try and stay with Cambridge. They're really pushing hard.
Yeah,
Okay.
Cambridge driving on here as they come down towards the barrier, about a length ahead of Durham. Second place at the Met a few weekends ago.
So the other thing I'm just having a look at there, Tom, is you as you know, you can change the length of your blades, both the inboard and outboard, and the gearing, I would suggest, for Cambridge is just a bit longer. They're very powerful. They can't whip the blade through the water as Durham are doing. I suspect that their outboard is a bit longer. They're really going for length. That's a great view there of the Cambridge and Durham crews. And Cambridge, as I'm suggesting, just that outboard is longer. They're going for longer strokes, and as you can work it out through physics, if you've got that wider arc, you need more power to push the blade through the water. It does mean that if you've got that power, then the boat will go quicker than if the outboard is a little bit less in length.
Cambridge getting a lovely backsplash off their blades, and now just stretching away from Durham, who you can see appearing into your picture on the right hand side, a couple of lengths down on the girls in light blue. Of course, this will all be music to the ears of Leander, the fact that this race isn't done and dusted at the halfway stage, because Leander had a paddle down the course, and that means that they will be facing a crew with a bit more fatigue in the legs. I'm sure Cambridge, if they can, will be keen to just relax in the second half, although Durham are unlikely to allow them to do that. So watching Cambridge make their way down the course, we can move back to the start for the first semi-final of the Aspirational Academic Coxed Fours, Glasgow University on the Berkshire station, and London University, the University of London, I imagine, on the Buckinghamshire station. Yeah, UL in their distinctive purple kit. Quite difficult to see from that camera as to who has the advantage early on. Again, Coxed boat, so no one in there to steer aside from one of the athletes themselves. Let's hope no one comes into contact with any booms. It looks like Glasgow had the better of the two starts here.
Yeah, quite aggressive start, Tom, from Glasgow, really up their rate, and still quite a high rate. They're going to settle, I'd say, in the next 10 strokes, but they're going to settle with a bit of a lead. As you're saying, no Coxes to help them out here, so steering pretty impressive from both crews here. This is the Aspirational Coxes Fours.
The Aspirational Academic Coxed Fours, Glasgow and UL. Just watching Cambridge wind it up on the top right hand side of your screen, moving towards the finish line, still comfortably ahead of Durham, who've had a good weekend actually. This crew have looked really strong throughout, but just met their match in the form of two boat race veterans. Moving up towards the line, securing passage through to the final of the championship pairs. Glasgow and UL just swinging by us now, and Glasgow with, I don't know, about half a length maybe over their opponents from the University of London.
Yeah, UL just putting a big push in there. You can just see them really trying hard to get back alongside the Glasgow crew, really working very, very hard. Their stroke rate just about a pip above Glasgow. some great rowing going on in Scotland at the moment, at the universities. That's Glasgow, Edinburgh, Strathclyde as well, St Andrews. We're seeing more and more crews coming down and doing well in the southern events that we have here. So it's about half a length now, Glasgow holding off that push from UL. The aspirational academic Cox's Falls for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. And as you say, Tom, all of these semis will have about 3.5 hours between the semis and the final, so not a great deal of recovery. So they won't be thinking of that at the moment, of course. Just making sure that they get to the final is the most important at the moment.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think in a final, Greg, it might be the case that in quarter to semis you feel the fatigue a little bit more, but in the final, the adrenaline and the actual presence of an event like that just drives you through. But at the moment, UL doing their level best to get back on terms with Glasgow, who have led them pretty much from stroke one, but not by much, as you say, half a length, a third of a length to the crew from Scotland. But it looks like Glasgow in that black kit probably, I don't know, have around half, a quarter of a length, nothing much to choose. This race is finally poised.
They just can't get rid of them, can they? They just can't get rid of them, really pushing hard. You can see Glasgow, I bet what's going through the mind is saying, look, we're really rowing really hard here. We've got this half a length and we just can't shake them off. There's the bow athlete just looking across to the left thinking, come on, break. Stroke person head down, absolutely putting everything into it. And UL, we can't see them in the shot, but they are there and they are hanging on.
Well, Glasgow are actually rowing really, really well. Their rate's gone up and they've maintained their form, catching the boat out front and just levering it along. But as you say, Greg, UL refusing to die. Actually, they've responded as well now, and we're into the final third of the race with pretty much nothing to choose between them. So it'll be very interesting to see who comes out on top here.
And credit to whoever's steering in those boats. They've steered a really, really good line. Umpire Roy Prosser hasn't had to get involved at all. I think he's just having a look at the cruisers coming down thinking, I quite fancy one of those.
Well, it's Glasgow who have responded here. They're continuing to move out. You can see there they've established, around 3/4 of a length. So really good response from Glasgow to see off the attentions of UL. So we move back to the start, race 3-3-2. KSRV Nord of the Netherlands up against Imperial College. Nord on the Berkshire station and Imperial on the Buckinghamshire station. And it is the crew from Holland who have had the better of the two starts. But again, converging together in the middle of the course. The crew from Holland, KSRV Nord, regular visitors to both Henley Women's and the Royal, putting in a good account of themselves so far as they come towards the quarter-mile mark. They've got around a length on Imperial College, so the narrative of this race somewhat different to the preceding Glasgow London University contest. Nord now just stretching out, trying to establish themselves as the market leader here and trying to make sure that they have clear water so that they can just stamp their authority and take complete control of the semi-final. I have to say, Greg, this Nord crew look like quite a tasty unit.
They are definitely. They've not really been troubled at all in the previous two races, beating the crew from University of Tulsa easily on Friday, and then yesterday beating Bristol University by 3.5 lengths. So, yeah, this is a powerful group of girls in here, and they're moving the boat really rather well.
Well, everyone talks at length about the quality of Brooks and Newcastle here in the UK, and of course the multitude of strong collegiate programs in the United States of America, but the Dutch regularly produce athletes and crews which upset the odds here at Henley Royal and Henley Women's. Of course, Neerhouse, one of the most famous, but Nord, Laha, Delfster Studenten, Proteus Iris, there's lots of them that are strong every time they come across here, and this Nord crew, no different from the pattern. But Imperial actually look like they're pegging them back stroke by stroke here. Yeah,
they are. Certainly this is the hardest race that Nord have had, and good on Imperial. They're not giving up, are they? Really pushing hard. But it seems to me, I think Nord are pretty comfortable there. They're just covering Imperial.
But it's now a case Nord have just rode out to a length and are just coming under sustained pressure here from Imperial. How can they respond? They haven't been in this situation before, as you say, Greg, certainly not at this regatta. So do they have the mental fortitude to actually respond and facilitate this sort of sustained pressure? At this stage, I would say the answer is yes. They've responded really well.
I mean, they're just rowing a little more cleanly at this stage, aren't they? The catches are just that bit crisper. I mean, they're certainly not relaxed, but they seem comfortable just holding that length lead, whereas Imperial, of course, are having to push pretty hard, making just a couple of mistakes with their blade work. They're really pushing them hard.
Yeah, but I think importantly for Nord, that margin of lead hasn't really changed despite sustained attacks from Imperial. It's still around 3/4 of a length. But you can see the pain etched on their faces.
They're working really hard, Tom, actually, and I think they've been pretty surprised by this Imperial crew.
I don't know, just watching that, form might be going a bit here. They're looking a little bit more ragged, and Imperial, if they can smell this, they need to respond. They need to start to move through now if they can, because they're running out of water. The rates there, it's gone up in the Imperial crew. I think they are trying to respond, buoyed on by the support on the bank that they'll undoubtedly have, and the coaches who might well be cycling alongside. They need to start to move now, Imperial, if they want to come through Nord, because Nord are looking a little bit more ragged. Perhaps used all the gas in their tank a little early, and Imperial mounting a big charge here. Significant charge, actually. Be interesting to see as they come past that static camera point how the standings are, because I think Imperial are coming on terms here.
They've really pushed hard, haven't they? What a terrific race.
Well, there we go, that's the finish line. We'll keep one eye on that.
Look, what a brilliant race. Well done, Imperial. Had they just been a little bit more on it from the beginning, and you can see Nord have definitely been in a race there. So again, that's going to be a terrific race later this afternoon. So we're just going to say thanks to Tom Morgan, who's done a tremendous stint as in the commentary chair over the last 3 days. His knowledge of rowing is encyclopedic, and we will miss him. Keep an eye out for junior rowing news as well if you are regular users of Twitter. There's no one more knowledgeable of junior rowing than this guy. But we're back to the exciting eights races, and now I'm joined by Ed in the commentary chair, and I'll let him talk us through this first race of the academic aspirational eights.
You can just see there the start of this race between Thames Rowing Club A and Vesta Rowing Club on the Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively. Really, really exciting races, always from the 8s with that really quick start. As we can see now, our cameras just flicked onto it a second ago, and already they're approaching our commentary position here in the little caravan you can see on your picture. Thames Rowing Club just seem to have got out to that early lead over their opposition from Vesta, and as they come past us now, there's just clear water between those two crews.
We said yesterday, Thames going through a fantastic time, both their men's and women's squads, almost dominant in the club circuit at the moment. And remember, these are people who have a day job as well, so they're not professional athletes by any stretch of the imagination. They have to find time to train as well. and it's very, very difficult to do that. And as you can see, the Thames have got still maintain that length lead, rowing extremely well.
Really, really exciting. 8 races for the spectators there as we just pass through the regatta enclosure. Loud, noisy, fast boats. And Thames are taking complete advantage of that with the power they've harnessed, really levering those blades through the water and lifting up with each stroke. You can just see, just starting to relax there as they start to break down those mental barriers the Vesta Rowing Club spent so long over the winter months building up.
Aspirational Club 8, they're racing for the Copus Cup, sponsored by the Copus Partnership.
We said earlier about the strength of Thames's programme. I believe they've got 3 or 4 8s entered in just one category coming up in a couple of weeks at Henley Regatta. Another one of the fantastic races that makes use of perhaps the most famous stretch of river water in the world for rowing events, Greg.
It's a real privilege, isn't it, to be here with these world-class athletes at this event, which has just grown and grown over the years, really due to the work of Miriam, Luke and her committee. Just done a tremendous job, and it's one of those events now that it is a world event. People here from all over the globe just want to be here competing at it, so it's a real testament to all the work that Miriam has done that this is such a big event now.
It is fantastic for the spectators here. If you can't make it down to Henley Women's Regatta today, do make sure to keep up with all the latest news with all our races live and on demand here on our YouTube channel, and the latest news from the regatta on all of our social media pages. And as we watch the conclusion of that race between the A crew from Thames Rowing Club and Vesta Rowing Club on the top right hand, we just flick down now to our next Aspirational Club 8 between Bristol City A and Agecroft Rowing Club.
So Bristol City had the unusual draw in the first round. They had to race their colleagues, Bristol B. They won that by 4.5 lengths, and then they were up against Lee yesterday and beat them. That's how they've got through to this semi-final. And it's Agecroft. They beat Mortlake on Friday, and then Thames C yesterday. That's how they've got through to here. Now you see Bristol with a faster start. Look at them at the rate right up there.
We know that Agecroft Rowing Club, big name down here on the domestic rowing circuit. Fantastic club, fantastic programme, and really are producing some athletes that can rival some of the best athletes that the country has to offer. But at the minute, unless I'm very much mistaken, it seems as if Bristol City are just having the edge over Agecroft. Yes, their fantastic drone shot there, just about a length. Bristol are dominating this, the second semi-final of the Aspirational Club 8.
And City of Bristol on the stretch of difficult water in the harbour with some tight turns They've clearly wintered well and still pushing pretty hard. The rate right up there. They haven't broken Agecroft at all. It's just a length and not much more. So Agecroft will be pushing hard to get back on alongside them.
I do have a bit of a soft spot for 8s, Greg, as you heard them come past just now. That wall of sound, both from in the boat and from support on the bank. It really is something special to watch, whether you're in the boat or, as we are.
Well, look, I think the 8s is the greatest team sport actually in the world. I know there's lots of arguments about it, but that's 8 people, and if you're not putting the blade in at exactly the same time and taking it out at the same time, I mean, you're actually putting brakes on the boat. You have to be so together. And a great shot there of the Bristol Coxed, because people sometimes focus on the 8 athletes who are pulling and pushing hard, but actually without that Cox, and it's not just the steering. And in races like this, the Cox can mean a difference between winning and losing. And Bristol's certainly being it's certainly being exhorted to try hard there by the Cox. He will be as equally, or she will be as equally exhausted as the athletes by the look of him.
You might be wondering there on the Bristol crew as they come past our camera once again what these little green straws are poking up out in front of each of the rowers. As Greg said a moment ago, if you don't get those blades in the water together, it really does put the brakes on the boat, and those straws there just help the athletes nail their timing. So absolutely in together and out together. And it looks like their brightly coloured straws are helping them to victory in this race.
It's small margins, isn't it, Ed? Little things like that will help. The technology that you can have in a boat now, you can actually get the technology that will measure the angle of the blade as it goes in the water, the power through it, the timing of the blade coming out, and then coaches will look at that and make adjustments as necessary. So it's got a scientific sport as well these days.
Really exciting time both to be in a boat and working alongside crews out of the boat. So as we just watched the conclusion of that race in our top right hand between Bristol City A and Agecroft, we move down into the bottom left to see the first of our semi-finals for the aspirational doubles sculls between Twickenham Rowing Club and Ipswich and Sudbury Rowing Club composite on the Buckinghamshire station.
So I'm quite interested in this. I think the Ipswich composite have done well over the last couple of days, and Twickenham also. Just looking over there at the bank, just checking the steering. And both of these crews have settled into the race really well. The aspirational double sculls for the Rosie McLaughlin trophy.
We've seen it all week, and I imagine we'll continue to see it. The strength of these composites coming into this regatta. It's something we're seeing more and more on the rowing scene at the minute. And we went through a whole period yesterday, about 4 or 5 races, where every race was won by a composite. It really allows 2 or 3 clubs to come together and provide their best athletes to create what we've seen so far as some fast boats. But it looks like currently that Twickenham are having the better of that composite from Ipswich and Sudbury as they approach us in the commentary tower now.
Both crews working hard. Steering's been really good. The umpire hasn't had to get involved at all, but it is Twickenham who are pushing hard. They're not quite a length up yet, and you just feel that if the composite could just push on a little bit now, this could be a tremendous race in the last half of it. With Twickenham just that almost a length up.
Double sculls, often a really hard boat to nail technically, but when rowed right, looks fantastic and incredibly exciting to row in, especially down the Henley course between those booms that so far haven't caused either of these crews any problems at all, as we'd expect from scullers of this class.
So the composite having had the slightly more difficult route to this semi-final, with tough races in the first round against Clydesdale, just a length and a half there, and then yesterday against Molesey, and 2 lengths in that. So they've had to work pretty hard to get here. They look very, very comfortable, Ed, though, don't they? They're nice and long. They almost look as though they're paddling, but the boat's going pretty quickly.
It definitely does. It definitely does look like they're having a paddle there, Greg. And it's fantastic to see, even at this aspirational level, that under pressure of the race, that Twickenham double hasn't quite put enough clear water between themselves and the composite to be completely comfortable in this race. But despite that, both crews sculling with real class here, because you really tidy blade work there from both crews as they approach the camera here.
Composite just putting in a bit of a push there. Whoever's making the calls has just asked for something a little more, because they know if they don't get on side now, it's going to be too late. But so comfortable, the Twickenham double there. Nice and long. and sculling really well.
See a great water level shot there. Little slip over the blades there, but apart from that, these girls have been sculling with real class as they've come down the course so far. Looking really comfortable as they aim. Just put a bit more water between themselves and the Ipswich Sudbury composite that has so far done so well in this competition. And as we just watched the conclusion of that race, we fly back up to the start to watch our second semi-final of the day for the aspirational double sculls between two composites this time, Leicester Rowing Club and Shiplake College on the Berkshire Station, and Aberdeen University and Robert Gordon University on the Buckinghamshire, furthest away from your screen at the moment.
So we've got England against Scotland, and I have to confess to be very interested in this, of course, because as headmaster at Shiplake College, I'm really hoping that Liv Morgan, who is stroking that composite with Lauren, that they do well, and they certainly made a good start, Ed.
They definitely have there, indeed. See their fantastic drone shot. The Shiplake composite with Leicester Rowing Club have just got out of that better start. I think a little bit of a steering issue there for the other composite, the Scottish composite between Aberdeen University and Robert Gordon University. A combination that we've seen in several boat classes over the last few days, and it's paid dividends so far, but they haven't quite got the might to come up against that Shiplake combination.
Yeah, and that Shiplake Leicester just not as crisp steering as I've seen them over the last couple of days. They've just been warned by the umpire, but they corrected it ever so gently, and that's so important. And it's Lauren Henley who is doing the steering. Oh, and she's getting another bit of a warning there. Umpire, he's looking quite grumpy, isn't he?
Quite dramatic warning there, I think. Quite a big flag toss from the stern of the boat.
I just wonder if that's David Biddulph who's umpiring, and he absolutely takes no prisoners. So those crews will certainly know that they've been told in an emphatic way. But it is the composite Shiplake College Leicester, Lauren Henley from Leicester and Liv Morgan from Shiplake College who are in control of this race. As you go along, they've got about a 4-length and lead at the moment. Sculling beautifully, as you might expect. Both of these athletes have rowed for Great Britain and medalled at the recent international regatta at Munich, and it is indeed David Biddulph who's umpiring. His heart rate will be going a little less high now that that composite of Shiplake College and Leicester have gone out to about 4-5 lengths. Quite a comfortable lead now as they approach the enclosures. I think they're looking pretty good for the final. That final, if all goes well, will be between there we are, that composite there, and Twickenham. That should be quite a race at 5-3 this afternoon.
We just heard there how this double that you can see on screen now, really lovely blade work there, medal at the Munich International Regatta. I think that's just showing how far junior rowing has come on in recent years, that more and more crews are not only competing on the domestic scene, but also travelling abroad to compete there, and not only that, but beating the local crews in those countries and from all over Europe.
So Lauren Henley, just in the bow of that boat, she took a silver medal at the National Schools, and Liv took the bronze medal. So it's a pretty powerful double, let's say.
Definitely is, combining the best of both worlds by the looks of it there. You can just see there that nice tidy blade work between the two. Shiplake, of course, denoted by their famous stripy all-in-ones.
The bumblebee, as we call it.
The bumblebee, I like that.
The chemistry between these two girls is great, but very different. Lauren, as you can see there, much taller, and Liv, extremely powerful. She's a wonderful athlete, I can tell you now. There's only girls in the sixth form at Shiplake, and she's had to train on her own, whereas the boys, of course, can train together in eights. She was awarded the best senior athlete at the college this year, so she beat all the boys, and that says a lot for her. She's And I tell you what, she is so strong in the mind as well. So when it comes against side-by-side racing, you're going to have to do something to beat Liv. And Lauren, I know, is equally determined.
We'll keep an eye on that race as the Leicester shipplate combination just starts to take the straight rate down as they come towards the end of that semi-final. But we'll flick down with that fantastic drone shot for the first of our semi-finals of the Development Coxed Falls, this time between Crew 277 Dundee University and Crew 271 Agecroft Rowing Club.
So this is, as it says, Development Coxed Falls, and this is for the Frank Harry Cup. So they've got the advantage of having that person in the bows there, just steering them along and assisting them, cajoling them, helping them, forcing them,
Ordering them.
And a lot of the time, Ed,
There is a lot of ordering on the bows of these boats.
Yeah.
But that
You
can
will
be-
do what I tell you to do.
Some of the cocks I've met are absolutely terrifying, tiny and terrifying. But as we can see there, despite being development fours, these two crews are looking really, really tidy as they come through the opening stages of this race. And of course, the advantage of having a cox in the bow is twofold. Both the steering, the pressure of that being taken off one of the crew members, and whether it's ordering or encouragement, that does just help the crew maintain their momentum as they start to fatigue later on in this race. But as they come past our country position now, it's very tight, Greg.
Yeah, it's Dundee nearest to the camera. Have worked hard out of the blocks and got just half a length lead on Agecroft. We've seen quite a few Agecroft crews at this competition. Just maintaining that half a length lead. They're pushing really, really hard. What they'd love to do is get out to that length where all of the athletes in the boat can just look across, but they haven't got that yet and working really, really hard.
I have to say there, Dundee University, I think looking at the slightly more technically proficient crew, they're looking far more comfortable, as we'd expect from a crew that's leading as they enter the regatta enclosures. Agecroft, of course, a large club with a large presence here at Henley Women's Regatta, will be enjoying the full support of their crewmates on the bank as we just watch about the halfway mark of this race 337 of the Development Coxed Falls.
So Dundee, Hannah Campbell, Catherine Caniford, Fiona Lapp, Eleanor Brinkoff and coxed by Isabella Ashcroft. You see the intensity and the work rate there of the athletes in a UL boat. So they didn't have to bring their boat down with them, which is great on one side, but getting used to a different boat's quite difficult. So I would imagine Agecroft are in their own boat.
The crew do form a bit of a bond with their boat, and of course we don't realise that here on the bank, but each of those tiny little components on the boat can be individually adjusted to the athlete's need to make that boat go as fast as possible.
And it's a great shot there of the Cox. You know, absolutely not for one moment is she quiet. You know, she's having a wee look outside there, can't see the boat, so she's got no idea where the opposition are. So all she is doing, look, there she is having a look. Where are they? Where are they? Are they close? I'm sure she's asked someone, but they're too tired, aren't they, to give them any response. Working really, really hard. It's a great shot of athletes striving to get to that finish line first.
As we just watched that crew from Dundee University, hopefully for them, take the win. So I'd like to welcome anyone who's just joined us here at Henley Women's Regatta 2019. This is Finals Day Sunday. We have a full programme of racing lined up for you today with championship crews all the way down to the best the J16s of the country and abroad have to offer as we look to hand out the silverware at this, the most prestigious event for women in rowing the world over.
So it looks like Dundee are looking, well, certainly not comfortable, one couldn't say that, but they have a comfortable lead. And there's a shot of some of our volunteers, the safety boats that are dotted along the course. So bottom left there we just see the second semi-final of this development falls between Durham University on the Berkshire side, that's a towpath side, and again Tideway Sculls School. and like Agecroft and Thames, many crews in this event.
I heard some of the Scullers, Tideway Sculler School, talking this morning, and their plan was to paint the Thames red and yellow. And as they come up against a fantastic competition from Durham University, their A-boat, will they be able to get their cans of paint out, or will they be relegated before they reach the final of this, the Development Coxed Fours?
But it's certainly Durham have got out of the blocks that much quicker. They're about almost a length up as they're coming to that quarter-mile mark there. Just you see it from the drone shot on the right there. And that probably is the drone master that we're seeing there.
Looks like quite a bit of fun.
Does look a lot of fun, actually.
I think I should ask if I can have a go later. And as we move away from another one of those fantastic drone shots, we can see there race 338, the Development Coxed Fours, between Tideway Sculler School on the left of your picture and the winners currently at this stage in the race, Durham University A crew. But as they come past our commentary position here, Durham's lead looks a bit
well, it's been
unstable
reduced,
here.
Ed, hasn't it? And Tideway Sculler Schools have come right back at them. The Durham were nearly a length up, and it's now down to a canvas. So
Really
Durham University,
exciting race.
Emily, Andrew, Jessica Tempest, Sophie Tumas, Natasha Morrison, Coxed by Abigail Riley. As we saw them, they were quick out of the blocks and now being pushed very, very hard by Tideway Scullers. And they're just sniffing a bit there of an advantage, aren't they, Tideway? They've really pushed hard, and they're just skellying, as they might say in Scotland, over to the right. And I would say, Ed, that they've taken a bit of a lead there, Tideway Scullers.
They have, definitely. Don't know if it's just my eye here, but I really see the power that Tideway are putting through those blades. They just seem to have more of a grip at the front end, applying the power, snapping the heels down, as we say in rowing, which has allowed them just to gain that lead of still about a canvas, trying to open it up to more about half a length over the A crew from Durham University.
It's fantastic for these development fours to be here at women's Henley. You know, they won't have been rowing that long, and the blade work, you know, won't be as crisp, nowhere near as crisp as the championship. But this is where, you know, international athletes start their journey. And Tideway Scullers there really pushed on, and Durham are going to have to respond now if they're going to get back into it.
Tideway Scullers, of course, as we said, there many athletes will start their international journey here on the Henley stretch. Tideway Scullers, I believe, having representation from their club in the national team every year since 1983. It's a really, really powerful club that year on year, for many years now, breeds fantastic athletes. And that's obviously trickled down that heritage into the development fours, as we see some fantastic blade work coming from these crews, coming past our camera now.
The athletes really worked hard there to get that lead over Durham, and not prepared to give it up now. You can see the effort that's going into every stroke. And there will be fatigue going in there. This is their third race, as well as the time trial, so fatigue will be settling in a little bit. They just need to hang on, and they will make the final. So we're just going to leave that race and go down to left-hand side of your screen there for a really interesting race. It's a semi-final of the Championship Single Sculls with Cambridge, Parker on the Berkshire side and Molesey, Lewick on the Buckinghamshire side. And it is the Cambridge sculler who has got the advantage at the moment.
So as we said there, the first semi-final of this, the Championship Single Sculls, just coming away now. See that drone shot as these two scullers just come up to the quarter-mile mark of the famous Henley course. Both Scullers just trying to squeeze on now, just to gain that early advantage.
So it is the Cambridge Sculler Abigail Parker who has that probably 2 lengths advantage now over the Molesey Sculler, Elo Luik.
I think it might have been Lighton Grove. I think this is the race, the other race for the single sculls. I think it's Nottingham versus Tideway.
Well, it is. Of course it is. How did we get that wrong?
Commentator's curse has gone even further than we thought. Here we are. So, an update on who is actually racing in this, the first semi-final of the Championship Single Sculls. Closest to your picture now, you have the sculler from Nottingham Rowing Club, Campbell Ord, and furthest away from you, Tideway Scullers School, Walters. And it is Campbell from Nottingham Rowing Club that has the early advantage in this race.
So apologies to both of those scullers, to us getting them mixed up, how we could do that with the very evident club colours that they're wearing. Maybe just getting a bit too close to the screen here.
Just there, as we pass through the barrier, you can see Nottingham Rowing Club, the sculler there, just extending her lead over Walters from Tideway Scullers. Nottingham, a really, really strong club up in the centre of England. Fantastic programme there. Much like Tideway, especially more nowadays, producing some athletes that go on to represent the country at under 23 and national level.
So the Championship Single Sculls, this is for the George Innes Cup. And we're looking there at Annie Campbell Ord, a Nottingham sculler. She's had a great season this season. This would be the icing on the cake for her if she could get into the final and do well in that. She's certainly in control at the moment over the Tideway Scullers, Bethan Waters. She's just taken a rate down. It looks so easy, of course, when you've got that lead. You just relax in the shoulders and everything becomes a little easier. You don't get as fatigued as you do if you're trying to put the chase on. You just see the difference in the shoulders there. The Tideway Scullers really working really hard to try and get back at the Nottingham sculler, having a wee look over and thinking, oh, I've just put that push in, I should be a bit closer than I am. What's going on? A lovely shot of a super sculler. Everything working well, the balance is good. Engaging at the front end, leaving the blade in for as long as she can. Really smooth action.
You can just see that contrast here between the more experienced scullers in the championship events and the rowers who just had in the development fours. Obviously these scullers in the championship events have been sculling or rowing that bit longer, and that's allowed them to work closely with their coaches to find their individual style, because not everyone rows in the same way, that produces the most amount of power.
And there is the second semi-final, the one that I've actually already commentated on. But actually not the same athletes. So now we absolutely can be certain that we do have Cambridge University against Molesey. So Cambridge closest to the bank as you look down there, and it's Molesey Luik who's had the better of the starts.
Neither of these clubs need any real introduction. Molesey, of course, a breeding ground for great athletes who go on to international success, and Cambridge University Women's Boat Club, of course, famed for their role in the annual boat race on the Tideway against Oxford. Cambridge had a real drive this year on their strength and conditioning training, so building the muscle throughout the winter with their strength and conditioning coach Milos Robel, who's really brought on both the men's and women's athletes here to great success, not only at the boat races, but here at Henley and other major regattas around the country.
So just at the top there, we're seeing the Nottinghamshire sculler as she approaches the finish, just winding down, and about 3 lengths there.
But of course means that our full attention can now go to the race that's just passing the quarter mile mark between the Molesey sculler and the Cambridge University Sculler. Molesey, of course, having that early lead. A very, very, very controlled stroke there, Greg, from the Molesey Sculler, looking very comfortable and very powerful.
Yeah, again, great balance, as you might expect from championship scullers. It's important that the stroke is smooth. If we will get a shot as they go past us, and we'll just look at the bows of both of these boats, because you'll see that they're not dipping into the water. Have a look at that. So the bow ball really smooth going along the top of the water. That means that the stroke is fluid and it's not jerky at all. It just means the run on the boat is that much quicker. So both of these scullers showing us absolutely excellent technique.
Could hear there as they came past us the support for Cambridge University, and I imagine as we get further down into the regatta enclosure, we'll have that support from Molesey as well. Very strong club with a very strong presence here this year at Henley Women's Regatta 2019.
It's a Molesey sculler, isn't it, that has front-loaded this, really wanted to get ahead. She's got about three lengths up now. She can afford to relax a little. Trouble with relaxing is that if you make a mistake with your blade work, you could actually find your boat stopped. So while she wants to keep relaxing the shoulders, she'll need to keep pushing on and just keeping an eye on there, the Cambridge sculler. So that's the distance. If I was racing here, that's the distance I would love to have over my opponents, because you can cover absolutely everything. And there she is. She's just relaxing a little bit, blowing out. Lovely blade work. Look at the bow, smoothly through the water.
Great position to be in for the Molesey sculler, but really hard, especially in the single, for the Cambridge sculler, who can't see or hear her opponents. No idea where she is. Really, really hard, especially on this Henley course.
So the final in about 3 hours. It's, if barring any ill accidents here, it's going to be between Molesey and Nottingham. For the George Innes Cup. Beautiful shot of a superb athlete working her way towards the final of the championship sculls at Henley Women's Regatta. Lovely shot there of the engagement at the front end, right there. Arms extended, great back position at the catch, using the strong leg muscles to push through. So barring accidents, it looks like the Molesey sculler will move through to the final, and Ed and I are going to hand over to fellow commentators for the next race, which is the semi-final of the Championship Coxed Fours.
So underway on the course, we've got race number 341, Oxford Brookes on the Berkshire Station against London University on the Buck Station. They've just left the end of the Temple Island, are approaching the commentary station about a third of the way down the course. And at the moment it very much looks like London University have set the pace here. They've got about a both lengths lead over Oxford Brookes.
Oh yeah, they've already got some clear water today this afternoon. If you join us for the first time, this is the YouTube live coverage of Henley Women's Regatta 2019 with me, Warren Muggleson, and Sheila Ford. And you're just seeing on your drone, wonderful drone footage here, that is University of London taking the lead in the Avril Vellacott's Cup over Oxford Brookes University in the semi-final of the event. The creme de la creme of fours, and London really striding out here to a confident lead. Of course, winners of the Women's Fours Championships last year, and Oxford Brookes had a bit of a trial to get here, beat Molesey by a third of a length in the last round, so a bit of a tough one to get here, and University of London really taking advantage of that.
Yeah, after a hard race, you've got to wonder how much they've still got left in the tank for their upcoming races, and it looks like at the moment they haven't come out particularly fast against London University. London University seem to have got a bit more energy still left in them, but let's see if they can put a push on from Oxford Brookes as they just are going past the enclosures. They're going to have to make a move soon before they run out of water. It looks like they've closed the gap a little bit, but they've got to really put some work on if they're going to catch London University at this point in the race.
Yeah, definitely. These kind of points when you've seen them pushing away again and again. We talked about it earlier today, where if you could see the opposition, that's the unique aspect I think about rowing, is you can see your opposition behind
Well,
you.
only if you're in the lead.
Only if you're in the lead.
Yeah.
That's one of the unique aspects of this sport. And it's a very good feeling to have.
Yeah, you're going backwards, but if you're in the lead,
great.
it's really good motivation to see. But you don't want your opposition catching up to you. So there's that psychological advantage as well of being able to gauge just how much you can ease back on that stroke rate, and the force that you're putting into your stroke. These ladies, they won't want to relax too much, just in case anything goes wrong. But at the moment, London University very much in control of this race against Oxford Brookes.
They certainly are. I mean, taking a look at some of the stroke rates that we're seeing about 35 from London at the minute, but Oxford Brookes keeping the pressure up on 38. Two different crews here, different parts. Obviously, University of London take advantage of aspects of the tideway. Also different. That's how fast they were going. That's what they see. You see all those sweeping angles there that we saw. That's what the rowers see when they're going that fast. Let's go. But University of London striding away, all in unison in their splendid purple, white and black lycra.
Purple banded, yeah.
Rather than across the top, and the purple streak.
Yeah, they are. They're streaking down the course, and you can see in their boat. The trick is with sweep rowing that balancing the boat, your main body weight has got to stay in the centre of the boat as you come forward on that slide, and it's just the shoulders and the arms that are moving across to take the catch on that. It's very easy to destabilise these sweep boats, so the crew really do have to work together and watch what each other's doing.
Absolutely, yes. And just coming back to the start, what a great finish that was, but at the start now we have race 3-4-2, that second semi-final of the Women's Championships Coxed Fours for the Avril Vellacott's Cup. On the left of your picture is the US Naval Academy, and on the right, to about to appear from the trees, will be Edinburgh University.
Yeah,
we have an interesting start there.
I know, both crews having some steering issues, trying to get their bearings just as they come to the end of Temple Island. The US Naval Academy doing a little bit of a zigzag towards the booms, but correcting themselves before they got into too much trouble. Both crews looking like they're settling down into quite a good race pace here, and US Naval Academy have got the advantage at the moment by about half a boat length from Edinburgh University.
They do indeed, yes, and they're really taking this race by the horns, having about rate 40. After a few steering adjustments, they are coming out the better, keeping that coordination at the catch and driving away those finishes. They've had a bit of a run here. They beat the Oxford University women and they beat Leander to get here. Leander, of course, row on this bit of river So they've really worked their way to this semi-final against Edinburgh, who are a force themselves.
Yeah, I think everybody's got bragging rights at this point, haven't they?
This is Sunday, I feel. Sunday midday. We are.
Yeah, it's no small
hitters.
feat to actually get here. And we can see Edinburgh University are starting to creep up now on the US Naval Academy. So stroke by stroke, they're trying to move up the boat and overhaul them. They're just going past us in the commentary box at the moment.
So that's 3/4 of a length that we've just seen going past there. That's
Yeah.
superb. Race of 41 from Edinburgh. They are keeping the pressure right up here, as we said. The stakes are high. It's a place in the final against the winners of the last race, which is London University, at stake here, which we'll see later on today. But my goodness, it's going to be a brilliant final, whoever goes through, I think.
It will. US Naval Academy trying to respond to that challenge from London University. The question now is, have they got much strength left after going out so fast and that really high stroke rate
really
at the
is.
start of the race? What have they got left in the tank to finish this race off?
They have indeed. I mean, we're talking about some girls who know all about pressure at the big time Scottish Championships, won the women's seniors. They know all about controlling a race and finding the right time. We said before, coming up to the regatta enclosure as they are now, this is the point where if there's a bit of overlap, you start to think, are they going to make a move? Watch out, when are they going to make it? How can we respond to it? You see some gritted faces there from the number 3 girl, Georgina Robinson Ranger. There, draw a bit of a balance there. This is it. These are these little psychological moments. If something like that happens, your opponent will see it when they're that close to you and think, right, now we can start thinking about making a move.
Yeah, these ladies will be in pain, but hopefully they'll be getting some cheers and support from the enclosures as they go past. But yeah, a little bit of a wobble there. So that could be just a lack of focus and concentration from the crew. Maybe they're just getting a little bit tired, but it's tough. These ladies will be feeling the pain, and you can see they're so well matched. If Edinburgh can make a strong move now, they might just snatch it, but I fear it might be a little bit too late. US Naval Academy still going strong. They've sorted out their balance issues and back in sync and looking very comfortable here.
Yeah, well, it's it, isn't it? They just do worry about a couple of stray strokes in that bucket rig that they've got going there. It's interesting, if you're not watching this for the first time, you can have 2 different types of rigs. You either have left, right, or bow stroke, or you can have this bucket rig, which is cool because it's the shape of a bucket when you look at it from the butt, as far as I understand it. But it can lead to some balance issues if you're trying it, which what we're seeing here a little bit, and you can see they're trying to respond by bringing a big push here. I think they've put in a bit of a move.
Yeah, I think they have. But when you put that push on, both bow side and stroke side of the crew need to put the same pressure into their strokes, or else you will get those balance issues on a boat like this. So they've got to be totally in sync with each other, and the more time they spend on the water together, of course, the better they'll know each other.
Absolutely. We're just seeing the start of the next race, the aspirational quads. But if we can just return to the race going on for this Championship 4's semi-final, it is really hotting up here at the end. Edinburgh putting down the power. They're looking across. I think they may have just done it. They have an incredible row through from Edinburgh. So starting behind, they have come all the way through, timed their move absolutely perfectly, and they've rowed through the US Naval Academy to get that place in the Championship 4's final.
It on the line. That's a fantastic performance. It just shows the mental strength that you need in this sport. Now, coming up the course now, we've got Nottingham Rowing Club composite crew with Strathclyde against the Tideway Sculls School. And this is race number 343. Tideway Sculls not getting the best start here. Nottingham and Strathclyde look like they're pushing ahead. Some of these composite crews have been doing really well this weekend at the Henley Women's Regatta, and it's proving true today with just about a both lengths lead for the composite crew from Nottingham and Strathclyde.
So this is the first semi-final in this event, and we'll see the winner of this race and the winner of the next race go against each other in the final later on today, and that will be race 383, which should take place later at 3:15. But for now, let's focus on the action on the water. And it is on the near side, the Berkshire Bank, Nottingham Rowing Club and Strathclyde Park Composite leading Tideway Scullers on the far side by just over a length.
Yeah, Strathclyde are not letting them get away too far. They're still just about in contact with each other, and you could see the bow person there from Tideway Scullers glancing over just to see where the composite crew, Nottingham and Strathclyde, are. So that probably signals that they're about to make a bit of a push, put a challenge in. They know this course, have several crews down here this weekend, and of course from the past. So they know that they've got to put some pressure on right now, and not let the composite crew get away from them too far. Let's see how they get on with that.
So the composite rating a fairly steady 36 strokes a minute. They're nice and comfortable out in front at the moment. They can look back on their competitors and they just want to make sure they hold on to that position as Tideway Scullers continue to challenge them going down the course.
Yeah, Tideway won't want to let this one get away, but it's good to see that the Nottingham and Strathclyde crew are managing this race really well, putting in enough energy to keep their lead, but obviously they're going to be aware that they've got a final coming up if they do manage to win this race, so they don't want to deplete all their reserves just now. So it's a really finely balanced game and thought process that goes into these races.
And that Nottingham crew, a crew of Amy Hicken, Erica Hurst, Perry McCuskey and Molly Johnson, just leading out this first semi-final in the aspirational coxless quads.
And as we're watching the final stages of that race, Nottingham and Strathclyde against the Tideway, we can see that race number 344 is getting underway on the course. We've got Reading University on the Berkshire station and Molesey on the Buck station. And it does look like that Nottingham and Strathclyde are going to take that first semi-final away from Tideway Scullers. Looking very comfortable and confident as they are. Yeah, they've just crossed the finish line.
So it's a steadily won lead there. They started out off the start and just started to push away, and further as they went down the course, that lead expanded and expanded.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got the next race. They've just passed the end of Temple Island, and Reading University, who once again will know these waters very well, look like they've taken about half a boat length lead, so they obviously got off to a good start. Molesey creeping back on them very slowly, but still in the very early stages of this race as they approach the commentary box.
Yeah, if we look on that drone footage now, looking very, very close between these two crews. I'd say there's only a canvas in it, if that, between the two boats. So very tight at the first stages of this race, and anything could happen as we go down the course. Reading University, a crew of Francesca Bailey-Tate, Kate Leister, Maria Norman and Emily May. And from Molesey Boat Club on the other side of the course, that is Charlotte Bainbridge, Ellie Alexopoulos, Megan Dewhart and Sarah Diu.
And they're just coming past us in the commentary box now, and we can see there's not much change in the positions of these boats. Reading University maintaining about a quarter of a boat length lead over Molesey. Both crews keeping an eye on each other, but looking like they've got their act together. Some good form being shown by both crews. Nice blade work, nice and clean.
So as they come into the middle of this race, they'll be well settled into their rhythm. It's now about pushing on, getting that power down into the water, and just starting to turn the screw on your opposition. You want to slowly be pushing away from them as you come towards the midway point of your race.
Yeah, and the umpire, beg your pardon, the umpire's just had his flag up to tell Molesey to move over. They were straying into the centre of the course. Quite difficult, despite what we might think, to row a straight course when they're focusing on so many things, making sure that they're together. And you can see that Molesey are now straying back into the centre of the course, moving away from the booms on the buck station. So it wouldn't surprise me if the umpire is going to shout at them again just to maintain their lane discipline.
So these, of course, are coxless boats. The oarsmen are steering the boats themselves, often from the bow seat, using foot steer. So their foot will be attached to rudder on the end of the boat. But it's a difficult challenge because, of course, they are facing the other way, and they've got to focus not only on putting the power through the water and keeping up with the race, but also making sure they steer a straight line down the course.
Yeah, it can be tricky, and they just need the smallest touch on that rudder to adjust the direction that they're moving in. Too much, they can oversteer, and they have to correct themselves again. And every time they're touching that rudder, they're just adding a little bit more drag to the boat, so they're slowing the boat down. So ideally, they just want to touch it as little as possible. Yeah, get in a straight line and try and maintain that with the strokes that they're putting through the water, and keep the boat in a straight line that way and not have to touch the rudder. Difficult job.
So Reading University had an early lead in this race off the start. It looks as though they're holding on to that as we head down the course. They're on the near side, the Berkshire Bank. And on the other side of the course, we have Molesey Boat Club, of course, chasing them all the way down the course. But it looks to me as though that gap is expanding now as we approach the third quarter of this race.
Yeah, Reading University very much in control of this race. I think Molesey are not doing themselves any favours with their steering issues. I'm adding a little bit of zigzag as they go down the course. But Reading University in a very commanding position here. They can see any challenges that Molesey will put in at this point, and can respond immediately. I've just seen the Molesey bow person look across, so maybe they're going to put a challenge in. We might expect a bit of a sprint finish here. Both these clubs wanting to go through to the next stage.
Yeah, so both crews rating fairly high. We're still in the kind of 36s, 38s from both of them. But Reading University rating a little bit lower as they're more comfortable in the starting position. But we can see in the bottom left of your screen the next race off the start. This is race 345 in the Junior 8s. On the near side we have St Paul's School, all the way from the United States of America. And on the far side a composite of St Paul's Girls and Tideway Sculls School.
Again, two clubs from St Paul's, but from different sides of the Atlantic Ocean. And coming out of the Temple Island part of the race, St Paul's Schools USA have got over a boat length lead from the composite crew from St Paul's Girls' School and Tideway Sculls School, and looking like they are increasing that lead even at these early stages in the race.
What a superb start from St Paul's School USA. Make sure we indicate that.
Yeah,
the
which
right
one?
Was won third consecutive New England Championships this year. Talk about there's a lot of sporting success over in New England and America. And ask Tom Brady about that in the NFL. But lots going on there. And Youth National Championship entries as well. 3-time Peabody Cup winners and twice runner-up. They have a lot of history at this event. And they are showing their dominance. Moving out to the middle of the course, everybody can see St Paul's US coming down the course in this Junior 8s, even as they come past Temple Meadows and past our commentary position against the composite of St Paul's School, Paul's Girls in London, and Tideway Sculls School. And you can just hear it. You might even be able to hear it over the commentary. That's one of the best sounds, I think, in rowing you can hear. When an 8, you hear the one sound at the finish, and every
thunk,
single blade
yeah.
comes out at perfect time. Thunk is the perfect onomatopoeia.
That's my word for it, the thunk.
That is it.
That's
Well,
what
that's
I'm
all you
trying
can
to-
say, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, and
perfect.
it's interesting because some of the composite crews this weekend have been doing really well. And indeed this composite crew from St Paul's Girls and Tideway Sculls Schools have done it amazingly well to get to this point. So I do wonder how much time they get on the water together as a crew.
Well, we said that there was a composite earlier that we literally this same event in St Paul's. I believe it was the girls' fours. I think it was. It was the St Paul's US girls squad and against the here we are junior fours. Yeah, St Paul's girls against St Paul's Tideway Scullers.
Yeah.
And that composite had only been together for 2 weeks, and they still did very well. They weren't
Amazing.
quite able to match. But you can see early, if you've been watching earlier today, you'll see when crews start to wind down the rate as we're seeing here, you know that there's quite a good lead that they have. But if we take a look at the rate here now for St Paul's School US, it's about 27.
Wow, that's
But
quite
at this
low.
point in the race, that's pretty considerable confidence. To say
It is. But I guess why waste their energy if they could be in the final? But they'll be keeping a very close eye on St Paul's and the Tideway. Of course, in this particular boat, we were talking about looking backwards. The Coxed is looking forwards. So sometimes the Coxed is relying on the strokesperson straight in front of him to relay information, because the Coxed doesn't want to be looking around too much to see how the crew behind them are doing, because that would destabilise the boat, make it a little bit slower. But a nice, easy rate that we can see there from St Paul's School.
Absolutely, it's very much a team sport. Is rowing. You have to have a certain level of trust among your fellow crew members, and this St Paul's US crew certainly have that. They have full belief in their strokes setting the rate, in their bow pair setting the balance, in the engine room in the middle of the middle four, and the Velda Cox as well. Let's not forget, very important crew. Well, I would be interested to see Coxless 8 at some point. I think that'd be a wonderful event.
Could be a lot of crashing.
Yeah. But as you can see here, looking very strong and long and confident.
Yeah, they'll be
really putting a show
feeling
on.
Good. Yeah, and they can enjoy this last part of the race. They feel like they've got complete control here.
And we can see the next race has got started at a blistering pace in the seventh semi-final of the junior eights between Enniskillen Royal Boat Club in
School.
Ireland and Henley on their home water. And a great start actually from the visitors from Ireland. Just seeing in the top right of your picture the St Paul's Girls School USA beating the composite of Tideway and St Paul's Girls. Unless something else happens at this point, I think that was pretty set. But going down to the end of Temple Island for the other semi-final of the junior eights to see who will face St Paul's School USA, and it looks like it's Enniskillen taking the early advantage.
Yeah, they've come out of their start very strong, and are trying to maintain their lead. I reckon they've got about half a boat length at the moment. They'll be trying to stretch that out, lengthen their strokes, and settle down into a doable stroke rate for them to maintain down the coast, down the course.
Down the coast, down the
Where are we?
Well,
We're on the river.
both matching stroke rates at the moment of 38, but it is all about the start at this point. It's so important to have an important start, especially off Temple Island. Well, we talked about this before. The guys were talking about it earlier, Greg and Ed. You can follow the boys, but if you do, you're going to end up in the bank. You have to have a lot. Well, at this stage, have a lot of belief in your cocks, but also if you're steering yourself, you have to just trust your instinct when you set up at the start line.
Yes.
I think there might be a lot of self-doubt may creep in at starts, but at this point there's full belief at this level. It is absolute perfection for both crews. Enniskillen coming past us at the commentary position. It might just be about to get clear water, but it's very, very close. I think they're just a canvas at the back, but it might just be getting some clear water. Enniskillen from Ireland. We're looking at Henley's second crew here. On the Buckinghamshire side. This is their second eights. Did win the second eights at National Schools Regatta, but they are really under the cosh here against the Enniskillen crew.
They are. They're going to have to put a move on very sharpish if they're going to pull back this lead that Enniskillen have got. It just shows that getting a very confident start can really reap rewards for the crew. Enniskillen doing really well on their start and coming out of Temple Island ahead. Even though Henley are the local crew, they know these waters like the back of their hands. But Enniskillen have definitely got the advantage here. You can see Henley trying to creep up on them now. Have Enniskillen still got enough depth of endurance to keep this up right to the end of the race as they go past the enclosures? I'm sure all their supporters are going to be shouting and cheering for them, giving them some motivation to just work through that pain that they'll all be feeling.
Absolutely. It's a very confident crew here. We're looking at a couple of junior 16s in here actually won their event at National Schools Regatta, in fourth in the Women's Champions 8 the next day. And this crew actually have a record over in Ireland, the fastest crew at the Castle Connell Head of the River race, as well as 2 other head race wins. This is a very, very confident crew, and they are showing it here. It's quite an interesting point, that, as well, because people talk about there's 2 different types of racing. If you don't know much about rowing, there's 2 different types of racing. Head racing, where you're doing time trials one after the other, and regatta racing, where you're side by side. And some crews maybe struggle to transition between head and regatta racing, but some crews just take it in their stride.
Yeah. The thing with head racing and time trials is that you can't see who you're racing against. You've just got to race your best race. This side-by-side racing, I find as a spectator, is so much more exciting. It's very gladiatorial. There's a winner, there's a loser. There's no in between here, and you can see exactly how well each crew are doing. So you pays your money, takes your choice.
Absolutely. We're seeing them go across, looking very confident to finish line as the next event starts, which will be the aspirational singles sculls. And we'll be back with, we're going to bring our friends back in to introduce our next race for us, Jack. Which is the aspirational singles sculls. We have on the Berkshire side Agecroft's Parsons, and on the Buckinghamshire side Grosvenor's Ibel.
So yes, this is the semi-final of this event. So the winner of this race will go through with the winner of the next race, and they'll race in the final later on today. So they've done incredibly well to get this far in the weekend, but we've got to cut 2 of these 4 athletes over the course of the next 2 races so that we have our 2 finalists. So it looks to me, if we look on that overhead footage that we've got here, that it is Grosvenor Rowing Club on the far side who have the early lead in this race. But we've just seen the finish there of the previous race, which was the Junior 8s. So Grosvenor Rowing Club just leading out as we come through the start of the race, but a race can't be won off the start. They need to hold that position as they go down the course, and that will be the challenge for Ibel, the sculler for Grosvenor Rowing Club.
That's right, she's certainly taking advantage of these early bits. Rate 28 at the moment, holding it. Lucy Ibel, the part of the started out with the Paul Turner High Performance at Chester School. 3rd at Wallingford this year, 6th in the Championship Singles the next day. A lot of prowess coming to this then again. We've got Jordan Parsons for Agecroft back over in Manchester.
It's interesting to see Agecroft rating just a little bit higher than Grosvenor over on the far side, just about 30 strokes a minute there on the near side of the course, and that will help her as she tries to mount a challenge to the Grosvenor sculler.
One thing to point out here is it's brilliant to see. The thing about single sculls is you're exposed, completely exposed as a rower. Everything is going on show, but the thing that is really standing out for me in this Grosvenor sculler is her reach. Absolutely astonishing arch on that stroke that she's getting. She's getting the maximum amount of time in the water as she possibly can to get that perfect parabolic curve that we talk about. I'll talk about that later in rowing, which is power. So getting the most power in the water at as much time as possible.
Yeah, she's really picking it up at the catch, getting that leg drive in. It's all about legs in rowing. It looks like it's the arms that are doing the action, but really it's the lower body that has the strength, and it's from there that this power is coming for the Grosvenor sculler Ibel on the far side.
Still ringing in my ears from my old rowing days. It was always our call was legs and backs. Heard it about 20 times in a well, probably 200 actually times in a race. But she's just doing it all herself. This is it with single sculling. You're on your own. You have to focus on your own head. The coach is in the boat, but he can't talk to you at this point. It's all about your mentality, how you handle your own race, and she's doing it very well right now. But can still see Agecroft's Jordan Parsons still there. Jordan Parsons, yeah, world-class star athlete. 2nd year at Manchester Metropolitan University, but really showing off her skills at Henley Women's Regatta in the semi-final. But it is very much the Grosvenor's Lucy Ibel in control as it comes to the regatta enclosure.
The great thing, though, about single sculls racing is that everything can change very, very quickly. There's only one athlete in each boat, so it's a strong move from one of these athletes, and the sculls really can change position much more quickly than, say, an 8 or a 4. So we could see some movement in that gap between, but Grosvenor certainly have a strong advantage as they come towards the middle of this race, and Ibel will be looking to push off the Agecroft Rowing Club sculler on the near side of the course as she continues down the racetrack. There's
a lovely form there from Lucy Ibel. Also notice as well, there's a slight pause at the finish as well. It allows the rowers. Normally when we talk about it in rowing, we see a cycle of the stroke, and we saw some people see it. The finish is where you've got where she puts her hands towards her torso there, and that's where she's giving herself a pause. That is where the boat is probably the most vulnerable in terms of balance. That's where you have to set yourself before you take the next stroke. Rowing is all about consistency, and if you get that right every time, you'll have a perfect platform, and that's what she's got right here as the next race starts.
So yeah, in the next race, which is the second semi-final of the aspirational single sculls, we have on the near side the Berkshire Station, the American School represented by Blake, and on the far side Royal Chester represented by Mackay, and they're just coming past Temple Island now.
They are indeed. Good start from both groups, but it is the American School in London. Grace Bake is the sculler on the left side of your picture and the bottom left screen. But a strong pressure as well from Royal Chester. Sarah Mackay. You go back to the top of the picture there, you'll see coming towards the Upper Thames, towards the Revenant Club, which is our finish line here at Henley Women's Regatta. It is Lucy Eibel keeping up that fantastic form that she's got in the single scull, and that should see her to the aspirational single sculls final for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. As at Temple Island, they've come out to Temple Island, her opponent who will be decided, but at the moment it's the American School in London, Grace Bate.
Yeah, an early lead of probably about a length, maybe going to 2 lengths there as they come past Temple Island. But a lead like that, the real advantage is you can look back, you're confident in your position, and that real mental difference can make a big improvement in your race. You know you're ahead, you can push on down the course, and that's a real advantage to have at this stage.
Really good platform. So American School in London, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they train down in East London.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and they love a bit of East London representation out of Poplar, and we certainly see Lee down there as well. Great to see lots of London clubs here as well, but of course coming from all over, as we see Royal Chester from the northwest. A great centre of training there. As we said before, Lucy Eibel had a training and a high performance at Chester, so we could see 2 Chester people in the final. Well, at the moment though, it's the American School in London sculler who is taking this by storm at the moment.
So although it is the American School in London who is leading, but I'm really enjoying looking at the technique of the Royal Chester sculler. If you watch her blades as they go into the water at the front of the stroke, there's just that little bit of backsplash on the oar, and that shows she's really getting the blade down to the water to take the most of the full stroke pattern. But it is the American School of London that now lead with 2.5 lengths as they go past our commentary box here and head off down into the middle portion of the course.
Absolutely, some great sculling on display here at Henley Women's Regatta. Both keeping up the rate at 30-31. And it's very interesting actually. If you look at it for the first time, some people maybe watching rowing for the first time think, oh, they look like they're taking it quite slowly each stroke, but it's very, very intense in those shells right there. As they come to the regatta enclosure, you can see all eyes in the regatta enclosure on these 2 scullers as they fight for that place in the final later this afternoon.
Quite a relaxed finish for the American School in London sculler. She's doing a lot of the work at the front end of the stroke, really putting the power down at the front, and at the finish just letting the boat roll through and then heading back up the slide to hit her next stroke. Fairly high rate from this sculler.
It is, yes. If you're still keeping at 30-31.
Yeah, something around there.
Yeah, but we have to say as well, she's keeping the boat nice and stable platform. I mean, if you talk to anyone in rowing, talk about her, you'll notice the little writing under her boat says Philippi. This is a popular boat to be used there, but of course there are others. We've seen Empackers, Hudsons as well, but Philippines are, well, they're very special boats, and she is really mastering the platform now. I mean, for my own experience of trying a Philippi, where I was about 5 times I was close to going in.
They're a very narrow hull. They're a very narrow hull, which can make them more difficult to balance, but it does mean they're faster through the water if you master it.
Absolutely.
And that's what we can see the sculler Grace Blake, doing incredibly well there from the American School of London. And she's got a really comfortable lead now. She comes into the middle of the race.
She is. But Royal Chester, Sarah Mackay not giving up anything at all. She's keeping that length, as you say, finding the catches very well. Setting a good platform at the finish as well. Just trying her best to keep in touch, but it is very relaxed and composed and confident row from the American School in London as we drop back to the start line up at Temple Island for the first semi-final of the Championship double sculls. On your left, on the Berkshire side, Reading University, and on the right is Thames Rowing Club. Great race coming up there. As we maybe just have one more word on the performance of the American Sculler.
Yeah, so the American Sculler just coming up to the finish line now. She's performed incredibly well in that race. That lead just expanded as she goes down the course, and she'll be very happy with that result, I'm sure. But in the double sculls, it looks like a very closely matched race coming out of Temple Island. Both boats level now. That's Reading University against Thames Rowing Club on the far side. And these boats both racing to go through to the final later on today. Looks to me as though Reading University on the Berkshire Bank have the slightest advantage here, but it can only be half a canvas, if that, as they head off down the course in this first semi-final of the Championship Double Sculls. It's the fastest doubles we'll see here on the course this weekend.
And they are racing for the W Peer Cup. From Reading University, we've got Chloe Knight and Lucy Ryan, and from Thames, Jordan, Cole Hussain and Emma Reiser, I believe.
So Chloe and Lucy from Reading just pushing off there against the Thames Rowing Club crew. They're trying to expand on that slight advantage they have, see if they can eke it out to half a length, maybe a length, and then they can start to move off down the course. They want to have the opportunity to look back on the other scullers, to push off them as they come down. But Thames Rowing Club certainly not going to give up easy on the far side.
No, they're trying to push back and claim the lead here, but Reading University not giving them any quarter whatsoever. They're just going to pass us in the commentary box, and Thames are, it's just a boat lead that Reading University have got on Thames. It doesn't look like Thames are making much of a dent in that lead at the moment.
But both boats, stroke for stroke, rating perfectly the same, really, and basically placing the blades in the water at the same time. So it's all about power with these two boats. They want to get back to side on side. They're rating exactly the same. So the only way they can make that difference is by putting more shunt through the water.
Yeah, and that's what they'll be thinking about, is what can we do different that's going to make the boat go faster at this point. They will have practiced different techniques to put that pressure on, gain a bit more speed in the boat. Sometimes it's just more discipline between the crew and timing, but how much more power have they got in those legs to put down the boat and down the course?
But Reading University certainly won't be resting on their laurels there. They're only a couple of lengths up now on the course, maybe 1.5 length up on Thames Rowing Club. That's still a distance that is catchable down this course, so they want to continue pushing on.
In the double. Yeah, you can see both those, the ladies from Reading University, nice upright position, straight backs, that's what we want to see. Heads up. If we look at Thames Rowing Club, they tend to look down a little bit more, but different techniques work for different crews. I always get my crews to have their heads up as much as possible. It straightens the back. It gives them a little bit more power through the legs at that point, and they're just hinging over at the hips there.
So we're reaching now the halfway point in the race. This in many races would be where the race is won or lost, but it looks in this case as though Reading do have a strong advantage here already, and they'll just be looking to capitalise on that as they go into their third quarter. It's at this point that the race starts to get more challenging for the athletes. They're really starting to feel the effects of the distance they've already gone, starting to feel that lactic acid build up. And they just want to continue to turn the screw on their opposition.
Yeah, and Reading University look like they're pulling away from Thames Rowing Club. They've still got to maintain their discipline and the mental strength to see this through right to the finish line. They can't let up in any way at the moment.
Both doubles doing a fantastic job with the steering, it must say. We've had nothing to say about that as they go down the course, and that's great to see here as we make it through to Sunday. It is a challenging course to steer. The fact that on either side you have the jeopardy of the wooden piles that you want to avoid, it makes a certain difference to racing with plastic buoys on either side of you, and the crews, I'm sure, will be very aware of that as they go down the course.
Yeah, it can be quite intimidating for those crews that have not raced at Henley before. They come and see the course. And a lot of crews comment that it just looked very narrow to them, and if once you've got two crews side by side racing down, it's just another thing to contend to. So a lot going through the mind in as these ladies are racing down the course, trying to make sure they're getting getting the best line they can, but not getting too near the booms or straying too near the middle of the course.
And we can see in the bottom left of our screens the next race just set off, which is the second semi-final of the Championship Double Sculls. We have a composite in the first on the near side in the Berkshire station, and that's Winnipeg Rowing Club from Canada and Club Luzerne. And on the far side we have Leander Club racing on home water.
Yes, and from the Winnipeg and Zay Club Luzerne, we've got Michelle Trudeau and Helena Hassover. And Leander Club A is Sarah Bowyer and Bethany Bryan in that crew.
So it looks to me as though it's the composite from Winnipeg and Say Club that are leading out this race. As we go past the commentary box now and in towards the enclosure, they've got about a 1 length lead over Leander Club, but I'm sure Leander have a plan up their sleeve and will start to push back as we move on down the course.
Yeah, this is their home turf here, and we can see that Leander are getting a little bit more overlap now on the Canadian and Zay Club composite crew. Both crews straying a little bit too far near the middle of the course, and the umpire has got his flag out and warning them to move over before they do each other any damage. So,
watching from above, we can see the fantastic backsplash from both these crews, really getting their blades down to the catch, making sure they use all of the stroke length they've got at their disposal to get as much power through the water as they can.
Yeah, very nice blade work from both these crews. Nice clean exits, and keeping those knees down, keeping that power on. Oh, look at the pain on that face.
There's a common saying that there's no such thing as a sprint in rowing. It may not look like that longer distance, but it's a very long time to be in a boat going down this course, and it really does hurt as you get through into the second half and the later stage of the race. It's all about having that mental strength to push through that and try to get your best performance on the water as you can.
Yeah, everything will be hurting. Rowing is one of those sports that uses all the main muscle groups of the body, and they will all be suffering from the lactate build up. After the first minute, we say in rowing that the first minute's free, you don't feel the pain, but after that, oh boy, you do feel the pain, and they'll be hurting for a long time after as well. So Winnipeg and the Zay Club look like they've still got a hold on this race. Leander are pushing hard, not letting them get away with it, but at the moment it's still the Winnipeg and Zay Club in the lead.
So while Winnipeg and Zay Club do hold on to that lead, it looks to me as though the gap may have narrowed a little bit there. Just Leander continuing to challenge, keep throwing everything they can at this composite crew. They really want to try and move up next to them and move through as they go down the course.
Yeah, and they could still do it. We've seen quite a few very close finishes where the trailers actually snatched it on the line, and it must be so disappointing if you've led all the way down the course and you just lose it in those last few seconds. So both these crews really hungry for a win here.
Yeah, if you don't get your pacing right, you can find yourself in that third quarter of the race going, I don't have the power left to hold on to this position that I'm in.
Yeah, and it's to have that maturity and that discipline as a crew to race your race. You can only control what's going on in your boat, and just because you're behind at the halfway point doesn't mean that you've lost. A lot of these races are won in the middle third of the race, but let's see what's going to happen here.
Well, as we look forward to that race going into the finish line there, looks actually very close between these two crews. Winnipeg did have that advantage early on, but it looks to me as though Leander have really moved up towards the finish.
Wow, so there's a real good fight back, and they've overtaken them, yeah.
So what a fantastic race plan there from Leander, moving through as they went through the third and fourth quarter of the race to win that second semi-final of the Championship Double Sculls.
And in the meantime, we have got race number 351 is underway, just past the end of Temple Island. We've got the Isle of Ely Rowing Club with P. Hayden on the Berkshire station, and Glasgow Academy with A. Buchanan on the Buckinghamshire station.
bit of a tussle going on.
Yeah,
Billowers between, but there's a real tussle going on the river as well.
Yeah.
This is a super race, a super start from the Glasgow Academy sculler Anna Buchanan against Isle of Ely's Phoebe Hayden. Phoebe Hayden, of course, a lot of precedent in these races. Been here before, 5th at National Schools Regatta, and well, she is falling behind at the moment, probably about 2.5 lengths at the moment in these early stages.
Yeah, Buchanan has really opened up a very substantial lead there and is in a very commanding position. But as you say, very early stages. They're just coming up to the commentary box. But Hayden has not made any move to close that lead at the moment. So she's biding her time. Buchanan keeping a very close eye on what she's doing. If she just put a challenge in, she'll be wanting to respond as soon as possible. But at the moment, very comfortable lead for Buchanan from Glasgow Academy.
Yes, this is a very confident Sculls. He's sitting on about rate 32 at the moment. They've settled into a good rhythm here. You can see the bow ball, as Greg was saying earlier, that bow ball staying nice and consistent, as well as a few bubbles at the stern as well. So having bubbles at the stern is a good sign as well, if you can see those. Probably not from that high drone distance, but if you see from the bank. But Isle of Ely's sculler is Phoebe Hayden, still putting in an effort, keeping the rate high, just trying to get as much length as possible out of her stroke. Down about 29, so taking a few pips lower, but going for the length, I think.
Yeah, she's holding ahead, and I think just trying to maintain the best technique in her stroke as possible. She'll know that she can still get power from her stroke, even though her stroke rate might be lower than that of Buchanan from Glasgow Academy. But at the moment, there's not much movement in the placements of where these two scullers are. Buchanan still keeping that lead. Both of these rowers, nice relaxed stance in the boat, very nicely balanced, and some good clean blade work there. But looking like they are getting a little bit tired. You can see there Buchanan having a little word with herself. Motivation, telling herself she's just got to dig deep in this race. There's a lot riding on it.
It is. It's amazing how you can suddenly just lose a bit of energy in these races. When you have a great start, sometimes it can just go straight away. I still remember from one of my races at when that Schools Regatta, I think it was, we had our local rivals next to us. They got the best start I'd ever seen in about 10, but then by about a kilometre we just rode straight through them. But at this stage, these guys are very composed. They know how to manage a race, but Buchanan just having to dig deep, as she is doing there at the catch, and just find that extra bit of energy, just surge over, just gain those inches bit by bit. This is where these races are won, right in this middle bit.
Mental strength, and a little bit more difficult, I think, if you're a single sculler. There's no one else to motivate you. It's all what's in your head. And Buchanan's obviously got a strategy. She's saying things to herself. She's keeping herself going, digging deep for that strength. Look, you can still see her. She's got the energy to do that as well. She must have a lot left.
It's incredible to watch, I have to say. You can see how much energy she's putting in, just gulping in the air as much as she can, just powering down, putting as much power down as she can. You can see how much it means to her. See it coming actually into the middle of the course as well a little bit. But I might concede, but the umpire's flag is all right. She's still got clear water over Isle of Ely's Phoebe Hayden, who, for her credit, is still keeping that race up high and keeping her form as well.
Good.
I can see her just coming into picture now, just in the bottom right of your screen. And there she goes. And on the bottom left is now the other semi-final, which we will come back to in this. I'll just announce now. You've got on the Berkshire side, on the left is Camus's Furnace, Camus Jemima Firmis, and Warrington on Buckinghamshire's side, who is Ellen Stanhope. Interesting start. A bit of a change of direction as well. We talked about that start with earlier, didn't we? It's more important, especially when you're a single scull on your own.
Yeah, it is. It's very tricky coming off the end of the island. We've seen quite a few crews get into a little bit of steering difficulty at that point. But you're right, with the single scullers, it's very sensitive to any correction in the steering, and very, very easy to oversteer these boats because they are so light. And these scullers don't want to give themselves more of a zigzag line, more distance effectively to row. So they want to get a good line coming off the end of the island and then try and maintain that position on the course right through. And it does look like Buchanan has finished her race, the previous race.
You can see the effort that she's put in there.
She's
Real
not left
shift.
anything out there, which is as it should be. I'm sure she's really pleased.
And also as well from Phoebe Hayden, you can see how much it means.
Yeah. I hope Hayden's really pleased with her performance. Really strong performance from both those scullers. They can be proud of what they've done.
Absolutely. We just returned to the picture on your bottom left. We'll return back up to the Temple Meadows, where it is the Warrington sculler, Ella Stanhope, who has taken the lead over Camus's Jemima Furness. Now, these quarterfinals took place earlier today, and it was... Well, the Camus sculler, she won by 2 lengths, 6 minutes 6, and Warrington sculler, 4 lengths, 6 minutes 16 that she won. So it's actually quite a bit of a surprise if you're looking at the form book.
Yeah.
But it's about 3/4 of a length, so it's not over yet. Big
Still
strokes
over
being
that.
put in from Camus's Jemima Furness. But Warrington's Ella Stanhope putting the power down.
Yeah. I think in the earlier races as well, it just depends on how much they feel they have to do against the other crew. So the timings, they're a guide, but I wouldn't call it a Bible to go by to judge the form of these ladies in the next, because they'll want to have kept some energy in the bank. I saw Ella Stanhope earlier today looking very good in her races, as was Furness, but they'll if they're sensible, will just do enough to win, get through to the next round, and have enough energy reserves to win their next race.
That's what we're seeing.
Maybe
here.
that's what we're seeing. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the name on that boat, Nemo. Finding Nemo, certainly finding the lead at the moment. I mean, goodness me, it's really stretching out here as they come to the Regatta enclosure, the Warrington sculler in that resplendent yellow and blue.
Got a lovely long stroke, reaching forward, placing the blades in the water, and then pulling through. Legs first, then arms. She's just taking a glance there to make sure she's on track. And we can see Furness from Cambois just coming into the shot there, putting all her effort into trying to take the lead from Stanhope.
Yeah, we're certainly interested to see the next perpendicular shot that we get to the course, because I feel like there still might be a bit of overlap at this point.
I think so as well, but we can see both the scullers looking across at each other, so they're obviously within the range of vision.
Sizing each other up, that's what it's always is. At this point, we said it before, it's a bit of a cat and mouse, so coming into the final third of the race, who will make the move first? Will it be Stanhope of Warrington, will she try and push away, or will it be Camus's Jemima Furness to try and launch a surprise attack? Of course, the Warrington sculler Stanhope, Junior 17 champion, beating the Twickenham sculler earlier today. Looking over the top there, she's putting the power down at the catch, just sending them away, keeping the stroke rate nice and controlled as well. She's keeping it high. It's probably about 29 that she's at the moment. It does look like she might have even got a bit of clear water now. Might have been just some power strokes gone in there.
Yeah, gritting her teeth and digging in. You can see both of these ladies just getting all their reserves of energy and focusing on winning this race. Oh, a little smile there from Furness. Maybe she heard a cheer, a bit of support, but it's good to see.
We are having such brilliant support down here at Henley's on this Sunday. It's been a super day so far of racing. We've got many more to come, including we're going to be moving up soon. We're going to be seeing the aspirational club Coxed Fours, and they've just started off. You can see them at the bottom of your picture there. Agecroft, who just disappeared on the bottom of your picture, and Tideway Sculler School, who you're seeing there, the A crew. They are being caught by Agecroft though. In the meantime, in the junior singles sculls for the Di Ellis Trophy, still Warrington's Ella Stanhope leading the way at the moment. Her rate's gone up here actually. She might be trying to push away from Camus's Jemima Furness, so she was up at rate 34 still, even at that point in the race. But maybe if we can just go back to that race coming towards the finish line. It is really putting the power down. I think she saw the move coming from Camus and responded in kind, and my goodness, what kind of power it was. Really sending the finishers away to put herself into a final against Glasgow Academy's Anna Buchanan. She keeps looking round at the finish line. I remember doing that when I was there. Where is the finish line? Where is it? Is it there yet?
Please.
And she's found it. Wonderful finish there.
Yeah.
She ended about, very clear water there. 2 lengths. Great finish there. But now let's return to Temple Meadows, where the next race is coming, Tideway Sculler School, and they're both storming down the course here.
They are. They're already at the commentary box here with Tideway Sculler School. Got about half a boat length lead over Agecroft. But both crews looking very comfortable and very strong at this early stage of the race. Umpire's got his flag up, so the crews are slightly going off course. I think it's Tideway. Sculls School was straying over towards the middle, but both crews have just corrected their steering a little bit.
Yep, saw the move coming in there from the Agecroft girls. Interesting, lots of experience in that crew already halfway behind. Might be a warning to Tideway's coming soon if Agecroft can catch up on them. But Tideway sitting right in the middle here. Lots of experience recently, 4th at Ghent, 4th at Metz. And two of them were in second in the 8 at Ghent as well. So these guys know about getting themselves into these high pressure situations, getting themselves up into these. So they're already in the top 4 because they finished there. But these girls are really putting the shifts in. We can see them all here. You can see Aileen Brown at bat, Amy Polglaze, Alice Bloomer and Eleanor Peebles. But coming up are the Agecrofts 4. All Coxed as well. Bear in mind we're not having Coxed here. So the steering is being done by one of the crew. But normally it's about, it does vary actually. Sometimes, normally someone might take the lead and they'll take the stroke rate, which is the way they measure how many strokes they're taking, and they'll take the steering. They'll just take command.
Yeah.
As similar to Steve Redgraves did in 2000 in the Olympics.
Yeah,
where
that's
he sat in number 2 or 3, I think it was.
Yeah, and crews will experiment as to what works best for them. So if you've got a settled crew, you can go out and try different things. As much as they want to be directing the boat using the pressure on the strokes and not touching the rudder too much. But it is there. But you can see how much more difficult it is with these Coxless 4s going down the course. We've seen them zigzag a little bit. They're racing hard. They're trying to steer. They're trying to stay together. There's an awful lot going on at the same time. And it's easy to just lose a little bit of focus and go slightly off the line that you want.
Absolutely it is. But some super control from the Tideway Scullers. I mean, they certainly have a lot to deal with down on the Tideway. It's almost coastal racing, I think, down there at points.
Yeah.
But the Agecrofts, they are not giving up yet, the Agecroft Scullers. All of these girls were in the Aspirational Club 8 in 2018. 3 of them were in semi-final before. This crew won the women's 4s in the second tier at Metz a couple of weeks ago, and they came second at Wallingford. So very heated competition. It just goes to show how well Tideway Scullers is going as well as the next race gets started.
It does, yeah. So the next race that's just got underway is race 354, which is the second semi-final of the Coxless 4s, and we've got a composite crew of Aberdeen SRA, Inverness Rowing Club and Loch Lomond. Okay, yeah, Loch Lomond, and they are on the Berkshire station against Thames Rowing Club on the Buck station. And at the moment, Thames Rowing Club, they're just coming to the end of the island, and Thames have got a slight lead, maybe quarter of a boat length on that composite crew from Scotland. Is that okay if I say Scotland? There's lots of long words.
I think that will be all right. That's not a problem. Great finish there, just so you saw from Tideway. Kept under pressure all the way from Agecroft, but they really went over very well. Tideway Scullers School 8 into the Aspirational Club Coxless 4 final for the Leicester Trophy. We're seeing that second semi-final right now. And it is Thames that have just eking themselves ahead against the composite of Aberdeen, Inverness and Loch Lomond.
And from Thames, we've got Jessica Eastwood, Sarah Carlotti, Amy Gibson and Ione Casley in that Thames crew, which are still in the lead. And the composite crew from Aberdeen School.
Oh, now let's be careful here, though, because the crews are coming extremely close together here. This is very close. This composite have probably been warned to move over to their bank, and it's going to cost them a lot in metres.
Oh, yeah.
Thames just keeping their course straight, keeping it true. But it was the Scotch crew. They might have to just readjust again to make sure they're straight.
Yeah, they're back on line.
Risky moves there from the composite.
Right, let me just finish off the name checks for those ladies from Scotland. Heather Gordon, Laura Mackenzie, Megan Hewson and Abigail Topp. From the Scottish composite crew. But as they go past the commentary box, it's Thames that I've got about half a boat length in the lead. It does look like that composite crew are claiming back some of that lead that Thames have got. So they're challenging and putting the pressure on to Thames. Let's see if Thames can maintain that lead that they've eked out so far. They get to the barrier, and it's very closely matched, I think.
It is. It's incredible they have actually only lost that much distance. They only lost about a third of a length, I'd say, the composite crew, when in that steering
it's actually
correction.
quite
They've actually
impressive.
been done very well to stay with them
Yeah.
up to this point. See the bucket rig from Thames sending them away. They're keeping that rate extremely high even at this point.
Yeah. So maybe they have got that endurance, the depth there
Even about
to pull this back.
about 40 strokes a minute from the Thames crew as they come. They're getting a warning now. That's the third warning that we've seen already in this race,
Yeah.
which is quite astonishing to see.
I think that just goes to show how difficult it is steering these boats, and also you've got 4 people rowing. These boats are going at quite a pace, so you know if you oversteer in one direction, then before you know it, you're heading towards the other crew or a boom. So thank goodness the umpire is there to keep an eye on the safety of these crews. I think more than anything, they don't want to damage their boats, do they?
Absolutely.
They love their boats.
Well, they do. They are such very valuable pieces of equipment that we're looking at here. Talking about thousands of pounds, but these crews make them work. I don't know if you put on pound per kilometre or pound per medal, especially in Thames' case.
Someone should do an analysis.
Actually, that would be great. I'd love to see that. The Deloitte rowing analysis value or something like that would be great.
Yeah, and I'm
I'd
sat
certainly
here
read
next
it.
to a geek. No.
Yes.
Anyway, let's look back on the water, and a great shot there of Thames. And we've got the composite crew from Scotland looking like they are really putting the pressure on. Look at that, digging deep, the grit on those faces. I think that's a challenge that we can see going on. Difficult to see from this angle. Have they gained anything over the Thames
Well,
crew?
it's a very good question. I think we might get an answer coming up. They are coming towards the closing stages of this race. I think we should stay with this one because it's looking extraordinarily close
It
as they
is.
come up towards the finish line. They might be starting to put a move in. The rate's gone right up, and Thames, their steering's being questioned now, and they have another warning.
Yeah.
The composite crew are keeping that pressure on as they come into these final 20 or 10 strokes now. Goodness me, the rate's gone right up there from Thames, and they're pushing it all the way here. They've responded to the move from the composite, who are keeping the race up high.
What a
Thames
race.
putting it in all the way. They've had to work so far. They've worked really hard. This crew, Champion 4 winners at Wallingford, second again. They know all about performing under pressure. Just seeing the aspirational academic 8s underneath you. If we could just stay with the
finish of that
aspirational
race,
club
yeah.
4s, it's really going to go down to the wire. You can see some of the crew looking over to their right. Have they managed to stay ahead of them as they come up to the finish line now? They are going to do
so
it.
Close.
What a great race that was.
Yeah.
3/4 of a length.
Fantastic.
Fully deserved.
Fantastic.
Brilliant rowing there from Tony, giving each other a high five, and you can see the agony from the bowwoman of the composite. She knows how close they came to a place in the final against Tideway
That's
Sculls
right.
School.
They should be proud to get this far. Is pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so on the water now, as you say, we've got the aspirational academics, Oxford Brooks on the Berkshire Station, and Oxford University Women's Boat Club on the Buck Station.
We're being treated to a derby.
It's a local derby. No fighting.
No rules yet. But these ones keeping very close together. And it is Oxford Brooks at the moment who have taken the early lead in this one, as we're seeing for they go past Temple Meadows. What a great start from the people. We know the presence of Oxford Brooks at these events is, well, it's paramount.
Yeah, exactly. And just hearing the name can be quite intimidating. Although I think probably not for Oxford University Women's Boat Club. But both these crews to be reckoned with. They're just approaching the commentary box now, and Oxford Brooks. I've got over a boat length lead from Oxford University Women's Boat Club, going strong. Look at that timing. The boat is running so well underneath the crew. Coxed just looking over at the other boat just to make sure that they're keeping their lead and there's no challenge coming up to sneak up on them.
Absolutely, this is a brilliant rate, rating 38 and pushing away from the Oxford Uni women at 36. Actually, 6 of the reserve crew from the Osiris crew from the 2019 boat race are featuring in this race, in this crew that we're seeing today. 7 of these women learned to row at Oxford, and I believe we are looking at the top 8 here for Oxford Brookes University. So a real battle of the top we're seeing here.
Yeah, we get some really top class athletes at Henley Women's Regatta, and it is so good to see, especially when the races are as close as this and so well contested. It's absolutely worth the journey to come and compete or to come and spectate. A fantastic day to watch some very high level racing on the river this afternoon.
And you can see them just putting the power down, all finding the catches together, all finding the finish together, sending that boat. That's another thing I love seeing as well. You see just the tiniest lift in the boat out the water, and you know that they are really flying.
They are pushing that boat, yeah. And
again,
again,
it's now 2.5, 3 lengths now as they go past the regatta enclosure.
Oxford Brookes very much in control here, and they make it look so easy, but that is countless hours, days, weeks, months of getting up early, getting yourself down to the boat club and getting onto the water in all sorts of weather conditions, and working with your teammates, building that trust, that rapport, doing your own bit in the boat, but making sure that you're rowing with everybody else in the crew. And for some people, that's the hardest thing to do, in which case they should become single scullers. but rowing together, it's a lot harder than it looks, I think.
It is. It has, like I say, a lot of trust, and you have to just match them perfectly for everything that they're doing, like you say.
Yeah.
But they are doing that right now. And you see as well the sharpness of those finishes when they come out, and they just
It's beautiful.
Because if you're not new to rowing, when the blade is like that, as you see it, it's square, and then when it's flat, it's feathered. When it goes from square to feather like that, all at the same time, in perfect unity, you know that these girls have spent a huge amount of time, and they deserve to be where they are right now, in control of this race against these Oxford University women.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with their performance so far. Obviously, they've got to see it through to the end, but it looks increasingly unlikely that Oxford University Women's Boat Club can catch them. But they're putting in a very nice performance, looking like a very disciplined crew there as well. Some good competition for Oxford Brookes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, looking very good here.
And just underway now, we've got the second semi-final of these Aspirational Academics 8s with Newcastle University A on the Berkshire Station against Durham University on the Buck Station. So they are just passing through Temple Island. The trees are in the way, so we can't see who's in the lead at this point.
Oh, those pesky trees.
The drone
at
is
Temple.
Wonderful, but not through trees.
It has been great to see. It is wonderful. We are very lucky to have these angles that we have from the drone and the angles that it provides.
I think Henley Women's was one of the first regattas to start using drones,
definitely.
so they are leading the technology.
But there's no view like right next to the boat, as we're seeing right here is Newcastle go flying past up Temple Meadows, and they've just stormed out to a lead here, maybe even a length and a half or so. But they have just stormed
They've
right
got
out.
A very good start there on Durham. Durham are playing catch up now as they settle down into the race. You can see them approaching the commentary box there in the top of your picture. Coxed just making a slight adjustment on Newcastle's direction of travel there. And so Coxed trying to control the crew, put out the right calls that they'll all know, and steer the boat. You've got 8 people rowing. This is flying down the course.
Absolutely.
Just about to come past us.
Interesting to see as well. They're sticking very rigidly to their boom, even though they've got clear water. Maybe that's an indication of how they're using the stream here. As we said before, at this point in the race, we are right on the left bank of the River Thames. But then as you get towards the regatta enclosure and the finish line, you're going towards the middle. So the stream does get affected. So it might be better. And we might see them actually start to move out towards the middle as they come towards the second half of the race. But Durham still playing hard. Lots of work to do. Great 37. Still a lot to do to catch up at this point.
Yeah, and that stream will be fairly strong at this point because we've had a lot of rain in the Thames Valley over the last couple of days. It does take a few days to come down to this point. I row at Marlow, and there's usually a lag of 2 or 3 days, so they'll be feeling it as they go down the course, particularly the Durham crew who are further out into the middle of the stream. They'll be pushing harder.
Absolutely, yes. It's a lot to do. I remember talking to one of the guys yesterday, I think when there was a huge amount of rain. It was the Henley Regatta, and it came all the way down the stream. So when it got to the finish line, you essentially gained about half a length right towards the end, which would be beyond the finish of this race. But it does show how much difference it makes, especially at this level where every single detail counts.
It does. It's so close that everything gets tweaked. But these crews, both crews will have been training in all weather. They will understand the effect of the stream, and also there's not much wind today, but the wind is often will have more effect on the boat than the stream. But today I think there's so little wind at the moment. It's probably the stream that they're going to have to contend with.
Well, speaking of wind, someone who's breezing along right now are that Newcastle crew. They are down at rate 24. They are putting on a show for the fans here at Henley Women's Regatta 2019. Slightly overcast, but it's a wonderful day of rowing that we've seen. Had a wonderful morning. The finals to come in the next, well, we'll be seeing them in the next hour or so, actually, the finals. I can't believe we're there already.
I know. It's like, let's
astonishing.
just do some name checks for Newcastle University. Eleanor Ancliffe, Siobhan Samuel, Frances Munro, Katie Ann Claridge, Anna Vander Brack, Charlotte Brown, Eve Larson, Jennifer Peacock and Natasha Banks in that Newcastle University A crew.
They're looking very good there. You can see them. Well, it's interesting to see that some of them have gone for the Under Armour. One braving it out, braving the weather. The bow woman at the back. But they're looking very, very good here. Everything else in unison. You can see the Durham crew there, just further behind, still putting their best in.
They are. Durham, we've got Gabrielle Keblight, Georgia Wynyard, Megan Connolly, Camilla Keaton, Casey Jobling, Rachel O'Connor, Isabella Roper, Maya Nikituk and Hannah Adams in that Durham crew, playing catch-up, but looking unlikely that they're going to be able to catch the Newcastle University crew.
Looking very, very good there. I'm just seeing how I always enjoy these kind of displays. Although you can get caught out though when you do these kind of. I remember, well, I can only comment when I was racing. I remember did Henley years ago, where we raced Eton in the second round. They decided to try and sit on us for about 2 lengths. We decided to put in a push of rate 40 for the last 300 metres. We only ended up losing by half a length, so we were. But it can get caught out, but that's certainly not happened here to the Newcastle women, who just sail across the line, beat it, and they will secure their place in the final against Oxford Brookes University. And what a final that's going to be.
That is going to be a fantastic final. We've got lots of good races to look ahead to this afternoon. Meanwhile, we've got another semi-final. Has it started
We have.
yet?
They are just setting up on the line here. The junior quads are what we're seeing here. So the junior quadruple sculls for the B Language Trophy just got started there. Good start from Headington on the left of your picture, Marlowe on the right, but Marlowe's just getting the better of it there and just lengthening out and getting those first 10 strokes in quickly ahead of the Headington crew there. Good start from them.
So both these crews will be putting in a really good performance. Of course, Marlowe just a few miles downstream of the course here, and looking like they are getting a great start here. They're just coming to the end of the island. Headington School, we would expect a good performance from those young ladies too. Let's see how it pans out. So Marlowe just sneaking ahead there by canvas, maybe a quarter of a boat length from their start. It looks like they've headed over into the centre of the course, so they are just adjusting to get a little bit nearer to their boom on that side. Headington also zigzagging a tiny bit as they are going into the booms here, but Marlowe have got the advantage at the moment.
Yeah, both crews jostling for the water there, trying to edge themselves out to get the best advantage possible. But you can see in there 16 blades all going in, battling each other out. I do really enjoy watching quadruple sculls. I think it's a marvellous thing. You get some real speed going in those quads. If you get it right, you can get some. It's one of those things. If you get it wrong, it just stops in its track. When you get it right, it can absolutely fly, and that's what both of these crews are doing. But Marlowe, of course, B finalists at the National Schools Regatta, and these are the reigning champions of the Diamond Jubilee last year. So they have a big title to uphold, and they are doing that with strong contenders here as well. And here they come past our commentary position. Ooh, I don't know if they've got clear water yet, though.
I don't think they have got clear water. I don't think much changed, actually. If anything,
it's basically
Marlowe are now
on.
pulling away. They have now got clear water, I believe. Marlowe putting a little bit of pace on their boat now, pulling away from Headington School. but not much in it.
Almost spot on a length there between the two crews as the drone comes past. See the water.
Nice
We're
water.
going up to the enclosures
Lovely
now. It is lovely water. Place to be on a Sunday afternoon in June, I think, down at Henley. But as the crews come up to the Regatta enclosure where the crowds will be cheering them on, it is Marlow just holding, probably, perhaps you might argue, a steadier rhythm, perhaps. But there's not going to be much between the two straight rates here. Marlow just pushing themselves ahead. Second at Wallingford and Met Regatta. It's third at Met Regatta this year. It's rate 35 that they're holding. But you can see the girls there. You can see Tara Brogan and Katia Robbins, the bow pair there. And coming into view will be the stern pair, Emma Dabinet and Eve Lombardo. You can see there, Eve Lombardo setting the stroke rate there. She's the one that makes it happen. And then you got the engine room, the two in the middle and the bow, looking after the steering, or maybe somebody else's. And then on to their left, you see coming at the right of your picture are the Headington Scullers up in the northwest. Third at National Schools Regatta this year. So quite an interesting. Well, it's certainly the top of the division. And you can see our second semi-final starting there. Two of these crews will be facing each other in the final.
So we've got the Tideway Scullers School on the Berkshire station, getting off to a very fast start there, looking very tidy. And Henley Rowing Club over on the Buck station, so they'll be going under the trees as they pass by Temple Island. Both crews getting their boats moving as fast as they can, trying to get a good start and get the psychological advantage as they come out of the end of Temple Island. And meanwhile, we've got Marlow, a great picture there of Marlow still going strong, looking like they're holding their lead over Headington School. You can see the number 2 in their boat. There's usually one very vocal crew member. I think is it Katia?
I think that would be Katia. Yeah, she is.
And she's keeping them all motivated and shouting at them to dig deep and all the way to the end.
Is.
So, but you've got to have that. You've got to have it. It's going to be hurting at this point. So
it's an incredible skill to have, and you have to have full admiration for them. Headington are keeping up the pressure. They're taking that race up though at the finish. You might want to stick with this one at the finish, but Marlow responding in kind as well. They're trying to take her out, and actually Headington are moving across. It might mean they're actually starting to get some length up here on the Marlow.
Yeah.
If we can return to the finish here, it might be a really interesting one to see. Okay. Now, goodness me, the rates come up from Headington. We'll see where they're at.
I think so. Oh, look at that.
Goodness me. And they go up probably about
They're
39.
looking so fresh.
They're 39. Wow, they've just suddenly revitalised themselves. But Marlow just keeping the bow there in front. They have responded here. It's probably going to be about half a length by the end of the race here as they come through.
That's
good finish
a
there.
real cat and
big
mouse.
shout as well from Katia. She knew she had to urge her girls on there, and she did that really well. But now let's return back to the Temple Meadows, where the other semi-final, see who will face Marlow as team face, and it looks like Tideway Scullers at the moment.
Yeah, Tideway Scullers just going past us here and pulling away to a boat length lead from Henley Rowing Club on the Buck station. Tideway Scullers looking very strong, but all got their heads up, nice, straight, upright posture there. Very clean blade work that we can see from them, looking very much in control of this race. Henley Rowing Club won't want to let them get away with it, though, so they'll have something in the bag to pull out any moment now, I'm sure.
Absolutely, they are staying in touch. This is a wonderful thing I've seen about Henley before. I think I remember this happening in one of the first Diamond Jubilee trophies when Henley were there. I think against Camphor, I think it was. They just hang on to the bows. It's one of the best ways to row a regatta race. Just hang on to your opposition in front of you. Wait for them to tire. Just wait for your right moment to strike.
Yeah.
It's a race. It's not wise.
Yeah.
It's a very tactical sport.
It is.
As we said already today.
It's not just the strength. And sometimes that element of surprise. Like I was very surprised that Headington had it in them in that last race to up their rate so much. They look like they were brand new to the race. They're so fresh, so much energy and sprightly coming back into it. Sometimes that element of surprise can just knock your opponents off psychologically and give you that advantage. So we use everything at our disposal in rowing to try and win the race.
We really do.
We
do our best. We do within the rules.
We hope we're in the rules.
Well, we are. Well, the umpires keep us well on track for that. They've been doing a cracking job here.
Yeah.
But right now, still close. Tideway Scullers still moving. 5th at National Schools Regatta, this crew. 2nd at Met. rode through Surbiton actually earlier this morning, which we saw today. That was a really strong performance. And it's just showing, I think the best word for it is character, which is what I said before. It takes a lot of character, a lot of mentality to do something like that, and then just dominate, and then sit in front of Henley on their own water. This, the winners, probably the dominant crew this year in this division. First at National Schools Regatta, Met Regatta, Wallingford, Scullery, won Junior 16s back last year. This is a very strong Henley crew, and Tideway are sitting in front of them.
Yeah, so they won't be settling for that, but Tideway showing some really good depth and resilience, mental resilience here. As you say, they're on the home turf of their opponents in this race, but they're not letting that faze them at all. They're taking the race at the moment, and Henley have got to come back with something if they're going to change those positions at the moment.
Yes, they are. Well, they are coming up now. I mean, how time flies. They are coming up to the Upper Thames, which means they're coming into the last sort of 20 strokes now. And the rate has gone up from Tideway Scullers School. They are pushing this out, and they're going right there. But Henley have gone with them as well. They've pushed their rate up again. Let's see if we can get some measurements on this. And we're going to go now, and I think it's about 41 that they're at, Henley. They are pushing Tideway right to the finish line here. But Tideway are responding. What brilliant resolve that they have. And they're going to win by just over half a length. Superb work from Tideway Scullers to reach the final of the Junior Quadruple Sculls for the B Language Trophy to race Marlow. And if these two semi-finals are anything to go by, this final is going to be an absolute cracker.
Fantastic race tactics in both those semi-finals. The crews were just holding back until the finish line was in sight, and then the rate went right up. So it'll be interesting to see in the final if that's going to be the same race tactics that these crew deploy for that race.
And to do it against Henley, who have, as we said earlier, done so well this year, is a fantastic. But let's return straight back to Temple Island, where the Junior Double Sculls first semi-final has just kicked off for the Rayner Cup. And in the Berkshire side, on your left of your picture, we can see Sir William Perkins School, and on the right we can see Notts County Rowing Association in their green. Yellow versus green. whatever that means. But they are a bit close to the boys here, the William Perkins. They might have to watch out here, but I think they are just adjusting themselves in time now. Playing a risky game there, some may say.
And oversteered then to the middle of the course there from William Perkins. Both these crews are having real challenges with their steering as they come off the end of Temple Island. Let's hope that they can settle down and find their line as they come into Temple Meadows, and that looks a little bit more settled, although William Perkins still very much in the centre. It is so hard.
It is
for
very
these crews,
hard.
and they're junior crews, so
it is in a way it's all news to them. Some of them might have been here before, but this is news to them. Someone might be doing this race for the first time, but they have been racing throughout the summer, throughout the winter as well in the head races. They know all about how to manage courses, but they are doing very well here. We're looking at the lead on the left there is Sir Williams Perkins, Emily Keane and Ella Iowade of Sir Williams Perkins, 6th at National Schools Regatta, 2nd in the GBV France trials. And they got a win in the double in the Nat Championships last year. So a very confident pair. And then in Nottingham County, we see Mia O'Donnell and Olivia Bates just trying to keep within touching distance. But you get the feeling that William Perkins maybe just inch by inch.
Yeah, they look like they're getting a longer stroke in, getting more power through the stroke. Notts County look like they're picking a little bit at the water, but let's see how they go. At the moment it looks like William Perkins have got the advantage and looking quite comfortable and smooth in their stroke, so they feel like they're in control. They're looking good. They're just pulling away to a boat length lead now over the Notts County boat.
They are, I think, just still not clear water yet, but about 3/4. May just edge out though as they go past Barn Bar, which is the end of about a third of the way through this race. We're seeing them some good confidence. Of course, Notts County had a difficult race earlier today. Silver did win the silver though in the Championship Double Sculls at the National Schools Regatta. With the winners not competing, this is the crew to beat. So again, we might have a little bit of a surprise here.
Yeah, because it looks like Notts County are pulling back some of that lead from Sir William Perkins. So this is going to be a very tight race And it'd be interesting to see if they follow the same tactics as the last 2 races and have got something in the bank at the end.
So, coming past Regatta enclosure, it is still William Perkins, who've got a great contingent here at the Henley Women's Regatta this year, sending their finishers away at a rate of 35 strokes a minute. The straight woman there, Emily Keane, sending it away very powerfully. But Notts County keeping their rate high as well.
Yeah.
They know that they can still be within touch, but it's going to take a lot of work now. They're running out of water to do it at rate 31, but coming to the end of the regatta enclosure, they're going to have to pull something out the bag.
They are, and they're going to have to make a move right now if they're going to make any dent into this lead. Only a boat length, but that's going to be very hard for them to pull back. And so William Perkins, I've got a commanding position here. They can see what Notts County are doing. If Notts County start to put on a bit of pressure, they can respond immediately. Can see the William Perkins bow girl there just having a word with her crew member, so they're keeping in contact with each other, communication and motivation of each other as they're coming to the finishing stages of this race.
Yes, that one looks pretty secure, but we are seeing at the bottom of your picture the start of the second semi-final for the Junior Double Sculls for the Rainer Cup, race 360 between South Jersey of USA and St George's College. And we're seeing, well, it's still quite close. You see the umpires' boats there as they come past Temple Meadow. Well, they come up to the end of the island. Well, we're seeing the pictures of the I'm trying to find the right name here.
So William
South Jersey
Perkins is at the top.
So I mean, there might be another one in America that sounds something like that, but it is the South Jersey that are just ahead at the moment. But once again, it is very narrow margins.
Okay, well, South Jersey must be feeling a little bit warmer. They were wearing in long sleeves earlier today, so they've taken their long sleeve base layers off. So maybe they're just like warming up to the British weather. They're getting acclimatised.
So. Just getting it, yes.
Getting acclimatised. But they've got quite a good lead here, about half a boat length over St George's College. So both crews still in the running. My money at the moment is on South Jersey College. They look like they're pulling away slightly. St George's College have got a slight steering issue then, moving towards the centre of the course. Umpire keeping a very close eye on them, making sure that the crews stay apart.
Just seeing Sir William Perkins go over the finish line there. They go through to the final, and we find out who is going to take them on in the final of the Junior Double Sculls. At the moment, South Jersey leading the way, Elle Caton and Regan McDonnell. Ella heading off to University of Michigan after this, and Regan to Stanford University. Took control of their race in the quarterfinals, and they're doing the same again here, leading by coming up to about a length of 3/4. The George's College, though, not giving them anything. Third at National Schools Regatta, so they know all about these kind of situations.
Yeah. So there's still great possibilities for both these crews to take this race. South Jersey just moving over slightly away from their boom, so if St George's College put on a little bit of pressure here, the umpires will be looking for the crews just to move slightly apart. There's always a bit of a danger coming away from the boom, and you could see there that they if St George's College speed up a little bit and take some of that lead back, which it looks like they are doing, then there could be a little bit of trouble ahead. But the umpires will keep an eye on that. South Jersey looking very relaxed and comfortable. Look at those nice relaxed shoulders. They've got their heads up. Very upright posture, straight backs. Good to see. Good demonstration of a nice rowing stroke there from these ladies.
They are. They're just taking the rate, keeping quite a high rate up here, about 37. Maybe a little bit of a delay in the Bowwoman's finishes, but they are keeping it nice and together in the water, though. That is the important thing. They are keeping the power of the, when we talk about sort of a parabolic curve is the ideal thing. So your maximum power should be when you take the blade out of the water at the finish. And then just as you're coming towards the catch, that should be the weakest, and then you've accelerated up again to keep an average consistent speed. But they are doing that at the moment. So George's College at the back there. You can see them tugging away at the oars there, putting the legs down, putting the power down. They just can't quite match the composure that they've got in the South Jersey crew.
Yeah, but we've got St George's College continually looking back over their shoulder, so they probably look less composed because South Jersey can just sit there and they've got a perfect view of what St George's College is doing. But St George's College are still looking to see if they can gain any advantage in this race. They've not given up yet, which is fantastic to see. Let's hope they're getting some support from the bank as they're going past the enclosures and into the finishing stages here. That can count for a lot when you're getting tired and feeling the pressure.
Absolutely, yes. They are still keeping themselves ahead. Just seeing at the start as well, they started the Junior 4 semi-finals. On your picture there, you're seeing the composite crew of Glasgow Academy, Glasgow School and St Andrews. And on the Berkshire side, who are on their left there of your picture, you can see St Paul's Girls and Tideway Sculls School Composite. The battle of the composites to come, but right now coming towards the finish are the two junior double sculls. South Jersey still keeping control of that race, but could St George's put in a late move, Sheila?
Oh, they're difficult to say. At this late stage, have they got anything left in the tank? South Jersey look like they're still very calmly controlling this race, and as I say, they can see exactly what St George's College could do when they make a move. It looks like the rating's gone up now in St George's College. They are definitely putting some pressure on them as they can feel that finish line coming closer and closer. Have they got enough to do it though?
We'll have a look. It looks pretty close, but if we return to the top of the course here at Temple Meadows, my goodness, there's not a lot between these two composite crews. They are almost barrel wall for barrel wall as they come past us. Absolutely superb from the composite crews. And we will return to that race in just a moment.
Yeah, and we just Jersey go across the line first ahead of St George's College in that last race.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Henley Women's Regatta. If you're just joining us now, myself and Greg will be your commentators for about the next 90 minutes as we finish off the semi-finals and finals of this, the last day of Henley Women's Regatta 2019. Just catching up there with the first of the semi-finals for the Junior 4s. This one here being contested between two composite crews, as you heard from fantastic commentators just a moment ago.
A terrific race to start our duties here, Ed. Coxed 4s. So these girls have to pull a cox down the course as well. And both crews doing really well. Right in the middle of the race, there's nothing in it by the looks of things. Is that composite of St Paul's Girls and Tideway Scullers, and then the Scottish team on the far side. Looks like the Scots might just have it, Ed.
It does, it definitely does. We've seen this quite a few times over the week. Composite crews doing incredibly well, as is demonstrated here by reaching the semi-final between two composite crews. And as you said a moment ago, Greg, the Scots here seem to have that edge. So we can be a bit tidier, a bit more comfortable as we come into the latter stages of this race. You can see there the composite between St Paul's Girls' School and Tideway Sculls School right in the bottom right hand corner of the screen there. The Cox there shouting commands, trying to motivate their crew just to try and claw back that lead inch by inch, metre by metre.
One of the best races I think we've seen, Ed, and it's going to be close right to the end. They're beginning to wind up now, both crews.
Yeah, you can see they're both crews just taking their stroke rate up, just trying to get every inch out of every stroke as they begin to run out of water. But unless things have changed dramatically in the last few moments. It will be the Scottish composite of Glasgow,
Yeah, what a great
Henley and
race.
Glasgow Sculls.
Great race, well done, both crews, and you can see how much that has taken out of both crews. Fantastic race, as one might expect from a semi-final of Henley Women's. And on the course, now, we switch our attention to the second semi-final, the very well-known strip of Kingston on the far side of the camera, and the home crew, Henley Rowing Club, on the Berkshire Station. And it looks as though Henley have just taken the edge in the start by about half a length. Of course, Henley know this stretch of the river extremely well. This is where they train all the time. But it's a bit different because the river looks very different most of the year than it does from now. And so they won't actually be training on exactly the same piece of water. But Kingston coming back at them and not letting them go. So it was Henley in that start, took out that half a length, and Kingston, knowing that this is where they've really got to stay with Henley, and they're working hard to stay with them so that they can have a bit of a battle in the middle of the race. But Henley have reacted to that. They want to get a length up so that they can look back, all the crew members can look back on them.
It's just as they're passing our fixed commentary position here, Henley have just edged out on their opponents from Kingston by about half a length, a lead that they will look to continue to build as they pass through the barrier. The first official timing mark, of course, of Henley Royal Regatta, which will take place down this very course in a couple of weeks' time.
So the local crew of Madeline Pollard, Phoebe Snowden, Carla Russell, Phoebe Fletcher and Shiplake College student Ella Knowlson coxing that crew.
I think you've got a bit of an inside knowledge into the Shiplake Cox there, Greg.
Well, we know that well, she's an excellent cox. She coxes the 8 usually, but this is the Henley top 4, and so she's come along with them. Kingston working hard, aren't they, just to strive to stay with them. It's another close race. Not much in it at all as they approach the last third. Seeing the number 2 girl having a quick skelly, or number 3 girl having a quick skelly over. Just trying to break the Kingston crew, but it's not happening at the moment.
Just as they're passing through the end of the regatta enclosure there, it's easy to forget, sitting here looking at the screens, how dramatic this is out on the water. Just walking up here to the commentary box a few moments ago, the wall of sound and support for each of these crews made quite an exciting atmosphere. Just see the Cox there of the Kingston crew looking over, checking the position of their opposition from Henley, as she tries to encourage her crew just to drain the tanks completely. You can see they're absolutely shouting commands at them, just so they try and cross that finish line first.
She's really pulling them back, isn't she? She's exhausting the Kingston crew. And inch by inch, Kingston are just moving up slightly. I mean, it's difficult to tell from the angle, but I think it's closer than one might expect.
Dennis will continue to keep an eye on that race, the very tight, dramatic race on the top right-hand corner of your screen at the moment. But if you take a look down, we have the next race, race number 363 on the start line, just going off Temple Island, between Edinburgh University Leander Club and Molesey B against Leander Club.
We are just going to keep an eye on that Henley Kingston race. We're hoping to get the finish.
You can just see the work.
Yeah,
of
the
Cox
top
there.
right of your screens now. Gosh, Kingston have not given up at all credit to them. And Henley, the mental battle that Henley have been going through, they just haven't been able to shake Kingston off at all. It's Kingston who've taken the rate up a lot higher. They're really throwing everything at it as they approach the final.
Just see that urgency to get the
meters.
blades in and pull through, just to try and edge Henley out. Not sure I can call this at this stage, Greg.
No, Henley have just kept their composure, I think, haven't they? Gosh.
It does. Just they
Look at
come
that.
past. Henley look to have the lead.
There it is, a
half
third of a length, half a length. Yeah, fantastic race. And both of those semi-finals will have taken it out of them. So, it's not as if one of the semi-finals was easier than the other. Both really, really hard. So, the lactate will be the same in all of the girls' legs for that. Now back to the championship Sculls event, one of the quickest races that we'll see on the course.
So we have an all-Leander crew. On the right hand side of your picture is fantastic drone shot looking down, and one of the girls in the opposing crew is from Leander as well. You can see they're both amazing shots up here, especially for the quad sculls. Both very, very tidy crews, utilising the technique just to really put down the power and start moving out. Really, really fantastic stuff there. Perhaps slightly surprising that we're seeing the all-Leander crew drop back slightly by over a length now. Obviously that crew know this length of water very well, training just down the road from their clubhouse next to Henley Bridge. But as we can see, this composite of 4 different clubs, as they come past us now, are just looking so much cleaner, so much tidier, being able to apply the power. You can see the 2 girl from Leander there calling the commands, motivating her crew onto victory. And although we've lost sight there of their opposition from there where they are, just in the top right hand corner now, Leander will be keen to hold on to this composite, trying not to let them go, using the support of their teammates just to try and claw back inch by inch.
Beautiful shot there of wonderful sculling from this composite crew. It looks strong throughout. So we've just been held. This is the actual GB under 23 quad, so no wonder they're going so well. They won recently at Poznan. A beautiful shot of the blades going in at the same time coming out. Wonderful sculling.
Great shot there, just seeing the battles of these 2 crews coming through. Both very high profile crews, the Leander athletes. Obviously famed all over the world. Looking absolutely fantastic there, but just haven't quite got the horsepower in the legs to edge out on the GB under 23 crew racing as individual clubs in this composite crew that is currently dominating this race.
You can almost describe the style there, Ed, as languid
It is so
as they
fluid.
approach the finish.
The most amazing thing about some of these quads, especially those that compete internationally, is just how calm and relaxed they are. Often smiling through the pain. That's what we see sometimes every now and then. But as we watch that one, which is quite likely the victory for the under 23 quad, as just seen there on the top right hand, we move back down to the start for our second semi-final of the day for the championship Coxed quads. This time between Tideway Scholars School and London University on the left hand side of your picture, and Molesey Boat Club A on the right hand side.
I strongly suspect that the umpire has gently reminded Tideway, Scullers and London University to return to their part of the river. They were crowding out their opposition there for a moment, but it is that composite crew that have got just a third of a length up at the end of the island over Molesey.
Just see the power in the arms of those scholars as they go past, using that just to add that little bit of finesse to the end of the stroke. Great shot there.
Steering a much better line than Molesey steers woman, and the composite just wobbling a bit down the river, and that will have cost them a few inches, but from here, this angle, this wonderful angle, you can see the power that's going down, and I would say that every stroke they take, they're inching away from Molesey, and Molesey are going to have to do something about it now if they're going to make a race of it.
Great shot there, especially. You can see the blades of both the University of London with the blue the purple, sorry, and Thames Rowing Club there with the black and red. Fantastic to see that club representation within this incredibly high profile quad as they come past our quadruple position now, leading out on Molesey by about 3/4 of length, would you say?
Yeah, and they've just put a bit of a push in. They're drifting again over into the middle of the water. I'm just having a look at the umpire, and she's reaching for the megaphone. Yeah, the white flag is nearly raised, but the composite have now been told to get back on your own side. And as we see from that shot, they are moving immediately back to that side. The Molesey are very much not allowing the composite quad to have it their own way. And although that composite quad are just trying to get to that length advantage, they haven't made it just yet. So plenty of energy and effort being put in.
Really, I'm a big fan of these water level shots. You can just see the accuracy with which those scullers place the blades in the water and apply that arc of power that is so indicative of this high level of racing. Quads, of course, some of the fastest boats out on the water, and we can see that here, absolutely beetling down the course, especially from Tideway Scullers and London University.
They've nearly, Ed, now just about got a length. They're just so determined to try and get that length. It's just a psychological thing. You just get to the length and you're just able to relax a little bit, because that's 3 or 4 seconds that the crew behind have got to make up. So you just feel that just a bit more relaxed.
You can see again the trademark of this championship event, how relaxed they are, especially in the faces and the upper body as they come down the course. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one, although we suspect it will be a victory for University of London and Tideway Scullers School. As we flip back down to the bottom left of your picture, as our next race is just leaving Temple Island, the championship 8s between Princeton University on Temple Island side and massive composite there on the left hand side. I imagine this is another under 23 crew, judging by the range of clubs we have in there. GB, of course, been very successful at recent under 23 championships. The majority of the national team currently being off at Poznan, the second World Cup of the season, which is why we're not seeing some of the most famous names in rowing down here. But still, some fantastic rowing going on.
So again, the quickest of all of the events that we've got is the 8th event. It's when the umpire's launch really has to open up a little bit to stick with them. As we suspect the GB composite there out to a length at the quarter mile stage over the Princeton University crew.
Fantastic news for British rowing in general, just seeing how strong we are against one of the foremost collegiate rowing programs in the US, Princeton University. You can see there that great shot of the bucket rig, as we call it in the Princeton crew, just enabling the coaches to harness the power of their athletes, and as they come past, looking probably anywhere between a length and a half and 2 lengths lead for the under 23 8 composite as they pass through the barrier now.
Really is a fine display of rowing here by the British crew. And that's actually great, isn't it, to see all the different clubs represented. It's the only opportunity really we get to see where they are all from.
And I think every single rower in that boat is from a different club. Just fantastic to see how much cross representation there is between clubs in the UK coming together to form what at the minute is looking like one of the fastest 8s, perhaps the fastest we'll see all day. I've just been told that this is in fact not the under 23 squad, but the Great Britain development squad, which I have to say is even more impressive if they haven't quite made the under 23 boat, but instead here the development squad still leading out an incredibly strong crew from Princeton University, USA.
sometimes you don't need words to describe something that is aesthetically pleasing as that. It's just wonderful to watch these athletes looking so. They're just making it look so easy, aren't they?
Yeah, like with any sport, when it's done well, it looks easy. Especially easy for us to say, sitting up here in some nice comfy chairs, watching these athletes go at it. But I don't think, unless Princeton have got an engine on board, I don't think they'll be catching that GB development squad anytime soon.
And they've just taken the pressure off now, Ed, haven't they? They've just taken the rate, right down. They've done what they set out to do, and almost are beginning their warm down already, aren't they?
They are, yeah, and who could blame them? They will have their later final coming up later today, and they'll conserve the energy and remove as much lactate from the blood as possible, so when they get back in the boat later, it won't be quite as painful. Just a quick reminder of the results from the last couple of races in the championship quad sculls. In our first semi-final of that event, the composite of Edinburgh University Leander Club Molesey and Newcastle University beat Leander Club by 2 lengths, followed by the second semi-final of that event, where Tideway Scholar School and University of London edged out over Molesey to win by a margin of 3/4 of a length.
And we're just down at the start again for the second semi-final of this championship, 8 between Lager of the Netherlands and Newcastle University, one of the great student programs that we have in Britain at the moment at Newcastle.
As I walked up here just a few moments ago, I saw this Newcastle crew boating. What struck me most was the composure they have. It's obviously a very well-drilled crew. They know how to get the best out of their racing environment. They know how to get into that zone that allows them just to focus on the task in hand. But despite that, it looks like DSRV Laha from the Netherlands is just getting that upper hand. I wasn't quite sure who's worn there, Greg, by the umpire. So his flag
Well, we didn't
tucking away.
really. I think it might have been both crews to say stay apart, because we didn't see the white flag go either one way or the other. So maybe it was just worn in the Coxes that there should be plenty of river here for both of them to play on. Just coming up to our commentary position, it is the Dutch crew that have the advantage at the moment. Just a little bit more power on board at the moment.
And I think, they're all credit to the Newcastle crew, looking very smart and very sophisticated there. I think Laha just look a bit more relaxed in their stroke. They're taking the time really to swing through, whereas Newcastle have that's not stereotypical, but that very defined stroke that the coaches at Newcastle breed. Very strong, punchy stroke that has driven them to victory so many times.
And they're really trying to work hard to get back on terms, aren't they? Their strike rate is just a little higher than the Dutch. They're really trying to get back on board with them. And you can just see the Newcastle Cox absolutely exhorting the athletes there. She's doing everything that they can.
In the immortal words of Mo Sabihi, a good crew can win without a Cox, but a good crew with the best Cox can be the best crew. And that's something we've seen several times today. And the Newcastle Cox there paying testament to that, just trying to get that last little power out of her athlete's legs.
Yeah, Charlotte Hill doing a great job there. Quite difficult really for these crews. This is their first outing and straight into the semi-final. And all credit to Newcastle, don't you think, Ed, that they've actually in this event and racing, right at the top.
Racing right at the top, racing very near to winning the semi-final. But the Dutch crew, as we'd expect from any overseas crew, they just have that bit of finesse that's given them the confidence to fly out here to test their mettle against some of the heavyweights of British rowing. Of course, should they win this semi-final, they'll go head-to-head with the crew we just saw, the composite crew there, that makes up the Great Britain development squad. Laha just struggling a bit there with the wash from the launches as they go past. Of course, one of the defining features of racing at Henley is that constant changing racing environment, especially down the water where currents and waves and all sorts can throw a crew off, but they seem to have dealt with it well and just extending their lead out over Newcastle. Might just be able to hear in the background there the engines of. There we are.
There we are. It's
Fantastic
another
shot.
magnificent. We had a visit yesterday as well, and just that lovely sound, isn't it? And he'll be coming around. Here it comes. You can probably just pick it up on our microphones.
Almost as exciting as the racing we're seeing unfolding on the river there. Really great to have that support from the RAF there and their historic collection of fighter planes that make visits to many of the premier sporting events throughout the year, such as Henley Women's Regatta, and later on they'll be flying over Henley Royal Regatta in about 10 days' time. So, if you're just joining us this afternoon, welcome to Henley Royal Regatta 2009. So we're going to have a bit of a break in the programme now whilst we wait for our next event, the PR3 Single Sculls, which will come off the start in a few moments' time. Before then, we're just going to bring you the results of some of the most recent races here at the regatta. So, race 351, the first semi-final for the Junior Single Sculls was won by Buchanan from Glasgow Academy, and in the next one we had Stanhope of Warrington Rowing Club take it home over Cambois Rowing Club Furness. Following that we had two semi-finals of the Aspirational Championship Coxed Fours, in which Tideway Scholars School took the lead over Agecroft Rowing Club by a length and a half, followed in the next semi-final by Thames Rowing Club taking the win over Aberdeen School's Inverness Rowing Club Loch Lomond ARC Composite. Following that, we had two semi-finals of the Academic Aspirational 8, the first of which was won by Oxford Brookes University over Oxford University Women's Boat Club, the second of which was won by Newcastle University over Durham University. following that, we had two semi-finals of the Junior Coxed Quads, in which Marlow Rowing Club beat Headington School in the first, and Tideway Scholar School took the win over Henley Rowing Club in the second. We then followed that quickly with two semi-finals of the Junior Double Sculls, in which Sir William Perkins School took the win over NCRA in the first, and South Jersey, USA took the win over St George's College in the second. Just a reminder, as we wait for some of the latter races today, that all the races here at Henley over the weekend can be watched live as they happen on our YouTube channel and on demand after the fact. And be sure to keep up with all the latest news from on and off the water on our social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. Good afternoon and welcome back to Henley Women's Regatta. If you're just joining us, your commentators are Ed and Greg, and we're just waiting now for the start of race number 367, the Power Rowing Single Sculls. For those of you that aren't aware, power rowing is split in the UK into 3 categories: PR1, PR2 and PR3. Here we have 2 scullers competing from PR3, and that is previously defined as LTA. Means that these scullers have leg, trunk and arm ability, but another disability that entitles them to row in the power events.
So on the Berkshire station here, we've got Ruby Sutherland joining us from Australia, from the Balmain Rowing Club. And Ruby is legally blind. She's got cerebral palsy, but has already held several world records. It's pretty close at the moment, Ed. I keep talking about that little bay that we can see on the left. It really does throw a number of athletes when they come out of the blocks there, because people tend to want to follow the towpath, the bank.
Gives you a real sense of insecurity. Suddenly the boys disappear and the booms appear.
So we need Alice to stay away from the booms. Can she get back on course? Actually, do you know, that is extremely well done. That's not easy to get off once you've got your blade on the other side.
Especially in the single sculls.
So Alice, I know, will be absolutely annoyed with herself for that. I mean, Alice is another great athlete. She recently won at the she rose for Peterborough, and she was the star really at the Olympic Velodrome, where she broke a world record in the 500 metre ergo. And then obviously won the gold in that, and then quickly won a silver for that as well.
So we've seen that despite her crash, the sculler Alice Mason from Peterborough Rowing Club, is coming back on her opponent. We have noticed that in the sculler from Kent School, United States. No, sorry, not from Kent School. From Balmain Rowing Club, Australia. A small earpiece, and that is because she is classified as legally blind, and PR3 entitles her to a radio link with her coach on the back, and enables her to steer a straight line down the course.
As you say, though, Alice has really come back at her, and we know she's a very, very determined athlete.
Just see as they're coming past. Alice actually taken a slight lead over her opposition from Australia. But this is going to be a close race, Greg. It really is.
Yeah, that will have taken a lot out of Alice, just that flirtation with the booms there. She really is a super athlete. Used to play netball. Unfortunately lost her left leg, which meant she couldn't really stay with netball. So she took up rowing, and she's already a member of the Para Development Squad, the GB Para Development Squad. And she's certainly got the 2020 Tokyo Paralympics in her sights.
I mean, if she can run a race like this and come back from a disaster like that, she definitely deserves to be on that start line in Tokyo. Look at this, already coming back from what for many crews would have set them up for disaster. As we see with many crews, the booms can spell the end of the day, but not for
Well, she's certainly keeping a very close eye on it now. Every 3 or 4 strokes, having a good look over her left shoulder there. You see the power going through the water there. Absolutely. Whoa! Perhaps too much power on that stroke.
Really is fantastic to see these power events here at Henley Women's Regatta. This particular event wasn't run last year, and the last record was set back in 2014 by O'Brien of Tribesman Rowing Club in a time of 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Ruby Sutherland really making a race of this. You can just see she's really taking up her rate, really pulling hard on the blades just to get back into contention. There's so much power being shown there by Alice Mason. Such a determined athlete. She smashed the world 500 meter record by 6 seconds just recently. So, you know, that 500 meters is all about power, and you're just seeing this here right now.
And that power looks to be combined with a very efficient stroke. You can see how powerful her catches are, and that very definitive click out of the water at the end of the stroke that symbolises so many of the most powerful athletes we see on the water.
Well, she's most certainly determined to get into the final, which will be against Georgia Jane Walker of Marlow, just down the river here. What she's just got to do is she's putting so much power down, just got to just be wary of the balance as well.
Still looking very calm and composed as we watch the sculler from Peterborough Rowing Club, Alice Mason, crew number 693, just sculled through to what she hopes to be an easy victory so she can save her bacon for later on. Great shot there in the background as well of some of the launches we've got going up and down the Henley stretch today. Of course, so symbolic of the Henley environment is that constant river traffic that adds to the spectators a real atmosphere, but for those in the water, often a bit of unwanted wash.
Well, what we can see, but if you're viewing on at home or you're viewing on the riverbank, what you can't see, we've had the odd shot of Ruby Sutherland, who is sculling really, really well, and you wouldn't really know that there was such a distance between the athletes. Ruby giving it absolutely everything, and I hope she will have enjoyed being here over at Henley, representing her country as well as her club, and doing well. But she's just come up against a more powerful athlete in Alice Mason.
Just see the determination on Alice's face there. Really,
So there we are. There's a shot of some excellent sculling from Ruby.
Fantastic stuff. So that was our first and only heat of this Para Sculls event. These two sculls are racing to determine who'll be racing their opposition from Marlow Rowing Club Walker in the race later today at 3:50. So if you're interested in seeing the result of that and seeing how Alice fares up against the sculler from Marlow, do be sure to tune in then to see how that goes down. Another bit of a break now until we have the next event, which will be the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. And I think as we go to the start now, you can see the two scullers lining up there. And then as they come out of the blocks there, you can see that classic start from the lightweight scullers. Very, very quick, very powerful, just trying to edge out early on as they come past Temple Island. So as we look down from this drone shot, on the right hand side of your picture we have Macro from Bath University, and on the right hand side, and on the left hand side Pellyman from KRSG.
So this is our first of our finals for the day, and so the excitement really is starting. As Ed says, classic lightweight starts, winding it up to almost, well, just so quick that it's not like a little bee buzzing away at the start. what we have here is Macro from Bath University. Had the better of the starts over Pellerman, and she's gone out to a length advantage already.
She just seemed to be the quicker bee off the start there, and as they come through the first quarter mile mark along the Henley stretch, we can just begin to imagine what it's like inside the minds of these two scullers. You really can taste victory at this point as we come towards the end of their time here at Henley Regatta. One of them will take home the silverware, and one of them will leave without. And at the minute, it looks like Macro from Bath University has her eye firmly fixed on that trophy.
Yes, it's Laura Macro's. We just come past the commentary position here. Even for a lightweight scull, you can see the power being put down, the muscle definition of these elite athletes. And Laura keeping up the strike rate there. She's about 3 lengths ahead at the moment over the Belgium. A very comfortable position to be in, particularly in a final.
Definitely wouldn't normally expect to see this much of a gap between our two finalists as they've just gone through the barrier. Macro from Bath just proving at the minute to be the superior athlete as she races to take home the George Ines Cup in this, the final of the Championship Single Sculls here at Henley Women's Regatta 2019. You can just see there Laura Macro from Bath University just stretching out her lead. Such a powerful athlete there. You can see the power really going through, driving into the water, hanging off those blades, as I'm sure her coaches will have said to her many times over the years, levering it through the water. A fantastic backsplash from what is a very, very technically proficient sculler. Both of these scullers, of course, racing right at the top of their game in the top level boats that the boat builders of the world have to offer. Laura Macro there in her Hudson shell, and her opposition from KRSG in a Felipe shell.
So Laura is a great example of someone who's got resilience, because initially at Bath she just failed to get into the GB rowing start program, but just went back to Bath and worked with her coach Dan Harris, and this is the result of all of that hard work.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that race as it unfolds, but it looks like Dan Harris has worked his magic once again on Laura Macro, and we can now flip down to the start of our second final of the day, the Championship Lightweight Coxless Pairs, contested this time between Newcastle University and Tideway Scullers School. The athletes from Tideway this morning said they aimed to paint the waters of Henley red and yellow, but will that dream come to fruition?
So the Newcastle crew, Fiona Chestnut and Phoebe Truitt. Tideway Scullers School, we've got Katie Potter and Kate Wagstaff. And not much in it at the moment, but it looks like Tideway have had the better start and have gone out to about a length advantage as they come to the quarter mile stage.
Tideway, of course, the famous name for anyone that follows rowing here in the UK. International representation every year since 1983. Spent a lot of their time down at Dorney Lake. We have Marlow Regatta today, another one of the big events here in the UK, just honing their skills, and that seems to have paid off here as they lead their opposition from Newcastle University, another titan of UK rowing, as they approach the barrier and us in the commentary caravan.
And certainly Tideway Scullers have really had a good go at trying to finish this race.
You can just see there what it means to Lauren Macro from Bath University, who has won her final of the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls here at Henley 2019.
This, of course, is the hardest boat to steer. That's why they've got the most experienced umpire looking down at them. Fiona's been at Women's Henley and been a great supporter of Women's Henley for many, many years. But she's not had to get involved in this race at all yet. Tideway Scullers just rowing beautifully at the moment. They've now got that over a length advantage, which is so important psychologically.
Newcastle and Tideway both have a massive presence here at Henley Women's Regatta 2019, and no doubt will have a similarly huge presence at Henley in a few weeks' time. But for now, they'll be listening to the wall of sound created by their supporters as they pass through the regatta enclosure. Of course, not allowing that to throw them off their race plan, as Tideway seem to be executing whatever they had up their sleeve perfectly.
And Newcastle had a tough semi-final, just winning by 3/4 of a length over Sydney University, and one wonders if that took a lot out of their legs. Tideway had the slightly easier semi-final. They're beating Cambridge by 1.5 lengths. So I wonder, Ed, if that's a factor here. It's just a beautiful shot there, actually, of the Tideway pair. Again, you'd expect this from a lightweight pair. The rate is quite high. They're able to move up and down the slide that much quicker. Beautiful shot of two excellent athletes.
And I think we should thank the team at Unique Media TV, who are providing some of the fantastic shots we're seeing here that allow us to gain such an insight into the world of professional rowing. You can just see the composure on the faces of these Tideway rowers. Veterans, of course, of the River Thames, albeit down on the busier, more congested parts. And you can see the effect that's had on their technique there. They've had to perfect it to combat some of the large waves and washes you encounter on the Surrey stretch of the river.
So Fiona Dennis is the umpire, as I just said, is one of the UK's most experienced umpires, and has been at Women's Henley ever since it started. In fact, has been in charge of the umpires here for some years. I think she's just given that up.
You can just see, wow, a fantastic shot there of Tideway. That real definition in their stroke there, Greg. You can just see the power they're applying at the start and end of each stroke. I can almost hear it in my ears, that distinctive click of the blades as they turn and they go. It's really, really amazing stuff there.
And again, a great shot of the muscular definition of these athletes.
Something we can only hope for, I imagine.
A bit too late for me now, Ed.
And there we are.
Great race. I mean, they didn't have it all their own way. They took control at the start, but really never really lost Newcastle. So fantastic effort from Newcastle. And the finals keep on coming. And this is Kent School, one of my alma maters. I went there in 1980, long before these girls were even a twinkle in their mum or dad's eyes. But it's lovely for me to have them over here competing at Henley, and here they are in the final of the Junior Coxed Fours, the J16 Junior Coxed Fours. That's Kent School in the blue with a big K, that kind of helps us there, and on the other side it's Marlow Rowing Club A. So one from across the big pond and one crew from just up or down the river. So I'm expecting a really good race here at Kent. Won at Reading last week. We know how quick Marlow have been. We've seen them throughout the season, and they've certainly put their marker down on Kent. They've gone out to a 3/4 of a length lead. coming up to the quarter mile marker.
Just looks to me there, Marlowe stretched out to an early lead of about 3/4 of length, and to me it just looks like they have that more powerful, that more defined, that more accurate stroke that's allowing them just to break free of what is a very powerful crew from across the pond in the US. Of course, fantastic to see an international final here in the J16 Coxed Fours at Henley Women's Regatta.
And this is unusual for Kent because since they've been over in Britain, they've never been in this position before. They've always been at the front, and it'd be interesting to see how they cope with this mentally. And you know, the 3 and 4 women there, they won't be able to see, even out of the corner of their eye, they won't be able to see Marlowe. They'll be relying on the Cox, and they're not letting Marlowe get away.
I'm not sure if you can hear that down below us now. An absolute roar for Marlowe as they come past from their coaches on their bikes and many supporters on the banks, just spurring them on to find that little bit of extra energy they didn't know they had.
In a time of 5 minutes.
As the umpire's boat goes past, you see Garrison Smith, the Kent coach. He's not allowed to speak or do anything. He's not even allowed to nod his head, which might be trying to communicate with his crew. So he must be feeling. I know he likes to talk, so he must be feeling pretty desperate. I tell you what, Kent are just throwing everything at this, aren't they? They're coming back at Marlowe inch by inch. I think they've come back by about 2 feet.
I think we're in for a race here, Greg. Really, it's fantastic.
They put a massive push in, haven't they? And they're almost level.
Cox is very relaxed there on the bow of the Marlowe boat. The quantities and the bows there. What? Oh, Kent School USA creeping up there.
Can't quite see. I think they're absolutely level as they're going past the enclosures.
Could Kent School check this back, or could it be bow ball for bow ball down the corner? We'll have to wait to see from a drone shot if that's going to appear. If not, from a side-by-side shot.
And this is exactly what you want, isn't it, Ed, from a final? Just side-by-side racing, no one giving a quarter, no one's breaking physically or mentally. It's going to go down to the wire.
Fantastic to see here for the spectators here at Henley Women's Regatta. Got a couple more hours of racing for you this afternoon. If you're at loose end in the area at all, come down and catch some of the best racers from across the world compete to take home some of the most prestigious silverware in the country.
And some of that silverware is going to be won here, and at the moment it looks as though it's going to be taken overseas because it's Kent School who were initially down at the start by, well, nearly a length, 3/4 of a length. They've had a big middle of the race, and now about half a length up. And the silverware they're looking for is the West End ARA trophy, and they'll be pretty determined. Garrison Smith, the coach, as I said, who's in the umpire's launch there. I mean, the butterflies will be going round his stomach for sure, but that's tremendous power there in that J. Remember, these athletes they're not senior athletes. They are under 16, J16, so they will be 16 in this academic year.
Great shot to see there, and as we've said so many times before, with rowing, it often accompanies academic excellence, even at the youngest ends of rowing, J16. A lot of these athletes just escaped the rigours of their GCSEs and now here to trial themselves against the rigours of another crew. But it looks like at the minute the Kent
Marlowe are
School
putting in a
USA
big push here, Ed. You can just see they've taken it, the rate up. They're throwing everything at it. All credit to them, and they've come right back at Kent, haven't they? And I think that burst has taken them past.
This could be
Absolutely
a real cat and mouse
fantastic.
game, cat and mouse
My
there.
goodness, they've just left them. They just took up the rate. They've suddenly taken a length out of Kent.
Wow.
And Kent were, what, half a length up. What a fantastic race by Marlowe. And from my saying that silverware is going overseas, the girls must have heard that. And I'll tell you what, that was an amazing finish.
You can see what it means there to the girls of Marlowe's school. Smiles, cheers, hugs, the lot. That is absolutely fantastic there. To go off the start, be rowed over by a foreign school, and then to claw it back with that amazingly powerful burst in the last few metres is a real marvel. But the finals and the excitement don't stop there, as we are on to the aspirational lightweight single sculls, our next final of the day. On the left hand side of your picture, Wedgwood from Surrey University against Slater from Wallingford Rowing Club. This is race 371.
So it's another name check for Fiona Dennis, because actually she puts her name to the trophy that these two athletes are racing for. It's the Fiona Dennis Trophy for Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls. And straight away there we see that the Surrey University athlete Wedgwood has taken about 2 lengths out of Slater of Wallingford. That's Hannah Slater, who had an excellent semi earlier this morning, but at the moment she's got it all to do against the Surrey University.
And as the umpire's launch goes past us now, we can see a real gap opening up between these two scullers. Wedgwood from Surrey University just leading her opponent out by a good margin now as they pass through the first timing mark at Henley Royal Regatta, the barrier.
So the Wallingford sculler, Helen Slater, under a bit of pressure there. She's got to correct her steering. She's not affecting the Surrey athlete at the moment, so the umpire won't be too bothered, but if she puts in a spurt she'll need to get back onto her own side. But it's certainly the University of Surrey athlete who is dominating this final.
We'd perhaps expect to see these two scullers slightly closer together, especially in a lightweight category, but that just pays testament to the awesome power of Wedgwood from Surrey University. She's gone through this competition looking incredibly strong. Had the privilege to commentate on a couple of her races yesterday, and even there she dominated from the start. She got out and she handled that race, showing her opponent who was boss. Having said that, of course, we've also seen Slater from Wallingford in action this week, and another incredibly talented sculler. And it just comes down on the day to who has more lactate in their blood, who's more tired, and who has more energy to give.
Well, certainly Helen Slater's had the perhaps the tougher of the semi-finals. Just a length lead over there, and a length means you've had to fight all the way down. So she's had that race, was earlier on at earlier this morning, and whereas the Surrey University athlete had a 3 lengths win, and maybe, as you say, Ned, there's just been a little bit more taken out of Helen Slater's legs there. Certainly her steering is a little wayward at the moment. Not using all of the river yet, are they?
No. That is what makes Henley so exciting, though, is that clubs can have 2, have even heard of a club having 3 races in one day, and that leads to this really difficult situation of how hard you push to ensure that you secure a victory, but at the same time you are able to use the energy that you conserved from your last race as you progress through into the next round of your chosen event.
I don't know if Wedgwood is just taking the power off, but she's got that 3 lengths advantage and is just sitting back on that. I think she's just been told to get to move over a little bit, actually, by the umpire. But Helen Slater from Wallingford, just up the river, she's given it a really good go.
We will continue to keep an eye on that race as it unfolds, but for the moment we shall flick down to our next final of the day,
which is one of those old battles, Ed. Headington against Henley.
It definitely is. The two titans of junior rowing. These two crews both competed at Sculls Head of the River this year, placing a 1-2 with Headington at the win, I believe, and Henley coming second. Don't quote me on that.
But as we see, it's Henley being a bit naughty, being told to get back on station, and it looks as though they've had the better of the starts. They've gone out to about a length there.
These really are my favourite boat classes to watch here, Greg. They just look so good when they're going, and when they're going this well, the speed that these athletes can produce.
So that Headington squad of Anna Mattox, Isabel McGee, Eleanor Giles and Katie Jeans, they've really got to up their game now if they're going to get closer to Henley. Darcy Smith, Della Luke, and there's no doubt that where that Luke comes from, it's certainly got some great rowing genes there. Isabel Cotton and Holly Cookson. And they've gone out now to a length lead, just gone past that quarter-mile stage, looking very comfortable. I said earlier today, and I know the Headington girls work incredibly hard. If you follow their coach on Twitter, you can often see the work that they're being put through. But as I live fairly close to Henley, you know, coming through the dark nights, dark winter nights, you see these Henley athletes out running with their high-vis vests on almost every night. Their winter training is so hard, and this is why. This is the reward they get for that. They come to this world-class event, they get to the final, and they've put themselves into a position here where they're a length ahead of the old enemy Headington.
I imagine we'll see some of these athletes later on in their lives competing at international level. Both of these schools are breeding ground for fantastic female athletes that go on to represent in the under-23 and senior teams for Great Britain.
I think you said it a little earlier, Ed, that looking at the launches on the right-hand side, and you know, part of the reason we have those booms there is to stop the wash from the launches. You might have seen that there's a gap which allows crews to cross over the river. You could just see the ripple of the water coming across, and that affected Headington more than Henley. You see that Henley 3 girl there, she's shouting the instructions, as she was this morning when we watched her. But don't they scull well? The coaches at Henley do a fantastic job. Not only are they, you know, they're at the top of the game physically, but look at the technical aspects of this as well.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, and Henley today are the perfect example of this. When a quad is rowed well together, they are a symphony of movement. Just those blades clicking around together. You can almost hear the control and solidarity of those crew members.
And again, it's easy to forget, Ed, that these are girls, you know, who are in year 11 or year 10, in fact, but they're year 11, they're J16s, and they are sculling with huge maturity, you know, both Headington and Henley. So it's absolute testament to their devotion to their sport, but also, you know, the coaches, and sometimes coaches don't get thanked enough, I think, and they put in hours and hours of voluntary time, and you know, both of these the coaches who are involved with these crews deserve many plaudits. It's a great shot there. Both, there's very little in it in terms of technique. Just at the moment it looks at Henley have got the greater power, but Headington are just up their work rate and they're throwing everything in it. They don't want to leave anything in the boat.
I think that's something we'll see throughout the afternoon with all the finals that we've got coming up for you. Is even if you're in second place, you want to leave everything out there on the course. You want to come in and just collapse on that landing stage, knowing that you did everything you can, even if it meant that you missed that victory by a boat length or two. But as we can see here, I think Headington are coming back on Henley in these closing stages, Greg.
Well, and you know, we got it so wrong in the last race, didn't? Well, I got it so wrong. Kent were half a length up. Marlow, that fantastic, honestly, brilliant burst.
Yeah.
But I think there we are. We've just seen it at the top right. It's Henley. Congratulations to them for winning the J16 quads.
Fantastic race there. And what I should imagine is another fantastic race coming up for you now. This is the final of the championship pairs, race number 373 of 2019 at Henley Regatta, contested between Leander Club A and Cambridge University Women's Boat Club. Two clubs that I'm sure need no introduction, both famous not only in the UK but the world over. And it looks to me as if Greg, Leander have just got that early lead over Cambridge.
Yeah, Leander with Natasha Harris-White and Susanna Deer. Natasha started her rowing life at Upper Thames, and she's a tremendous athlete. Actually, she could have done rowing is just one of the sports that she could have succeeded at, but she's chosen rowing, and she's been picked up by Leander, and undoubtedly, I have no doubt that she will be wearing the GB vest again soon. But they're dominating this race. Quarter mile, it's the Leander crew of Natasha Harris-White and Susanna Deer, who have about a 2-length advantage now over the Cambridge University crew of Patricia Smith and Pippa Whitaker.
Had the real privilege in the last few months to be out up at their training base with Cambridge University, and just the whole squad ethos that they're able to build, especially around the boat races, is fantastic to see. And even if they can't quite at this point in the race topple the absolute might of the athletes from Leander, they're two very, very determined athletes, both winners of the boat race this year, I believe, and I'm sure they'll go on to another boat race, or perhaps even transition into the senior rowing team with Great Britain in years to come.
Well, that's right, Ed. I mean, I think it's easy to look at that picture there and think, well, this is a bit of a one-sided match, but it just shows the quality again, the quality of women's rowing in the UK at the moment, that we are able to produce such fine athletes, because this Cambridge University pair have had a great women's Henley. They've raced really well, and as you've just described, they've got a fantastic pedigree. But just look at this Leander pair. They're just every stroke taking the boat further and further away. So we definitely should be looking out for these two in the future.
Having said what I did about Cambridge, Leander, another crew with a fantastic ethos around what they do, very controlled, very rigorous. A lot of the athletes there on a full-time training program aiming for selection with the Great Britain squad. Cambridge, of course, having to balance their academic workload with their training for the Cambridge boats.
But a great shot of the blade work there. The pair is the most difficult boat, I think, to race. And it's very tippy. To try and get the balance right is very, very difficult. And that Leander pair making it look great. Look at the depth that the blades are flowing through the water.
Perfect.
It's
Absolutely
perfectly
perfect.
Balanced. It's just a joy to watch.
It really is. This is why we're sat here watching the rowing today. It's for races like these, where even if Cambridge can't quite topple Leander, we have two incredibly competent crews here. Leander very at home on this stretch of water, of course. Cambridge coming in from the 8 that was so successful this year at the Oxford-Cambridge boat race.
It does look at the moment as though Leander will go on to win this event, and we've got another final. It's the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls with Nottingham University on the Berkshire station. That's the one closest to the towpath, and the University of Tulsa, USA, on the Buckinghamshire station.
Of course, University of Tulsa from the USA. Again, fantastic to see a foreign crew from as far away as the US in this final of the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. As we'd expect from a lightweight combination, straight out the start, very, very quick, very accurate blade strokes. As we'd expect, a lot of this will come down to the technical maturity of the athletes in this boat. Looks like as they've just gone through the quarter-mile marker, approaching our little commentary caravan, the little white box you can see there. Tulsa just seem to be stretching that lead out as we're catching the end of our previous final, the Championship Double Sculls, with Leander just leading out over Cambridge. Of course, both crews still giving it their all. And as they come past our position now, it looks to me like Tulsa have just over a length on their opposition from Nottingham University, bringing that pedigree and that strength that the US collegiate programs breed over here to the UK.
So Nottingham got here with a length victory in the semi-final. Tough race against Princeton University, and Tulsa had a win over Upper Thames earlier this morning. So Tulsa not getting away just yet. The Nottingham University pair really putting everything into it to try and get back on terms. So Nottingham University pair, that is Jemima Price and Eva Hill. And the Tulsa, Nicole Bacchus and Meredith Galloway. And I'll be just delighted to have come over here and be in the final and just, I think, probably daring themselves. Are we actually going to get close to winning this? That'd be fantastic.
Fantastic stroke style there from the Tulsa girls. In a borrowed boat there from Lady Eleanor Hollis, just showing the collaboration between the US and the UK rowing programs. You can see, I think, is that almost a smile on the face of the stroke girl in the Tulsa crew, or perhaps a grimace. Not quite sure. The camera's a little bit fuzzy.
I suspect it's the latter. I don't think she'll be smiling just yet. There's still quite some distance to go. And, you know, it's just one mistake and it could let Nottingham back into it. And these are great pictures brought to us by Unique Media TV.
Just see there, one of my favourite parts of the boat to watch, the bow of the boat. You can just see the water rising up with absolute power that these girls are laying down. You can see it in their catches, you can see it in their finishes. They're from start to finish of every stroke. They're applying the power through the legs, the core, and their arms. And they won't stop doing that until they are firmly across the finish line.
So the bit of silverware to the winner here is the Haslam Trophy. And definitely, you said smile, that's definitely not a smile. That's definitely a grimace. They're really working hard, aren't they? Where is that finish line? It's got to be up there somewhere. It's got to be close. Please, let it be close.
But all that pain will be worth it if they cross the finish line first, as I suspect
There's
they
Fiona
will.
Dennis. Yeah, she's the umpire again. She's telling Tulsa, get back on side, please. You've drifted into the middle of the river and you need to be steering, as we look at it, to the right.
Looks to me like Nottingham just overrating Tulsa now, perhaps trying to come back for a burst. But in this dominant position, Tulsa can eye up their opposition and just respond to anything they do at this late stage in the race. Fantastic again there from the Tulsa crew. Just see the power going down. Crew number 480 in this Henley Women's Regatta 2019.
Getting close to the finish now. Those tired legs. Just nearly finished.
And I think in a minute those grimaces will turn to smiles as they cross the finish line. Know that they can take home the trophy that they've flown out here to collect, take it home with their coach in tow.
And there you go.
Is that a smile?
Smiles. Actually, not sure we do. They're just too tired.
I think it's
Too
just
tired
pain,
to smile.
just more pain, as we'd expect for a fantastic crew like this.
And well done, Nottingham. Absolutely well done. Hats off. And now, yours favourite is the quads. Ed, mine is the eights. Just looking forward to this very, very much. This is the final of the Junior 8 St Paul's School, USA against Enniskillen Royal. So that's going to help us out. It is helpful when they have a big letter on their back. It really does help.
It is, and it's nice distinct colours as well in these crew. Lovely for us. So
And
just
off they
get
go.
confused.
A couple of missed strokes there in the St Paul's crew.
Of course, not to be confused with our St Paul's crew at home that dominated the male rowing scene here in the UK for so long.
Absolutely winding it up there at the start, aren't they? It's so important here to try and get this advantage coming out of the island. And it's a beautiful day today, so they won't get the wind that hits them. They're sheltered from any wind by the island. And as soon as they come past there, they get buffeted a little bit.
I can see why these are your favourite boats to watch, Greg. From above, you can just see that power going down. The girls swinging through that stroke, drawing through. And despite a slightly rougher start, St Paul's are definitely trying to claw back that lead that Enniskillen Royal has dominated from the start of this race.
Now they've settled into their rhythm. And you just get the feeling that St Paul's have come for this race, haven't they? They've they've brought the crew over. They're pretty good. I should have looked at how they got over it nearer, but I would assume they must have they certainly meddled in it. And this is the race they've come over for, this final.
St Paul's, to me, they're Greg, looking like a slightly tidier crew. Very clean, clinical stroke there as they approach our commentary position here. Just hear the noise from the support and in the boat. Adrenaline fueled, all you adrenaline junkies out there, get yourself into rowing, get yourself into an 8. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, that's just a length lead now. And that's they'll be wanting to stick that. And hear the Irish accents of the coaches just gone past. Thing is, I don't know, Ed, if you coach or not, it's worthless shouting because you can't hear when you're in the boat. You can't hear a thing.
You definitely can't. No, I think it's almost for the coach on the bank.
It's completely for the coach.
It's definitely for the coach. They just, they know they can't hear them, but they're just going to add that bit of support. What the crews will be able to hear, however, as they enter the regatta enclosure, is that absolutely immense wall of sound that the supporters down here at Henley Women's Regatta are creating. Whether it be for their crew or not, the cheers from the bank ring out over the waters, just propelling those crews on to the finish line down by the Friends enclosure.
But well done, Enniskillen, for getting it into the final here, because they would have had to have got through some pretty serious competition to get there. With all of those British schools and clubs, Henley and Headington, they'd have been looking at this race and thinking, is this the race we actually want to be in? And go into the fours and so Enniskillen, to get into the final, have done extremely well.
And Enniskillen not letting go of their opposition from the US St Paul's, not quite being able to catch them, but determined, like we said a moment ago, just leave everything out on the course. So when they come in, they can sit down tonight and just think, we did everything we could, and use that as motivation for next season to try and come back stronger, faster and better.
Good boat speed. You get an idea of how quickly that boat is going through the water. They're coming towards. We can see the drone shot there. They've got about another 80 metres to go to the finish. The finish is just past the Remnant Club, if you know this stretch of the Thames.
I think bar a catastrophic disaster, this will be a win for Crew 460, St Paul's School, the USA.
So some silverware, Ed, then is going over.
Quite a lot, judging by what we've seen over the last few races. Fantastic stuff for the US crews to be able to come out here, test their mettle against some of the best crews we have to offer in the UK, and take home the win. It all sets a very, very exciting picture for the future of rowing, not only here, but around the world especially.
Just coming to the finish there. This is for the Peabody Cup, and it looks as though the Peabody Cup is going overseas.
They are just going through the finish line now. Last few strokes. And yeah, more of a smile from the St Paul's crew than we saw from our last quad. There we are. Fantastic stuff from that crew, leading from the start. Great race though.
Well,
great
USA
race.
have done well because, well done St Paul's, but equally well done Enniskillen. It was Green Lake from the USA who won it last year, so the Peabody Cup is, having been brought over the pond, is probably going back over to the pond, but all credit to Enniskillen. Well done, you guys. Now on our screens there, you see the latest final, which is another junior final. It's a junior single sculls final, and on the near side we've got Glasgow Academy, Buchanan, and then Warrington Stanhope. And Warrington, Ed, I don't know if you know much about the club, but they produced some fantastic scullers recently. Lucy Glover, currently rowing for the GB, who came out of Warrington, dominated junior sculling for some time.
I think that's what we're seeing now, a lot more on the UK rowing circuit, especially from the junior clubs, is it's not just those big 3 or 4 that are producing the athletes that go on to represent their country later in life. We have a really diverse mix of athletes from all walks of life all over the country, which just makes, as we saw in that Development 8 earlier, for really diverse crews that, when coached correctly, can really put down the power. So just seeing the drone shot here as these two scullers for the junior single sculls final come up to the quarter-mile marker.
And it is the Glasgow Academy sculler who has got, what, about a 2-length lead here. Anna Buchanan over the Warrington sculler. And they are racing for a very, very important trophy. This is the Di Ellis Trophy. Di Ellis, sadly no longer with us, but just one of the mainstays of British rowing for many, many years. And it's just wonderful that this trophy is named for her.
So as they come past our little commentary caravan here, it certainly is Buchanan from Glasgow Academy that just has the edge over Stanhope from Warrington Rowing Club. It's important to remember that especially in these small lightweight craft, the speed can change at the flick of a switch. Unless Stanhope was to make a significant move in the next few hundred metres, I think this could be a win for Buchanan of Glasgow Academy.
We said all weekend there's some great rowing athletes coming out of Scotland at the moment. Glasgow Academy, a nursery of rowing talent actually, then go on to Glasgow schools. We've got St Andrews University now coming up in the world of rowing. Edinburgh spending a lot of money now on their rowing programme. Strathclyde as well. So expect to see Scottish clubs coming down a lot more and taking home the silverware. But at the moment it looks like this is going over the northern border.
We seem to be losing a lot of our silverware this year, Greg, so far from Henley going all over the world. Fantastic to see just how much of a uniting sport rowing has become in the 21st century.
It looks like Buchanan there is using a George Watson's college boat. George Watson's in Edinburgh. So again, collaboration. And we've got a Scottish commentator just about to take over. He'll be delighted. Well, you can't be English with a name like Fergus, that's for sure.
Just see there the sculler from Warrington Rowing Club, Stanhope, still, as we've seen through every final this afternoon, determined to leave it all out on the track, just trying to claw back inch by inch, just to try and minimise that margin of defeat that she likely experience as they cross the line in a few moments.
A great power there, great shot of Buchanan, really powerful sculler. The purist coaches won't be liking the fact that the head's moving quite so much, but honestly, does it matter when the boat's moving that quickly?
I think as we've said over and over again, you can strategise, perfect technique all you like, but at the end of the day, all that matters is that you cross that line first ahead of your opponent, and it looks like Buchanan of Glasgow Academy will be fulfilling that dream here at Henley Women's Regatta.
And we're just going to swap seats now with our learned colleagues to take you through the rest of today's finals.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are at crunch time here at Henley Women's Regatta. My name is Warren Muggles. I'm joined by Fergus Malan. We are here to guide you through the remaining finals of this, what's been an incredible Henley Women's Regatta 2019. On the course now, we are seeing the aspirational academic Coxed Fours for the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy. And on the left of your picture, you're on the Berkshire side, you're seeing Glasgow, and on the right of your picture on the Buckinghamshire side, we're seeing KSRV Njord. And Fergus, how have you been on the launches today? How are you doing?
Do you know what? It's been a fantastic third day of Henley Women so far. We've had some excellent semi-finals, and as we move through the finals this afternoon, we can expect even more fantastic racing as the day goes on. But yes, we are riding with the aspirational academic Coxless Fours, and the crew's just coming past us now is the Dutch crew, leading but only by a matter of inches.
It's
over
only
the
a
Scots
canvas.
from Glasgow University.
Absolutely astonishing stuff in its early stages. It is. Well, you have to argue that the Njord side from the holiday are just about ahead. A little bit of a twitch there from Glasgow as they were coming through. Might have cost them a bit of half a length or so. They're still staying in touch though. Rate is staying high. And they're coming up to the regatta enclosure now.
Yes, that's a very handy lead that the Dutch have over Glasgow University as they come past the regatta enclosure. As KSRV Njord not had an easy way through to the finals today. They've beaten Tulsa, Bristol University, the British favourites, and Imperial College London. Yes, passing the regatta enclosure, moving on up to the boat racks. It is the Dutch group just pushing up to a length over the Scots from Glasgow University.
Interesting you say that, folks, about the course. It's how similar their progress has been. Both had an easily verdicts in the heats. Quarter-final, Glasgow won by half length, then a length in the semi-final, as with KSV Njord, 3.5 lengths in the quarters, then a half in the semi. They've had kind of similar kind of challenges to deal with. But that's what happens when you're at the top of the game, as these guys are in the aspirational fours. Still, you're just stretching their lead out a little bit, going to about 3/4 length. But Glasgow still there within sight, within mind, within concern for the Njord side. Could pull out a move anytime soon as they coming through, going past the regatta enclosure now, going towards Upper Thames, the final third. We'll see how they manage this. They're keeping the rate down, keeping it nice and consistent, keeping the reach, keeping the unity all together. We'll see what rate they're doing now. Going at about a 35. I mean, wow, look at Glasgow go there. Goodness me, that rate's gone right up. It's gone up to 40 strokes a minute here. This is going to be a really cracking finish to this race. You can see though, it's the rower from Njord, Femke van Veen, looking over to the side as she's seen the move and she's going to get her crew to respond. But have they got enough time? Goodness me, well,
yes,
having a
coming
look at
into
the
the
pictures,
last
yeah.
few hundred metres of this, Glasgow have sensed now's the time that they've got to move if they want to mount a charge in this, the final of the aspirational academic Coxless Fours. And yes, it is just a few hundred metres to go.
Oh, perfect timing there from the cameraman. Wow, what a time they're getting. I've had a photo bomb from a cameraman. But it is Njord still leading the way here. The rate is still up now. They're charging through as they come through. Only about 20 strokes now. You know, you've got to give everything at this point. There's trophies on the line on Sunday at Henley Women's Regatta, but they have responded by the looks of it. This is the camera you're seeing here is right on the finish line. We will get a lock off. Just seeing the other final start there for the aspirational Club 8s for the Copas Cup, sponsored by the Copas Foundation. And that's a great start there. But we're coming back to the finish. It is a nice and solid there from Njord. Really lengthened out of the finish. Very strong in the finish. Absolutely gutted for the Glasgow stroke woman, which is Emma Pearson. Absolutely gutting for them. But absolute elation for KSRV Njord.
And we continue with the finals this Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta 2019. Race 378 is the Academic Club 8, Thames Rowing Club, City of Bristol. Thames are on the Berkshire station, City of Bristol are on the Buckinghamshire station, and it's Thames that have the lead at the moment.
Yes, it's a very familiar sight, that seeing Thames Rowing Club in an 8 out in front on this Henley Rowing Club course. And as they come past us at the commentary caravan, looks to be a length they have over the City of Bristol crew over on the Buckinghamshire station. Thames, of course, having a fantastic Henley Women's Regatta so far. 43 rowers they've had racing this year. And this 8's had an excellent domestic season, winning the Challenge 8s at Wallingford Regatta earlier this year, and they're continuing that fine form here in this final of the Club 8s.
Aspirational doubles, Sculls, then development 4s, championship singles, championship 4s, all to come, as the drone shows the overhead shot there of Thames Rowing Club leading by just over a length.
Yes, that very much looks like a Thames crew on a mission. They only have one thing on their mind, and that is winning this race against City of Bristol. First round, City of Bristol beat their club mates. They moved on and then beat Lee Rowing Club of Hackney before they dismantled Agecroft in their semi-final. It looks like they've met their match here as we move towards the regatta enclosures and on towards Upper Thames. It is Thames Rowing Club, the famous black kit, leading this final of the Club 8s.
Very good crowd here. Not as hot today as the previous 2 days this regatta, and the wind just beginning to blow a little bit. You can see the trees. If anything, it's cross tail, which clearly is going to help the times. I think a few records already gone this afternoon.
Yes, definitely a relief for some of us commentating on the back of the launches to see that sun just poke away behind the clouds. But these rowers will be very grateful for it. The tailwind just helping them down the course. And at the moment it is still Thames Rowing Club looking very comfortable. Really picking it up at that front end, and they continue to lead City of Bristol, who trail by just over a length.
Closing stages of this, then the final of the Aspirational Club 8, Thames Rowing Club A, moving down now towards the Chairman's enclosure and the finish line. Still working very hard, and you can see that the next final is underway. This is the Academic Double Sculls, Twickenham and the Leicester Rowing Club Shiplake College combination.
Yes, this is a remarkable young double scull from Leicester Rowing Club and Shiplake. Both of these young athletes have plenty of Great Britain experience under their belts, racing at the likes of the World Championships, the European Junior Championships, as well as Munich Regatta. Most recently, though, at the national schools, they placed 2nd and 3rd respectively in the championship singles. So there's a great rivalry between the two of them, and clearly combining their talents here and putting together quite a piece already in this final of the Academic Double Sculls.
And the scullers on the Berkshire station getting dangerously close to the booms there for a moment as they approach us in the commentary tower. It's a very comfortable lead from the double scull as Greg Davies, headmaster of Shiplake, cycles past, encouraging his Shiplake sculler and her partner and they lead now by some 2.5 lengths.
Yes, these Leicester and Shiplake scullers, two of the finest single scullers in the country. They both actually broke the course record for the single at national schools earlier on this year. So it's quite a display of sculling they're putting on for the crowds here at Henley Women's Regatta on finals day. And we're now just coming up to the regatta enclosure, and it is that Shiplake Leicester double with a 2-length lead, just 2 and a bit length lead over Twickenham Rowing Club.
So we reckon there's 5 records been broken this afternoon. A bit to do with the conditions and obviously the competition here in these finals. Absolutely excellent. There's been some superb racing over the last 3 days, and you know, the event getting bigger and stronger, and obviously wouldn't run without the help of the volunteers, whom there have been plenty this weekend, and a huge thanks to everybody that's contributed to what's been a wonderful 3 days of racing. Climaxing now with the finals, and on the stake boats ready to go we have the development Coxed Fours. Dundee University are up against Tideway Sculls School. That race underway shortly, and we see the smile there on the stroke from Shiplake.
Yes, it's easy to smile when you're sitting a few lengths of clear water up on your opposition, coming down the famous white boomed course. Must be a fantastic feeling, not one that I can relate to, leading on the Henley course.
And still trying to chase them down, it's Twickenham, but coming into the closing stages, and what looks like a victory here for a very impressive crew, as you say, from the Leicester and Shiplake composite. We were talking about the records that have been broken this afternoon, and tell me about it. Give us an update.
Yeah, sure. So we've got quite a few. The championship pair was 5 minutes 26, now 5 minute 24 by Leander. That was very strong from them. The championship lightweight pair was 5 minutes 35, now 5 minutes 30, which was by, as soon as I scroll to it, Tideway Sculls School. The aspirational academic fours was 5 minutes 7, now 5 minutes 4, but we are going to have an update.
Yeah, just down at the start then, this is the development Cots Fours, Dundee University and Tideway Scullers, as they go off the start, and both crews putting in a huge effort just to try and get their bows in front psychologically at the top of the island. And it's probably advantage Scullers at the moment. You just about see their blades dipping in ahead of Dundee, and indeed the aerial shot confirms that, so it's a quarter of a length at the moment to Tideway Scullers School.
Well, we were just saying, just before, how important it is at the start. I'll just read those final 2 records for everybody there. The other one was the aspirational lightweight single scull by University of Surrey, which was 6 minutes 2, now 5 minutes 58, broke the 6 minute barrier. And finally the Junior 16 4, Cox 4, which was nabbed by Marlowe, was 5 minutes 29, 5 minutes 27, but Tideway Scullers right now going for their own record, I think, in this event for the development force for the Frank v Harry Cup, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman, and they are really striding out here at this early stage, keeping the rate high though. They could see they're under pressure from Dundee. Did well. They went close against Edinburgh in the quarter-final, only half a length, so they know all about these tight-knit races, so this one's far from over.
Yeah, and as they're coming down towards us, you can see that Dundee having a bit of a push, and the overhead shot showing Tideway Scullers still have a lead, but as they pass us, it's not huge. It's probably, what, a quarter of a length at
I
best?
think so. Might even be coming to a canvas now. They are just starting to put the pressure on Dundee at this point. I mean, having a look at the rate there, it's going to be, it's going to be tight, isn't it? It's going to be about, it's 34 according to this, and they are putting the pressure on Tideway. I've been very successful today. 37 on then, so higher rate, but maybe that extra bit of reach, extra bit of composure, maybe at the catch and finish, might just see Dundee through off into this middle third.
Yeah, it looks like Scullers there have gone for a push just to try and give themselves a little bit more comfort, but they are under pressure. Dundee are not prepared to let them go. Dundee respond.
I think they have. I think looking at this angle, I mean, whether it's now still a quarter, it might just be going to a half. But Tideway has certainly stretched out. I mean, this is a crew that's came fourth against earlier this year. One crew change in there, so not too much to have to handle for them. But as we say, a bit of a challenge getting to this point. But there you are. You can see how near Dundee are. Beat Agecrofts in the semi-final, who were really on a hot streak before they came here. But they are putting the power down, Dundee, just holding that nice room. Of course, remember this is development 4, so some of these girls maybe not even rowing more than a year or so. But they are doing superbly well so far.
Yep, they're hanging in there and keeping that pressure on. Tideway Scullers probably just rating a bit higher here, Dundee. So, can they get back on level terms as they're heading now down past the halfway point through the boating enclosures? Plenty of noise, plenty of support there. And huge cheers go up because this is a very, very tight race.
It is actually. I think I've realised we don't get a sense of the crowds that are actually down at the regatta enclosure on here, but they're really cheering the girls on there. You can hear them. It's just such a big noise. It's when you get to that middle point, it really motivates you to keep going into that final third, because you come in then to Upper Thames and the Reminen, which is the last 30 or so strokes of the race, and you need every bit of motivation you can, especially in this point. We talked before, coming into the final third, still an overlap. Can still talk about even cat and mouse tactics here. Who's going to make the move first? Who's going to take that rate up and go for a burst? Will it be Tideway try and push away, or will Dundee try and row through them? I mean, at this point, they are tugging away at the oars. You've got to give everything to get on level terms now with Tideway.
Yeah, and here we come now into the closing stages. The Coxes encouraging them just to put in that last bit of effort. Now it's beginning to really hurt. Remember, they've had 3 days of racing. This is their final. And it's Scullers still just about kept themselves in front, but they haven't had it all their own way. And now Dundee having one last push.
Well, they really are. It's going to be very close up here. I think they're both about 37 as they were coming through to the finish line. You can see everything going forward, reaching out for the straws that are on the side for their catch. Just sprinting away and doing as much as they can. But it looks like they might have just done enough. We'll hopefully get a camera shot as they come up to the finish line. But no, looks like Tideway might have just got that one.
Tideway have got that on the line.
Great finish. And as we head down to the other side, this is the next final has started.
And it is the Championship Singles Sculls Nottingham Rowing Club A Campbell Ord and Molesey Boat Club E Loic. Is that pronounced?
Which one is that? Moseley? Elo Lewick, I believe. Yes. And it is Annie Campbell Ord on the near side that you see here, striding out, and then we're coming past us soon. They've just gone past Temple Island. You can see it's just there in that booth at the top of the picture. As you can see, it's already might even be getting to some clear water for the Molesey Sculler, Elo Lewick. That's a great start for her.
Yeah, she's trying to get clear water here. Again, just psychologically, if she can just break away at this stage, then can control the race. But the pressure's on.
It's an amazing thing. The pressure can always be on because this is the unique thing about Henley Women, Henley Royal. It's just side by side. There's no hiding here. So if you do something wrong, then that's it. It's just you. It's not like multi-lane where there's others around. You can finish 5th or 6th. You either win it or you don't. That's it here. And as they go past us, I think there's about 3/4 of a length lead for Elo Lurk of Molesey. Nottingham's Annie Campbell just trying to hold on to her coattails there. 2 experienced scullers. Nottingham's Annie Campbell, 2nd in the challenge singles at Wallingford, 5th on the Saturday and 2nd on the Sunday at Met, so improving there. And Molesey's Lurk 5th in the double and 2nd in the single at Ghent earlier this year. So lots of prowess, as there is with all of these finals here at Henley Women's Regatta.
And we can hear the noise. Big support for both of the scullers as they head up now through the public enclosures. Huge crowd there. Everybody looking towards the river, which is always nice to see. Plenty of support. And they're both responding. But still that lead, still just about a length as they head away from the enclosures.
I have some more records actually for you, Martin, if you're interested.
them.
There we are. So we've got in the last 2 races, the aspirational double sculls, which the composite of Leicester and Shiplake won, 4.5 lengths. That was a time of 5 minutes 18, which absolutely smashed the last record of 5 minutes 27, so massive congratulations to them. And in the development 4s, which we just saw, it won by half a length by Tyway Scullets over Dundee, 5 minutes 23, and that beats the 5:29 set last year by Agecroft.
So records tumbling here at Henley Women's Regatta 2019. Could this be another one? The sculler from Molesey Boat Club powering away now down towards the finish.
So a really long rhythm there. Amazing to see. Rolling all the way back with the backs and all the way forward for the cat. Getting as much time in the water as possible. So it means that her opportunity to accelerate the boat and keep it at its maximum speed is at its greatest. And that's what she's doing here. That's why she's just been edging out, I think it has been, since Temple Iron, just edging that lead out by just adding maybe a couple of inches, but as you add those inches up every stroke, it becomes a length or 2. But at this point, might still be a length still. We cannot count out the Nottingham sculler, who's putting everything in here. She's doing really well at the moment to stay in touch. Nottingham's Annie Campbell knows how to manage this race, keeping those rates high, both scullers. Both lots of experience. Both racing about 38 or so lots of intensity going on. As controlled as it looks, they are really going hammer and tong at this. As they come up to the finish line now, still not much in it between these two crews, between these two scullers. Molesey, Elo Lurk on that left of your picture, and on the right, Nottingham, Annie Campbell just coming through. They know this is it. This is all for the George Innes Cup. It's silverware now. This is Sunday afternoon, and that's what everything counts. Big strokes going in. Looks like the rate might have gone up there from Elo Lurk. Just see what rate she's at as she comes in to that final bit. The strokes are shortened a bit, probably about 34. Cup increasing that though, so about 38. There she goes as she's going over. She wants to push away the Nottingham sculler Annie Campbell, and that's exactly what she's doing here. And she's probably going to go. She's going to go over as they come past our position, the position of the camera on the finish line. Looks over. Whether that's a smile or not, I'm not sure, but it's certainly a moment of relief. There it goes, all the relief there. Great moment for Elo Lurk as she wins the championship single sculls for the George Innes Cup.
And the next final underway now, the championship Coxless Fours, London University and Edinburgh University. London are on the near side, on the Berkshire station, Edinburgh University on the far side, and it looks like a very early lead for London from the overhead shot. The drone just freezing there for a second, but yeah,
it's a cracking start from the University of London crew. They had a little bit of a mishap in those first couple of strokes, just catching their blade there, but they've recovered. They're looking long, and they are leading Edinburgh University. in this, the final of the Championship Coxless Fours.
Yeah, here we are, the Championship Coxless Fours coming towards our commentary position now, and it is London with a lead of just about a length. Over Edinburgh.
Yes, and they're just coming past our commentary position now. And it just looks like University of London have just broken that intangible elastic, that all-important clear water, just separating those two crews. And that's a definitive move there from the University of London as they just move past the barrier on towards the enclosure. But of course, this Edinburgh Four, stacked with pedigree. The stern and bow, India Summerside, Alex Rankin, both formerly of Glasgow Academy, it's the Glasgow Schools Rowing Association. I've been to multiple world championships between them. But here they find themselves down on University of London, so they're going to have to draw on all that experience they have to claw themselves back into this race if they have any hopes of contending for the Avril Vellacotte Cup.
Some very solid rowing from Edinburgh there. Maybe this was the game plan. Maybe they thought we don't have the fastest start in this planet, and maybe we'll have the strength and the power.
That's University of London, they're striking 37, still leading Edinburgh University. They're just sitting a little bit higher, 38, 39 strokes a minute from them. They're already starting to mount their charge coming into the second half of this race. And yeah, they're going to have to move now. They're going to have to start going through those gears. The University of London are still holding on to that very comfortable lead that they have.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
The Thames Rowing Club.
A bit more river traffic today to contend with, which does make the course just a little bit wobbly, and probably one of the first days we've had where the cruisers can get out, and there are plenty of them out this morning, and it does pose a bit of a challenge. But here we are in the finals, the most experienced crews racing here to become a winner of Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, University of London, they're just starting to react from the move from Edinburgh over on the Buckinghamshire station. They're now up at 39, 40 strokes a minute. They're sprinting for this line. They've led the whole way down the course, and it's been a fantastic piece that they've put together. So they're going to do everything they can coming into these last few hundred metres to make sure Edinburgh don't claw themselves back into this. It's a very deceptive camera angle we have here as we come up to the finish. Luke's going across from Flora Brake Parsons there in the 2 seat. They're going to hope that line comes nice and quickly. Edinburgh still going up. Yes, Edinburgh now up over 40. They're hitting 42, 43 strokes a minute as they come through the line. And what a final few hundred metres there from Edinburgh University. Delighted to have rode through the University of London. Absolutely ecstatic scenes there.
That was a very, very big finish. So, you know, it's never over, is it? 1,500 metres here, and down at the start we have the next race, which is the aspirational Quadruple Sculls for the Chairman's Trophy. Nearest to us, it's the Nottingham Strathclyde Park Composite, and they're up against Reading University, Reading on the far side. Followed these races earlier on the water. Nottingham Strathclyde put in a stunning performance in their semi-final. They're up against Reading, and Reading very, very strong in their semi. And here we are now meeting in the final, and just looks effortless, doesn't it? But I can assure you it's not, as the Reading University crew heading down through the parking area, the meadows there.
Yes, Reading University now an entirely sculling based programme, so they're chucking all their efforts into the singles, the doubles and the quad. And so far in the early stages of this one, it looks to be paying dividends as they're sitting about a half a length up on the composite crew from Nottingham Rowing Club Strathclyde Park.
As they come towards us, I'm not sure it's that much. I think the composite have had a bit of a push, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're level when they pass us, and they're better than level. They're up by a canvas. So big effort from Reading off the start, and this crew from Nottingham and Strathclyde Park, they did look the real deal in the semi-final, and Reading got off to a cracking start, but the composite have kept it together and have just gradually moved through, and they now lead by half a length.
Yeah, despite the slightly slower start there from the composite crew, they really have found their mid-race rhythm as we come past the Regatta enclosure. Yeah, looking very strong there as we pass the crowds of supporters there on the bank. And I must say, that looks a very comfortable rhythm that they're sitting in.
Well, they did it in the semi and were very impressive. And now at the halfway point in this, the final, they have moved out now to a length.
Yeah, the composite crew, Strathclyde Park Nottingham Rowing Club, made up of athletes who have come out of the Great Britain START programme, so the talent ID scheme set up to find the Olympians of the future. And it's been a great quad that's been put together here, currently leading the mighty Reading University, going past the boating racks onwards to Upper Thames Rowing Club. Yeah, the Great Britain START programme doing a lot of good work, bringing people into rowing who may not have considered it. Yeah, giving light to a new sport to them and showing them all the benefits rowing has.
Yeah, very, very neat and tidy, and a real good example of sculling there at the highest level. So they've gone through their opponents, Reading University, and now they are heading down towards the finish, but it's never over, as we saw in the last race. A really good spurt from the guys that were second most of the way down the track. The next race, the junior doubles, is underway. Sir William Perkins School and South Jersey from the United States of America. South Jersey are on the right hand side of your screens on the Buckinghamshire station, and it's Sir William Perkins School on the left hand side. And as they appear just beyond that tree, it is the Brits. It's Sir William Perkins that have a lead there of half a length. And at the top of the screen, crossing the line in the final there of the aspirational quadruple sculls for the Chairman's Trophy, crossing the line, it was the composite of Nottingham Rowing Club and Strathclyde Park, almost a length ahead of Reading University. Sir William Perkins and South Jersey now heading down the track. South Jersey pushing on, not wanting to get too much distance between them. Now, are they coming through? They look to have upped their rate here. They're having a bit of a push. Sir William Perkins on the near side. Their lead was a little bit more than that as they left the top of the island, but now you can see that there is a little bit of breeze, the water being disturbed there a bit by the wind. Sir William Perkins still ahead as they come down towards us, but there's not a great deal in this. is there?
There really is not. What a great start this has been for both of these crews who have been extremely competent and confident as they come up here. Obviously, Sir William Perkins, huge amount of experience, and it just shows how close they are as they come past us. Just half a length on the dot, I think. Just went across the bow, well, went just across the rigger. Super stuff from both of these crews. Of course, William Perkins, last year, Junior 16s, Nat champs in the National Championships at the British Road and Junior Championships, second in the GB France trials, showing all that today. And in the South Jersey Sculls, who have been so confident throughout this weekend. Now showing it here, just keeping right on those coattails. But maybe Sir William Perkins just starting to move away. And also, we just do have another record for you as well. The Championship 4s for the Avril Velicott Cup, which Edinburgh beat University of London 4-1 by half a length. Time of 4 minute 54, beat last year's 4 minute 57. And yes, we also got another record for the aspirational quads for the Chairman's Trophy. The Nottingham Composite with Strathclyde beat Reading 3/4 of a length for the time 5 minute 4, which reached the last minute's 5 minute 7. Oh, the records are just tumbling down
Well,
this year.
it's almost easier to say which races haven't had a record broken. But I'm looking here now, there's two distinctive styles. You've got the Brits in frame there, Sir William Perkins School. Bearing in mind these are junior double sculls. So these youngsters from Great Britain.
Yep.
And at the top of the screen in the pink, it's the Americans. Two very different styles.
Indeed, they're standing out for different reasons. I see what you're saying there. Lots of reach for the catch from Sir William Perkins. There's a lot more pace and a lot more upright from the Americans, but maybe it is costing them. Maybe they might need to change it up.
It's very upright. I mean, this is not a criticism, of course. It's an observation. Look how upright the American.
Absolutely. Looks like they're going for it all in the legs.
Yeah.
But we'll see what stroke rate they're at the moment. So they're about 37, 1 pip higher than the Williams Perkins. They are making use of them, making the arc, like we said earlier, as much time in the water as possible. You can see the bow woman there, just urging her crewmate on of Sir William Perkins. That is, Ella Iowade urging Emily Keane on, just giving her the commands, working in absolute unison, these two. That's why they're here in the final.
Yeah. And under pressure.
Absolutely. This is where
all the way down the
counts.
course from the Americans.
This is where it counts. This is why they were they now to cope with it. This is why they were champions last year in Junior 16, British Road Junior Championships. As they come into this last bit of the stage, we'll see how they do at the finish line. They are, of course, challenging for the Rayner Cup, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation.
There are umpires warning them. They've just
they are starting to move out, aren't they?
Drifted across to the middle of the course, and a big adjustment there. Now that could open the door for the Americans. Have they responded? I don't think they necessarily noticed. They've upped their rate.
Yes, well, the question is whether there's any open water there. So if the umpires move, there is obviously some question about that. But William Perkins look like they've increased their rating. Yeah, they're up at 37 now, so they'll probably be matching the Americans. Yes, also at 37. But again, keeping that upright position. But it is William Perkins. Looks like they are going to keep that distance.
It's the longer stroke that's doing this.
Well, what is it they used to say? Slow and steady wins the race. Maybe long and strong.
Well, it is. It is long and it is strong, and they're.
You can see the determination. There's a little look there as they cross the finish line. It is Sir William Perkins winning the Junior Double Sculls for the Rayner Cup, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation, but put under pressure all the way by South Jersey.
And the singles race is underway. Grosvenor Rowing Club, the American Schools in London. And it is Al Bal on the near side. And I followed the race earlier with Bake from the American Schools. She led her semi-final from the off, steered perfectly, and literally did not put a blade wrong. Now,
wow, you talk about steering just there.
Yeah.
It looked like it was the Grosvenor sculler, Lucy Eibel, just coming over too much there, but as you said, dead straight there from American School of London's Grace Bake.
Yeah, Grace Bake was very, very impressive in her semi-final, but she's got a bit more of a challenge here by the looks of it. The Grosvenor sculler now back on her station, and Just glances across, putting in a few strokes.
She is.
So this is going to be some race, I get the feeling.
I really do. I mean, they're still close together at this point. I say there's barely even about a quarter of a length in it or so. Eyeball hitting about rate 34, Grace at 32. In another upright position, but of course this is single sculls. These shells can be so volatile to it, even the slightest adjustment in movement. So there's still a long way to go, as you can see down the course with this superb drone shot. I mean, the resplendent Henley course that you have seen. We've enjoyed many races on this weekend as they all come to a close. We're seeing these scullers come past our position. I was lucky enough once to go down this course in a single scull, but I was only doing a practice day. I wasn't racing, unfortunately. But
well, it is unforgiving. You know, you've got the movers on one side, but here in the final, you know, superb steering, and it's a real contest. What is that now?
Oh, I'd be tempted to say 3 1/4 at that point. 3/4 of a length.
3/4 of a length, maybe.
3/4 of a length is a really tight one. Maybe there's a bit of length there. Just noticing at the catch, maybe it's just a little bit of time at the catch. As we said before, it's those tiny little details. It's how long you spend at the finish, your catch position at your finish. It's how you manage the river that you're on. It's these little differences that make the difference between winning and losing at this level of competition.
Yeah, and the Grosvenor Sculler, a slight wobble there. Might have been just a little bit of crosswind or a little bit of bumpy water. But it doesn't take much to open the door for your opponent, and there's certainly not a boat's length in this. It's probably 3/4 of a length.
It might just be growing a little bit by every stroke, and of course it accumulates, and we see where we are. But there you are. You see Lucy Eyeball there in the yellow and purple, the nearest to you. Learned at St Cuthbert's, and was part of Paul Turner's high performance program at Grosvenor. Actually, the real products of that, seeing the super form that she's putting in here. 3rd in the Challenge Cup at Wallingford, 6th and then 3rd in the same event in women's singles at Metz, I think it was, the next time. But still been put under pressure by the American School of London's Grace Bake, hailing from East London. Great to see representation from there. But you can see both of these scullers. I mean, it may look, I say it every time, if you're new to rowing, it may look at it and think, oh, they're just gliding along, but there is a huge amount of effort being put in by these girls to get to this point and keeping this speed up.
So they are now around about 2/3 of the way down the course, the last 500 metres. So if Bake from the American Schools wants to lift the trophy, she's really got to start mounting that challenge now. And as we see, the leader,
yeah, you can see Lucy Eyeball there. She's just heaving on those oars to get herself away and get some clear water from the American School of London's Grace Bake. You saw she was around about 28, but she suddenly just brought it up. She's seen a break on about rate 33. You can see the energy going in, the gritting of her teeth, the furrow of her brow. And she's really hammering down now as you coming past Upper Thames, going into the last 20 or 10 strokes of this race. As they start coming towards the finish line, you can see them now. I mean, it looks so close. It's amazing how perceptions change. Perspective.
deceptive.
Perspectives are
Deceptively
deceptive.
perceptive, yeah. Either way, what it means is that the crew, generally on the bottom of the screen, can be a bit misleading when you look at the top. However, we have another final just underway down at the start. It's the Championship Double Sculls, Reading University and Leander Club. Well, this will be another huge contest, I have no doubt, as we watch the closing stages of the aspirational single sculls.
It's a very strong finish here from Lucy Eyeball, showing that prowess that she's shown throughout the season, pushing away from Grace Bay from American School. And credit to her for staying with the Grosvenor Sculler all the way, but it will be Lucy Eyeball to lift the Bernard Churcher trophy for the aspirational single sculls. Just a cheer to herself and just exhaustion as well. Great scull from both of them.
So it's Championship Doubles, Reading and Leander. Reading are on the bank side, Leander out towards the middle of the course. and really not much to choose between the two at this stage. Reading University quite possibly are ahead as they're approaching us now. Leander look to have just increased their rate of striking as they approach us. They've had a little bit of a push, and it's Leander that have about 2 foot as they go past us. They just put on a push there, accelerated the boat, the rate of striking went up a couple of pips, and they've now gone through Reading University and have taken what looks like quarter of a length lead, heading down towards the public enclosures.
Yeah, that's a very decisive move from Sarah Boyer and Bethany Bryan of Leander Club so early on in this race, just trying to stamp their authority down early on. But yes, it is Leander striking 37, leading as we go through the barrier onwards towards the enclosure. Yeah, there's plenty of sculling pedigree in this crew combination. Leander straight off of training camp, and they're going to be peaking for this weekend and next weekend's Henley Regatta, and this is perfect preparation for the 5-day competition next week. Leander, of course, racing on home water, their boathouse, the Pink Palace, just beyond the finish line. So they'll be hearing the shouts from their home supporters as they go further and further down the course, and they'll all be delighted with this lead they have over Reading University, who are on the Berkshire station.
Leander then continued to lead. Reading, having got ahead early on in this race, saw themselves being overhauled about a third of the way down the course, just past the halfway mark now, and it's Leander. They've just broken clear of Reading University.
Yeah, this Reading double is by no means a poor double scull. We have 2 outstanding scullers in the form of Chloe Knight and Lucy Ryan, but they have met their match in the form of Leander Club, who know this water so well, training on it morning and evening on a pretty much daily basis. But these are 4 of the best young scullers you will see in the country, currently battling it out on the boiling the white boomed course. But yeah, approaching Upper Thames, coming into the last few hundred metres of this, the final of the Championship Double Sculls, racing for the W Pier Cup, sponsored by Scott Investments. It is the home favourites, Leander Club, still leading Reading University.
Yeah, I was just looking at the results, and it's pretty evenly split actually between the two stations, so there doesn't appear to be any sort of favouritism on which side of the river. There's no great stream at the moment. If anything, the wind is assisting them as opposed to hitting either crew from the side. But a big finish there. Reading, not enough as Leander cross ahead of Reading University. Down at the start, it is the Junior 14 Coxed Fours, the Scottish Glasgow combination, up against Henley Rowing Club. Henley Rowing Club on the far side, and the juniors of Henley, hugely successful over the years, and now the boys making their mark. And you can see the overhead shot. It is Henley that lead the Scots.
Yeah, absolutely great to see the Scottish composite crew here in the final. It's made up of Glasgow Schools, Glasgow Academy and St Andrew Boat Club, who train out of the Union Canal over in Edinburgh. They're brought together by Mike Martin and Lee Boucher, who do the two of them doing so much work for junior rowing, bringing together clubs from all four corners, really making huge leaps and bounds, and we can see that here with this four in the final. And we've seen plenty of other Scottish composite crews doing so well throughout this 3 days of excellent racing here at Henley Women's Regatta. But it is the home crew, Henley Rowing Club, going through the quarter mile, sitting no more than a third of a length up.
No, it's again another bitter battle here to see who can get their nose ahead. Support obviously from the huge crowd here. Plenty of cheers of go on Henley, but they're not moving away. The Scots are really not letting them get away. They've been probably a canvas to a quarter length down, and they're having a bit of a push as they go past us. Now this is where Henley traditionally have had a call to press on, but they don't look too worried. They're just keeping it very steady state rowing, if you like. The Scots looking a bit more rushed, would you say? They're a bit keener to get on with it.
Yeah, it just looks like they want to get their bows back in front. They just want to chase that rate a little bit more. All they've got to do, they've just got to sit back and just relax into their rhythm. Trust they know what they can do. And as we get further and further down the course, just back themselves to pull themselves back into this race. But if my eyes don't deceive me, it does look to be Cara Wallace on the back of the launch following this one. So she'll be hoping to see just the Scots pull back into contention. And as we move up to Regatta enclosure, past the crowds on the bank, looks to be that Scottish composite maybe just trying to make a bit of a move here on Henley Rowing Club. That's a very dominant rhythm that the white and dark blue of Henley Rowing Club have.
But it is still Henley that have their nose in front here. That lead, if anything, is probably just a little bit more now than a quarter of a length. Halfway point. Now then, the next half. Who is going to come out on top? Henley put a bit too much in. Or the Scots just biding their time to make an attack. So let's see how this unfolds. This is the final of the junior Coxed fours.
Yes, on the line it is the Groton School Challenge Cup. And as we move towards Upper Thames, Henley Rowing Club very much in control. They can have Glasgow Academy, Glasgow School, St Andrew Boat Club Composite right where they want them in their line of sight. We see there just coming into our shot, it is the bows of this Scottish composite. They're going to start going through the gears now because we're starting to run out of water.
Yeah, they're beginning to wind it up. You can see the effort going in. The stroke there of the Scottish crew just beginning to up her raider striking, try and make an attack on Henley. Henley have led all the way. Henley looking very calm, very composed. In fact, superb rowing all round. Really controlled and matured. Bearing in mind that these are only school children.
Yeah, this
but
rhythm
with quite a lot of experience.
Yeah, this rhythm from the Glasgow composite isn't going to get them anywhere. They're going to need to start shifting up those gears, trying to find a few extra pips in their rating if they're going to overhaul Henley. Henley Rowing Club, yeah, they're starting to go through their gears. A couple of looks across there from the 2 and 3 girls in the middle of the boat. They're going to know exactly where they are on the course.
Yeah, Henley looked to have just gone up a gear here. They've moved out now to about a length.
Yeah, I've got Henley up at 36, 37 strokes. And as they come through the line, it's going to be elation. See there, punching the water. Absolute delight from Henley Rowing Club, winning the Junior Coxed Fours, the Groton School Challenge Cup. That is dismay in that Scottish composite crew.
Academic clubs, Coxless Fours, Tideway Scullers, Thames Rowing Club. Always a bit of entertainment. Before the words had left my mouth,
Goodness gracious me, what?
They go for it off the start, and there is invariably some umpire action.
Wow.
The umpire looks to have let that go. Aspirational Club Coxed Fours, always hugely entertaining, and they're going again for another clash. It's Tideway Scullers nearest to us on the left of your screens now.
Well, that's one way to start the race, isn't it?
Thames on the right. Well, I mean, I don't know if he was bending down trying to get his flag, but after they clashed blades, I don't know there. I mean, it's it's bucket rigged. Well, they both are.
So
and that might have actually avoided the race being stopped, because there was a sort of a big hole there where the blades could clash in. But wow, that was some start, and they settled down now, and they've moved apart, and they're racing. Whether the umpire thought he might stop that, but it seemed to untangle itself, and Tideway Scullers possibly came off better out of that clash, but they're up and running, and well, Thames have got it all to do. They're about half a length down now.
They really have. I mean, yeah, pretty much half a length on the dot. Yeah, I think, like you say, Tideway Scullers have come out on top. There's a lot of wash coming in as well. My goodness, what a dramatic start.
Well, Scullers there, she just caught a crab, almost lost her blade.
My word.
So if you want drama, this is the race to watch. Clashing, bashing,
and look what it's done for them as
start.
well. They've now pretty much gone up again, like another quarter of a length from
well,
this
she
position.
Almost stopped the boat. She was lying back down trying to rescue her blade just underneath where we're sat. Now they've got their act together, and they are now chasing Thames. So within 500 metres, you had everything.
We really have. If you're playing rowing bingo, then you can tick off a whole row there, I think. But yeah, this is the Tideway Scullers. So the crew that beat Agecroft, who are really on hot form before coming into this, beating us in the final, and then the Thames Crew Championship 4 winners at Wallingford. But as you say, anything can happen at Henley, and if something like that happens, then tables can get turned. The whole race, it was all just about what happens on that water. And my goodness me, what happened on that water is so dramatic. And at the moment, Tideway just clinging on with their fingernails to a lead at the moment. But what can Thames do as they come into the middle third of this?
Well, I mean, what can you say? That's absolutely amazing. And I think Scullers have regrouped and have now taken the lead. But, keep watching. Anything can happen here. Superb images being brought to you by our friends Unique Media Television, and they've asked me to tell you that they are the very best and smiley people. Wow. Well done them, and well done all our commentators over the last 3 days. What a race this is. Well, so Tideway Scullers School leading now against Thames, but anything can happen. So there was a collision, then there was a recovery, then there was a crab and a boat stopper, and now heading down towards the finish. It's Tideway Scullers School that lead Thames. Next race up on the course, it is the Junior Quads. So I followed these races earlier. The Junior Quads, Marlow Rowing Club, Tideway Scullers. Marlow through to the final. Tideway Scullers arguably not expected to. They beat Henley, who were the favourites earlier on, and Tideway Scullers School flew out the blocks in their semi, but they have not had such a good start in this one. Marlow lead at the top of the island in the Junior Quads, bottom left, top right. There is a huge finish coming up now.
It's really
Thames
massive.
have cranked it up. Look at that.
It's really massive. Yeah, the movers coming from Thames. They knew that they could do something. In a race that's had so much, you're always in with a shout. And they're putting in the rate here. It must be, goodness me, it's almost 39 for Tideway Scullers. And Thames, they have responded. So they are keeping them at 38 for Thames. But Tideway are just holding on. Really done well here, especially after catching a crab, having a crash. And they are going to go over by what looks like half a length. Goodness me, could you ask for a race with any more?
Well, that was fantastic. I'll watch that again on the Tube U or the YouTube or whatever you call it. Marlow leading Tideway Scullers. So Tideway Scullers School picked up that one. Can they do anything in this one? Well, they had a really good semi. They're not letting Marlow go. There's just about a length. There's not quite clear water. And they really did have a superb semi-final. Henley, with all the pedigree, having won the event at J16s, won that Sculls. Henley were pretty much favourites for this. Tideway Sculls School put up a tremendous race, but as I say, they flew out the blocks, got ahead, and just refused to be beaten. Now they're behind. Can they get ahead of Marlow? Marlow, good solid start, but I think possibly Sculls are gaining stroke by stroke.
They are creeping up, and if they did this against Marlow, it would be quite astonishing. The 2018 Diamond Sculls finalist, it would be something completely incredible. Well, they are, as they come up now, this is Marlow that we're looking at here, the 1B final at National Schools Regatta, taking a Wallingford, pushed close by Headington actually earlier today, so they're well aware of dealing with this situation, but they are going to keep pushing along as they go past. They're coming up to halfway through Remnant, through the regatta enclosure. They can see Tideway Sculls there, as we said, the giant killers, we could say, with Tideway Sculls, but they're keeping that rate high. They're keeping the pressure up on Marlow, and my goodness me, well, if it was anything like this, it was pretty seamless at the start, but high drama still at Henley Women's.
It wasn't that Henley rode bad in that semi either. I mean, Tideway Sculls just put in an outstanding performance, and here they go again. Now, have they overtaken Marlow? Let's have a look.
I feel like Marlow might just... Oh, well, actually, that's probably straight on. They might actually be going through.
I would say that's about level, and they've certainly, in the last 100 metres away, they've taken half a length off Marlow. So Marlow went out early, strong. Have they put too much in? And Sculls are just stroke by stroke getting more confident, and well done them. That is a tremendous performance. Now, I'm not saying they've won this, but
there's still a lot to do.
There's still a lot to do, but they look... Who looks the livelier? Tell me.
Oh, well, I'd say looking at the catches is where I'd be looking right now, and it's Tideway Sculls that are really going for them and attacking them right now as they come up to the final 20 strokes here. They shoot 4:09 on the back. Tideway Sculls with the red and yellow. They've been involved in so many races and so many cruises this week, and you can see them. They might just be about to reap the rewards here. You're looking at, and it looks like they might even be going away from Marlow here. They're just struggling to keep up. They just cannot cope with what Tideway are bringing in this final third.
Well, they got the club. They got the club fours, and are they going to get the junior quads? I'd say from that angle, they are lively, bags of energy. Huge win in the semi, and going up towards the finish line now. They are motoring over the line.
Super, and they've got clear water. Well, they say the first stroke is the most important. How about your last?
Brilliant.
That's super.
Well done them. I'm delighted for those girls. They really have upset everybody. Brilliant.
Huge smiles. The true underdogs, you could say here. They've done so well. They've really deserved that. Huge smiles for them. The number 2 there, Evelyn Davis, leading the hip hip hoorays, but they really deserve the hoorays out of everybody.
Well, there you go. So that was 2-0 to Tideway Sculls School. Well done them. Marlow and Peterborough up next. And I'll hand over if you want to tell us about the next race up. This is race 3. This is race number 390.
Here, just leaving the starting blocks, it is the final of the PR3 single scull, Marlow Rowing Club and Peterborough City. And what a start it has been for the Marlow sculler on the Berkshire station, shot out to a length of just over clear water as we approach the end of the island.
I'm going to no response.
So this PR3 para rower qualification, it is legs, trunks, arms and visually impairment. In this one we do have a sliding seat, so there is no restrictions, but it's been a disaster of a start for the sculler from Peterborough City straight into the booms there. That just allows Marlow Rowing Club just to ease out into a very comfortable lead here. And yeah, that's not the kind of start you want for your Henley Women's Final, is it, Martin?
No, that was really unfortunate. She tangled behind the island with the trees, and I thought when she'd got herself on the course that she'd be okay, but just got a wee bit too close to the booms, and as we know, they are great lumps of wood and they're not forgiving. But she's back up and running now. Needs to be very careful that she doesn't clip the boom again. The Marlow sculler has moved ahead, and there's quite some distance, but she's up and running again, and yeah, he's putting in some big strokes here, so she's okay and back racing.
Yeah, with a start like that, it's just all about settling your nerves, just getting back into your own rhythm. You've got to ignore what's happening on ahead of you on the course and just get back into your long, strong and powerful rhythm. But she is, Peterborough City, still dancing away with those booms on her right hand side. But coming past us, looking very strong, is the Marlow Rowing Club sculler out in front of this, the PR3 single scull final.
3 more races to go then after this, with the Aspirational Academic 8s, the Championship Quads, and then the Championship 8s is our last race of the day.
Yes, so we are here. Joe Warren Muggleson back on the mic. Thank you to Martin for his commentary there. But as you can see, there is a considerable distance in this PR3 single final. Marlow's Georgia Walker leading Peterborough's Alice Mason. And as you can see here, as we close in on Georgia Walker, you'll see she's wearing a set of headphones. Now this connects her to her coach, who is sitting in the launch, and he is allowed to, because of a visual impairment, he is allowed to give her certain instructions as to where distance is, but he's not allowed to give her encouragement. It's a fascinating race to watch this.
Yeah, and it's absolutely wonderful to see these para athletes taking part here at Henley Women's. Yeah, it's really an excellent display of sculling from Marlow Rowing Club, and of course, yes, just getting that information from her coach. The coach got to be completely biased from her, but it is Marlow Rowing Club leading this PR3 final of the single scull.
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's just that's a sculler. Well, if we go up towards the towards the finish line, you'll be able to see the conclusion of this race. We can see Georgia Walker there leading. In the distance, you can see Alice Mason of Peterborough only started doing para rowing a year ago, which is absolutely incredible. Because she's got a left talipes, which is basically a club foot, so that's her physical disability. But doesn't stop her breaking records. She broke the 500 metre at the Indoor Championships back in December, got a 1 minute 44, beaten by 6 seconds. So we are seeing these athletes are really at the top of their game.
Yes, we saw there just on the screen a few moments ago, that was Imogen Walsh, who was the guide for the Marlow sculler, just helping her get up to the start line. But yes, Marlow Rowing Club very much in control, in command of this, the PR3 single scull, competing for the Grosvenor Cup.
Yeah, well, you can see, really admire what she's doing here. You can see the incredible technique that she's got going, because she's got finding the catch. She's getting some really good length on her stroke, and she's getting some great finishes out there as well. And so she's there by Mary. I mean, it's a real shame that there was a crash for Alice Mason, but you have to admire this. So there again, there is the assistant sculler to help guide her.
Yeah, there we have Imogen Walsh, the former Great Britain international lightweight sculler. So great to see her getting involved, helping out with these.
Little smile there as she gets some cheers from the regatta enclosure, and they've been really cheering her on. As we said before, I don't think we can hear the sound, but there's been some really great atmosphere here throughout the 3 days that we've been here for Henley Women's Regatta, and it's been superb to watch as we see the PR3 single scullers come up towards the finish line. You can see Georgia Walker there, junior 18 that she is, going all the way. She'll finish that You can see a warning actually being put up, so the umpire's put a warning out to George, so she's going to move over, and you'll see that she's doing that now. That's actually been getting a little bit closer between the two Sculls. Alice Mason has been putting some power down. This is what she did in the semi-final that we saw a couple of hours ago. And if you look to the pictures of the finish line, you can see her there. So you see that's where so it's on her left foot. That was where the club foot was, but now she's in here, she's putting the power down.
Yeah, I think she's just starting to claw her way back into this one. She's made up the distance, and yeah, she's giving everything she's got coming into these final few hundred metres.
Well, that's what they say, Eve. Never give up, never give in. That was what Churchill said, and that's exactly applies here. So rate 34 as she comes through, and well, and you look at Georgia's Georgia's currently down at rate 32. She's ramping it up, and she's going to try and hold off this pressure. It's a real acceleration here from Alice Mason. I think she's stopped there, though. Oh, and it's given her another bit of advantage as they come. It's going to be so close as we come to the finish line, but it's half a length. You have to say,
what a fantastic
Alice
finish
Mason.
from the
Credit
Petroglyph
to you. What a great race overall.
Yeah, fantastic scuff there from the PR3 single scullers. And what another fantastic final we have here, day 3 afternoon of Henley Women's Regatta.
You can see she's put so much effort in there. Give her a cheer. You can see how much she put in to win that. Even never say never, even if anything happens at the beginning. We saw it earlier on with the junior fours, I think it was. Oh no, yes, that's right. With the junior fours, saw a collision. Oh no, between the quads. That's right. Yeah, between the aspirational club quads. Saw a collision at the start, but anything can happen in finals. Doesn't matter what race, whether you're doing championship or development. Anything can happen in these races, and you have to put in your best all the time. That's what happens at Henley, and what a great race we saw there. She deserves all the credit, both of these scullers.
So next up we have a race that I have very much been looking forward to. It is the final of the academic aspirational aids, just lining up on the starts on the Berkshire Station.
I wonder why that is.
I wonder why. It is Oxford Brookes on the Berkshire Station, and lining up against them it is Newcastle University. This is their A crew. Newcastle, the only university programme to have 2-8s qualify to compete in the knockout stages of the competition. So real credit to them, their coaching staff, and the system in place up in Newcastle. But yeah, just lining up on the start now.
While we have a bit of time, we'll just let you throw in a couple of records. Record equal in the championship doubles sculls. Leander beating Reading for the WPA Cup, being a half a length, 5 minutes 16, matches the record set by Edinburgh Uni of London last year. And then in the junior fours, there are no record there, but we will just wait to see. I mean, this is a good time. We haven't actually seen this a lot because the race has been coming so thick and fast. This moment that we're witnessing here is one of the most unique experiences in sports, I think, because everything is so quiet. There's only 2 crews here, but you could hear a pin drop at this point.
Yeah, it's a very tense place to be up at the start line.
We can try and create some atmosphere with that. But at this point, if you're, we've certainly both been in this position. You're just going through your head what your role is, when your moves are coming, what your game plan is. This is the moment that you've been working for the whole season for some of these crews. These crews may well go on to Henley Royal as well, but this is a huge moment in these girls' careers for all 18 of them, the 16 rows and the 2 coxswains. It all happens here. It all starts here. This is where it's all decided. This is for the Aspirational Academic 8s, which is for the Colgan Foundation, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. What a great shot that is over the top.
Outstanding. We just see the bow pair of both of those 8s, just making the final adjustments, making sure that they are dead level and the Coxes are happy with their line.
You can see there, top of the trees for Temple Island at the first point. And it's interesting, it may not be directly straight, because of course, remember we've talked before how the stream changes. You don't necessarily want to be caught right next to Temple Island. You want to just be getting the best water possible out of the island so that you can move out. That's why they're maybe not necessarily perfectly straight. The coxswain's looking for their best line possible. And you just imagine what's going through their heads at the moment. The coxswain just trying to keep them calm. The rowers just going through their game plan. The crowd's getting ready. The fervour about to build to a roar as they will come down to the regatta enclosure. And here they go. Well, it's a great start from both crews. Newcastle really letting rip, but it could be Oxford Brookes that have taken that early advantage in the first 5 strokes. Great start from them, but both of these crews, nothing really to choose between them. Oxford Brookes getting those early strokes, but it's still early days yet. We'll see how they do out of Temple Island. You can see them both there. What a great shot that is, but it is Oxford Brookes with that early advantage.
Yeah, that's a cracking start from Oxford Brookes University. So dominant, of course, on the rowing scene. Their 8 made up of some first and second 8 athletes going up against Newcastle University. A combination of the girls who got the silver medal and 5th place in the intermediate 8s earlier on at Bucks Regatta this year. But it is Oxford Brookes with that quarter of a length advantage going off Temple Island.
And it just goes to show you, you've seen the drone keep up with this, how quickly you can get an advantage and how important the start is. We saw it there. Oxford Brookes building straight up, and now they have half a length that we're looking at, probably even building to 3/4 of a length, as you see here. You can just see those little bits like rhythm just settling quicker for Oxford Brookes, who are so dominant in these events. Looking at rate 34, they settled down to a cracking rate there. You can see the puddles as well. We talk about in rowing, you want to clear the puddles, and you can see that's what Oxford Brookes are doing there. They're doing it just that little bit more, just those few inches more than Newcastle, and that's why they're now a length ahead with a bit of clear water.
Yeah, it pains me to say it, but it has been a fantastic first few hundred metres for the race for Oxford Brookes. And as they approach our commentary caravan, yeah, they're leading Newcastle by about a length.
And you can see them go past. You can hear that wonderful sound of all the blades coming out at the same time. The power going down, the catches going in, the drive going through. And they just are now a length and a half over Newcastle, who just cannot keep up right now. They're at the same rate. They're both at rate 34 at the moment. And you can just see the difference for Oxford Brookes there. They are really gone. This is the event that they have really gone for.
Yeah, this is a Brookes crew on a mission. Yeah, they won this event last year, and it was Newcastle finalist last year. So at the moment, it does look like history will be repeating itself. But this Newcastle women's squad have had a fantastic year. They placed 3rd in the Victor Ladorum at Bucks Regatta. They swept Durham University at the boat race of the North, and they've been putting together some fantastic results across the domestic scene as well.
And already I can hear, we're about 300 metres or so from the regatta enclosure, but I can hear the roar from the crowds as these crews go past. Oxford Brookes just consistently slamming on that rhythm, putting the power down, sending the boats away every time. And Newcastle, well, we'll hopefully see them in a minute, they're just struggling to keep up with that pace that has been set by Oxford Brookes. And of course they beat the Oxford University women, who had 6 Osiris rowers from the reserve crew. They're 18, and that was in the semi-final, and they just absolutely walked over them. That's what they're doing again here. I mean, they're looking at possibly 2 lengths there.
Yeah, it was quite the Oxford derby. It was in the semi-final earlier on today. And yeah, it's been a fantastic race so far from the girls of Oxford Brookes University. A real credit to their programme there. But Newcastle University aren't going to go down without a fight. They do so much matched racing up on the Tyne, whether it's against Tyne Rowing Club or internally. But it is a brutal training programme that they have up in Newcastle, and that will pay dividends as they come into the middle of the race.
It is, and you can see the stern four there, Alice Harper, Leva Dickens, Coralie Spearman, Harriet Ferguson just leading that charge. The coxswain, Aislinn Humphrey-Griffiths, is leading that charge. They're still at rate 37. We've seen before crews already sitting at this point, if they were far ahead, going down to about rate 30, but this is a final. This is for the Colgan Foundation Cup. This is for the Aspirational Academic 8s title for 2019. You're not going to leave any. You're going to leave everything out there, out on the water. Oxford Brookes are doing that. They might even have a record in their sights at this point.
Yeah, they're starting to go through those gears. They are looking for that record.
And the record currently stands, it's 4 minute 47. It is one of these fastest times that we've ever seen on the course. I mean, looking at well, I think actually, yeah, it's probably even the second fastest time on the course compared to the Championship 8s. It's astonishing. If they can beat that today, and what an achievement. We're just seeing the other race getting started on the bottom of your picture. The Championship Quads for the Bourne Cup, sponsored by Nina Padwick. We've got a composite of Edinburgh, Leander, Molesey and Newcastle, the GB under 23, and a composite of Tideway and London on the right-hand side. Just seeing some interesting steering there, sorry, but yeah, and what a finish it was from Oxford Brookes. The elation. All the hard work has finished with us. Dominant win over Newcastle. But no time to go stay with that. Let's go back to this race, Fergus.
Yeah, back down to the Championship Quadruple Sculls for the Bourne Cup, as you said, Will. And what a start for this GB quad. made up of Sculls. They've been in training at Caversham for the past few weeks, starting to put some sort of a lineup together for the upcoming under-23 World Championships. And it looks like it is, GB development crew in the lead by not quite a length as we go through the quarter mile.
It is, that's absolutely right. Yeah, there's got some brilliant scullers that we're seeing here. Zoe Adamson, Junior World Champion 2017, Under 23 bronze in 2018. Molly Harding and Lola Anderson, Junior World Silvers in 2016 and 2015. There is so much pedigree at this level. This is the creme de la creme of women's rowing that we're seeing right here. And it is the GB Under 23 composite that is taking the lead over Tideway London, who, within their own rights, have got a great sculler in Katie, won singles at Ghent and championship singles at Met. And you can hear them come past, and they've really stretched it out now, maybe just under a length and a half at this point.
What a cracking pace. They're going at that GB quad. I've clocked them at 39 strokes per minute as they go through the Barrett. They are absolutely flying down this Henley course.
I imagine the name on their side is Speedy Gonzalez on the side of their boats. How astonishing stuff from them. Well, we're hopefully going to get a result here. We just confirmed that last race is Aspirational Academics 4.5 lengths. That's the first time we've seen a distance over a distance of that much, apart from the Aspirational Double Sculls. A huge distance won by Oxford Brookes, dominating that. But back to this race, it just shows you what an incredible program they have at under 23 level in the British rowing. They are absolutely spot on with everything from the finish to the catch. Everything is in unison. Everything is guiding them to a win in the championship quads at the Bourne Cup as they go past already the halfway mark.
Yeah, flying down. This was a lineup that was decided very last minute. Yeah, came across from Caversham, rigged the boats up, did the time trial, and here they are leading the final of the championship quads. Yeah,
incredible stuff. You can see them there, and let's not take away any credit from the Tideway London school. They are being just as well in their technique, but they just cannot match the power here.
No, it is a fantastic effort from the two Tideway-based crews. Full credit to the coaching staff at University of London Tideway Sculls School, based up in Chiswick. Yeah, it's always difficult when you come up against a crew of the calibre, particularly when you've got 4 of the best young scullers in the country.
Absolutely, yeah, we're seeing them all here showing their prowess. We're looking at we're seeing Lucy Glover, Zoe Adamson, Lola Anderson, Molly Harding. These girls actually had a win in Poznan, actually. Lucy Glover certainly did, and she's showing that experience of winning, using that to full advantage as they just keep striding on every single stroke. But the Tideway Scullers School are pushing out as well. They're trying to stay in touch, but it's just so difficult against a crew like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, precision at the catch and at the finish. Yeah, these 4 young scullers certainly ones to look out for in the future when we talk about maybe Paris 2024 Olympics and so on further along the track. But here and now, yeah, they're winding for the finish. Perhaps they too have their eyes on one of these records which seem to be falling by the minute.
And speaking of records, we do have a confirmed one for the Aspirational Academic 8s. Oxford Brookes beating Newcastle University 4.5 lengths. They had 4:47 to beat, and they did a 4:42. What a stunning row from the Oxford girls.
Yeah, that's what we've noticed today. These records aren't just getting beaten, they're crumbling, so 5-6 seconds off many of these.
They really are. And another one, well, they might be about to, that under 23 crew, the composite, just absolutely storming through there on the finish line. A great slamming of the water. It's the best
Delighted
feeling.
With that. Very, very good performance from those 4.
And right back to the start, because the final race of the day has started. The Championship 8s for the Ron Nees Challenge Cup, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. On the Berkshire side, a composite of Imperial, Marlow, Molesey, Norwich, Oxford Brookes, Plymouth, Sheffield, City of Sheffield and Queen's University. The GB Development crew against the DSRV Lager crew of Netherlands. And my goodness me, maybe looking at under 23s against each other here. And what a start there from the GB Development crew.
Yeah, just like the race before, bringing together the best sweep athletes in the country at the moment. But sticking with them, the Dutch crew DSRV from Laha. But yeah,
they certainly storms a victory in the last round. Newcastle easily. You're seeing the Sculls there. It's just in there in the yellow of Norwich. That was Sam Redgrave, clinical support worker down at hospital down in Norwich, and she's out here now, just smashing it out, supporting her teammates and getting them now a length up at Temple Meadows within about 200 metres of this race. Great start for the girls.
Yeah, this race and the last is clear testament to the coaching system in place for the girls under 23 sweep and sculling team, sitting about a length up on what can only be described as a fantastic crew from the Netherlands, but just unable to match the speed, power and precision of this GB development crew.
Well, I think what's astonishing me is the endurance that they've shown at the start. I mean, they're coming through right past us now, still at 38 strokes a minute, and they're already a length and 3/4. If we look at the Dutch crew from Lager, they're at 40. They're trying their best. Let's take another look at that. That's at 36. So the endurance, if these girls can keep up 38, I mean, they are right at the top of their game. And it's just that's the difference right now, is that endurance in that first third, keeping up the power and the unity at such a high rate.
Yeah, this British crew definitely isn't going to back off. They very much have selection on the line, whether it's for the under 23 World Championships or the European Championships later on in the summer.
Is that the one that in Sarasota, I believe
it is.
Headed for, which is
Sunny
if there's
Sarasota.
anything like this, it's sunny. Well, the sun may not be shining in Henley,
but it's certainly will in Sarasota.
But these guys are tearing it up down on the course as they come past the regatta enclosure. They have huge cheers as they go past. You just look at the relaxation on some of the faces as well. You can see they're putting it in. But with also when we see Rome, when we commentate, so we look at the faces because you can tell who's working, who's might be at the end of their tether, but everybody's so relaxed.
They're working hard. And it's going to be hurting in that British crew.
They are literally, yes. Always, well, compare it to seeing swans, you see them looking so elegant on the top, but all the power and all the hard work is going in the water. That's why they are soaring ahead of DSRV Lager. Which is just, and of course, so this is the crew we're looking at is an over 23s development 8. So these girls just coming into the international setup after great achievements among them. Too many to list, I think, for us. They'll probably finish the race.
Yes.
Well, they'll probably have come in by the time we finish them. But you can see them there just working brilliantly together down at Caversham. And now they've just moved up the river to come and show the rowing world here at Henley Women's Regatta what they're all about. A real statement by these girls.
Yeah, likely being brought together for a crack at the Remenham Challenge Cup next weekend at Henley Royal Regatta, happening here on the very same course. But we are riding in the final race of today, it pains me to say, the Championship 8 here at Henley Women's Regatta.
I know, it's been such a treat, I think, for certainly for us sitting in the launch or sitting in the commentary booths. So the front row seats for us here. Just having a look, we have another record for you, the Championship quads with the composite of Edinburgh, Leander, Molesey, Newcastle, the under 23s beat Tideway Scullers, composite University of London by 2 lengths, time of 4 minutes 48, which beats the last time of 4 minute 55. It beat
That's
them
a
by
big
about
one. That's
7
a big
seconds
record for the
as
quad.
we come into the finish here, and here come great big win for Great Britain under this development crew as they come through, setting everything in, finishing off the strokes, and there they go. What a statement from the girls, and what a way to end Henley Women's Regatta 2019. We'll just wait for DSRV Lager to come through. It's a considerable distance, isn't it?
Yeah,
just
full
torn away.
Full credit to the DSRV Lager crew. They pushed that British Composite 8 hard early on, but just not able to match the speed and fitness of the British 8 as we got further and further down the course. But there we have it, the last crew crossing the line of Henley Women's.
Well, we will look forward to seeing these girls later, hopefully next at Henley when we're back here a couple of weeks' time, and also see much more of some of the crews. We've seen some brilliant races here. Just before we do our quick thanks, maybe Fergus, why don't you give us a highlight of the weekend for you?
Oh, you put me on the spot there. Do you know what? There's too many, I think, for me to choose from. I think some of the quad racing, particularly in the juniors, that Tideway Scullers School quad that we saw earlier on today, has had some fantastic races and has lined them up perfectly for the Diamond Jubilee next weekend. So I've got to put them up there as one of my favourites. Also, Dundee University, the Scottish for the Dundee's first crew to race at Henley Women's Regatta, and it's quite the impression they've left, coming away with their first crew and first win So I think I'm going to have to pick those out as my two
think-
favourite races.
I think for me, probably looking at the aspirational double Sculls, was a brilliant race from the composite of Leicester and Shiplaker, Lauren Henry, Olivia Morgan. Great crew there, and we'll look forward to seeing them in the future. But all that's really left for us to say is after 3 fantastic days of rowing down here, we've seen from juniors to championships, every rower's has put everything into it, and my goodness, well, the ones that have come are the real winners. I suppose I was watching it on the side. It's been absolutely brilliant, and all that's left to say is thank you. Thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you to Unique Media TV for their super coverage of this event. And thank you to all the commentators, all the volunteers, all the racers for coming along, coaches, umpires, and also thank you to you as well for listening. You've been listening to this. I've been Warren Muggleton. I've been with Fergus Mainland, and you've been listening to us on YouTube. We really appreciate you listening in. If you haven't been able to make it, I hope we've given you a flavour of the tenacity of competition, the festival of rowing that we've seen here at Henley Women's Regatta. And I suppose, as you see, I see the dog jumping in there towards them. I mean, it's all time to relax now, I think, at least for 2 weeks. Well, certainly for us.
Certainly for us, we have a couple of days to relax and recuperate, because next weekend it is, of course, Henley Royal Regatta, where the rowing world will once again descend to the small town of Henley. Yes, we have qualifiers next Friday, and then a few days after that, racing starting on the Wednesday. But yeah, from us here, it's been a fantastic Henley Women's Regatta. So thank you for joining us, and that's Fergus and Warren over and out.
Over and out.
Okay, ready? Ready?
Okay, welcome to our prize giving 2019.
I'd like to congratulate you, all you winners, for training really hard all year and being able to put it into practice on the water here. So congratulations to you. Not many people win at Henley Women's. It's a really gladiatorial event. It's very different to 6-lane racing, very different to Eton Dorney and Nottingham. And we like to pride ourselves on being different. I just have some thank yous to say. So I'd like to thank our sponsors, Scott Investment, Colgan, Wentworth House Partnership and Hudson, who all make it possible for us to be able to host the regatta, as well as live stream the regatta so all your spectators and friends and family can watch at home. I'd also like to thank the Copus Partnership, Henley Royal Regatta and also Leander Club for supporting us through the year, providing us with the venue and also the wonderful course to row on. I'd also like to thank the hundreds of volunteers. Many of us worked all the way through the year to plan this event and to make it really special, particularly for you, the competitors. I'd also like to thank the friends of Henley Women's Regatta who also contribute to the regatta as well. I just want to say a few words about the challenges we faced this year, in particular the scheduling of the Senior Brit Championships 4 days before Henley Women's Regatta. I want to thank all of you for prioritising Henley Women's Regatta, for speaking out, many of you, and saying it is not the right thing for women's rowing to be able to schedule that so close to our event, and also that we are very relevant even though Henley Royal Regatta is introducing more women's events. We do thank you. We do support the introduction of additional women's events into Henley Royal Regatta because I know all of you would like to race at Henley Women's but also go on to row the full course and experience what is special about Henley Royal as well. We support it, we are campaigning for it, and we have written letters to ask for the extension of the day to make it possible. So we support it. We see ourselves as very relevant. We see ourselves as an opportunity for many people to race here, and the few that do well, can go on and qualify for Henley Royal, that is a stepping stone, and we see ourselves as very relevant to that. Also, you know, it's great to go to multi-lane racing, but it's also fantastic to have the gladiatorial combat and unpredictability that you face racing side by side here. So, I now want to hand over to our prize giver this year. Our prize giver gave me great pleasure, brought many a tear to my eyes as I watched her jump in delight when she won Olympic gold in London 2012 in the lightweight double. Originally from Tees Rowing Club, which she proudly still supports and mentions at every chance. When we asked her which club she was, I am Tees Rowing Club, she said. So I'd like to welcome Kat Copeland, MBE.
Hello, I'm really pleased and I was so flattered to be asked here today because this is a really big deal for me. So for those of you that don't know me, I'll give you the British rowing bio version. So as Miriam said, I rowed in the lightweight double scull in London and Rio. I won an Olympic gold medal, European and world gold medals, and broke 3 world record times. But, no, this goes on. I'm not just digging myself up. But then I'll give you the personalised version that's a lot more authentic that I'd like to share with you today. So when I was younger, I was actually quite overweight and I was very unconfident. I literally didn't even understand how to play rounders at school. I came second last at school cross country. I couldn't do 2 sit-ups in our fitness testing at school. The thought of getting changed in a communal changing rooms when I was going to secondary school actually gave me sleepless nights, and that's not like it actually did. And then when I got to secondary school, a friend of mine asked me if I wanted to go rowing with her. And I said no like 6 times. She had to ask and ask and ask. I actually realise now what I was picturing in my head was actually canoeing. I didn't even know what rowing was. And when I say it like this, it sounds easy, and it definitely hasn't been easy, but I went to that first rowing session at school and I absolutely fell in love with the sport. For someone who hated sport as much as I did and was as unconfident as I was, this was no small feat. I fell in love with the rhythmical feel of the boat in a crew boat. I fell in love with the misty flat mornings. I fell in love with the camaraderie and the friends that I made through rowing. And that for me is what our sport is all about. Yes, winning the Olympics for me was one of the best moments of my life, and I can say with honesty I'd probably be disappointed if I'd have retired without it. But when I retired earlier this year and I was looking back through all of my pictures, deciding what my Instagram post was going to be, because priorities, so many of my photos came from school, came from Tees Rowing Club, came from moments off the water with my teammates. They came from the gym doing weights or when I was on training camp with the other girls. I've only just started to process my journey now, but what has been really clear to me is that, as cliche as it sounds, the journey was the best bit. So by all means, be ambitious, get better, be stronger, get faster. All of you here, take women's rowing by the horns and really just push it on. But enjoy the ride and really do appreciate the moments along the way. So appreciate getting your prize today. Appreciate and enjoy your victory McDonald's or whatever it is you're going to do tonight on the way back. And then enjoy getting back at it next week. I'm originally from Teesside, if you can't tell. So my first Henley was actually Durham Regatta, which is also known as the Henley of the North. Yeah. But I do vividly remember my first women's Henley. The prestige of the event, getting to race on such a beautiful course, and just the support that everyone has here is really, really etched in my mind. So it's really special for me to be here today. And now several years, well, quite a few years later, I'm quite old now, coming back and just watching the ferocity of the racing this weekend, watching the skill and the speed of the crews on the water, the passion and the support of the people who have come down to support and who have helped organise this amazing event is really amazing. So I would actually like to finish by saying thank you to everyone who has raced and organised and supported this weekend. And thank you everyone for representing our incredible sport so well. Thank you.
So now we get to the business end of handing out your hard-won trophies and medals. Please do enjoy your trophies in this area. They're not to be taken home. One crew did take one home last year. I can't tell you what trouble that caused them. So please enjoy them and then return them to Naomi here after you've taken photographs and drunk something out of them. So we will start with our very first record of the day, which was set in the event for Junior 16 Coxed Fours, which was won this year by Marlow Rowing Club. If you could step up with your coach, please, who is Enya Meadows. Congratulations to Molly Newman, Ella Marsh, Ellie Brindle, Molly Fennell, and Amelie Brindle, who set a new record of 5 minutes 27 in our first trophy today. And that's Marlow Rowing Club winning the West End ARA Trophy for J16 Coxed Fours. Congratulations, Marlow. We come on to the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight single sculls. Somebody who's only turned to sculling recently, and I think she's brought home the first win ever for Surrey University. That's Miley Wedgwood and her coach, Samuel Tuck. We're now going to break with convention here because there's something rather unusual about this winning crew. Never before have we had a chairman's daughter win at the regatta, but that happened today in the Nina Padwick Trophy, kindly sponsored by Nina Padwick, in the Junior 16 Quadruple Sculls. This was won, look out for the chairman's name, this was won by Henley Rowing Club with Georgina Pollard, Isabel Cotton, Della Luke and Holly Cookson and their coach David Lister, and I think that Miriam should step forward and help with this, don't you? I think she is. You've got to get in the pictures. And yes, Miriam should get in the pictures too. Yes. That's a first for the regatta. So we're moving on to our first eights event presentation, which is for the Peabody Cup for the Junior Eights, which is kindly sponsored by Simmons and Sons, which is our first trophy that's going overseas. Trump did say that everything's on the table, so this is the first one going. This is won gallantly by St. Paul's School of the United States of America. Please welcome them. They are, with their coach, Reverend Michael Spencer, Annie Lee, Delaney Icorn, Faith Onachiri, Ella Stewart, Bisbee Scott, Alison Liu, Catherine Reynolds, Violet Barletta, and their cox, Claire Yu. And the Reverend Spencer looks very smart. It is. Well done, St Paul's School. We'll move on now to an event which has been the ground for many future internationals within this country, which is for the Junior Single Sculls, which is the Di Ellis Trophy. And that was won in a very exciting race by Glasgow Academy, Anna Buchanan, and her coach, Lee Boucher. I've said that completely incorrectly. I'm going to be getting it right now. Boucher. Lee Boucher. Congratulations to our Junior Single Sculls winner, Anna Buchanan. Now it's going to get exciting now because we've got an event here that was won by some visitors from the Netherlands. They always like to celebrate with a little bit of a sing-song, so I hope they've got their best voices on. And we can congratulate the winners of the Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. They've won the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy, and they are KSRV Njord from the Netherlands and their coach Harman Efting. Please welcome Suzanne Kaniga, Emma Fox, I had a go, Femke van Veen and Margot Leeuwenberg. They're going to sing you a little song, and so they should, because they set a new record today in the Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. And we have that spectacular tradition of handing down the blazers from generation to generation. So there isn't a dry cleaning problem in the Netherlands. This is what it should be like. Okay, so who's going to open the singing after the photographs? Oh, we started.
En blauw is de kleur van de eeuwige blauw die hij zoert. Ach wat juist, en zij slaan.
Hey, well done! Don't leave yet, you have your photographs to take. So we're moving on to an event that was taken by a club that brought more athletes here than any other club. They have such depth to their women's rowing and sculling. The winners of the Copus Cup, the Aspirational Club 8s, which is kindly sponsored by the Copus Partnership, that was a win for Thames Rowing Club. Their coach, Sander Smulders, I'm sure he joined in with that sing-song, and their crew, they are Josie Phillips, Sarah Fabes, Katerina Buitza, Christina Schneider, Lucy Nee, Ellie Morris, Hannah Laird, Ruth Taylor, and their cox was Nat Kernan. And we have two coaches. So some. And we have it takes two coaches to create a crew of this fabulousness, and we have Jamie Lowe. That's congratulations to Thames Rowing Club. Success at last. And we move on now to the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy for Aspirational Double Sculls, kindly sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman. And this afternoon we're joined by Sarah Lohman to help with the presentation, so we're very grateful for their continued support of the regatta. This event was won for the first time ever by a junior crew, and they asserted their authority on it so much that they broke the record. Congratulations go to the crew from Leicester Rowing Club and Shiplake College and their coach Howard Marsh. The crew is Lauren Henry and Olivia Morgan. And not surprisingly, as it was formerly an all-boys school, this is the first win ever for Shiplake College. So congratulations. The winners of the Aspirational Double Sculls. We move on now to the Frank V. Harry Cup, which is the prize for the Development Coxed Fours. Somebody take that call. And this is going to be a club that we're going to be hearing quite a lot from. Can someone out there tell me how many prizes you won today? 4. So this is the first of 4. Congratulations to the winners of the Development Coxed 4. Tideway Scullers School. S. Van Son, M. Plack, A. Chapman, K. Jane Coop, their cox, A. Stutter, and their coach, Kieran Clark. I can also tell you that they managed to break the record for this event, coming down the course, beating actually the record that was set in the semi-finals by their opponents. So that's poor compensation for them. But congratulations to Tideway Scullers School. Well done, Scullers. We move on then to the Aspirational Quadruple Sculls, which is the Chairman's Trophy. And this was also taken in a new record of 5 minutes and 4 seconds. This was a composite from Nottingham Rowing Club and Strathclyde Park. Please congratulate Amy Hickin, Erica Hurst, Perry McCluskey, Molly Johnson, and their coach, Nicola Bonavente. Did I get that wrong? Bonavente. Congratulations, Nottingham Strathclyde Park. So we move on now to the junior double sculls, and this is kindly sponsored by the Colgan Foundation and is the Rayner Cup. This was won this year by Sir William Perkins School. In a very tough event, sculled by Emily Keane and Ella Iodi and their coach, Jonathan Kia. Congratulations, Sir William Perkins School. As we move on to the aspirational single sculls, which is the Bernard Churcher Trophy. This was taken this year by Grosvenor Rowing Club sculler Lucy Eyeball and her coach Paul Turner. Congratulations to Grosvenor. We move on to the Groton School Challenge Cup, which is the Junior Coxed Fours event. This, as always, provided some extremely tough racing, and this year was taken by the local crew of Henley Rowing Club. Madeline Pollard, Phoebe Snowden, Carla Russell, Phoebe Fletcher, Ella Knowlson, and their coaches Leon Redman and Ed Dean. Congratulations to Henley Rowing Club. We move on now to the Leicester Trophy for Aspirational Club Coxed Fours, which is kindly sponsored by Scott Investment Partners. And this is the second tremendous win today by Tideway Scullers School. And their coach, Kieran Clark, will bring them up. He's a popular chap. Alice Bloomer, Eleanor Peebles, Amy Polgas and Ailing Brown. Well done. You've got the form. You're welcome. And moving on to the B Langridge Trophy for Junior Quadruple Sculls, which is kindly sponsored by Scott Investment Partners. And once again, we congratulate Tideway Scullers School. This crew coached by Rona McCallum. Congratulations go to Isabel Lack, Ruby O'Keefe, Evelina Davies, and Zoe Sheska. And we also congratulate the coach, Dave Mannion. The Scullers go across the board today, winning championship events, senior events, and junior events. I think they've painted the river their colours today. We move on to the Grosvenor Cup for Power Rowing Single Sculls. This was won today by Marlow Rowing Club, Georgia Walker and her coach, Enya Meadows. Congratulations to Georgia Walker. We now move on to the Aspirational Academic 8s, which is kindly sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. And today we're joined by BB Colgan, our generous supporter, who's going to take part in the prize giving. This event today was taken by Oxford Brookes University. Congratulations to Alice Harper, Lieben Dickens, Coralie Spearman, Harriet Ferguson, Katie Matali, Jordan Simper, Beth Meakin, and B. Wilford Dutton, and their Cox. How do you say that? Ashling. She's very quiet for a Cox. Aisling Humphreys Griffiths and their coach Dan James. I should also add that in winning this event, Oxford Brookes have just raised the bar as well by setting a new record of 4 minutes 42. Congratulations to Brookes. We're now coming to the last phase of the prize giving, which is for all of our championship events. And we begin with the Godfrey Rowe Sports Trophy for the championship lightweight single sculls, which was won in quite some brave style by Laura Macro of University of Bath. Supported by her coach Dan Harris. This event is also kindly sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. Congratulations. Moving on now to the championship lightweight coxless pairs, and this is win number 3, but also a record-breaking win for Tideway Scullers School. This is the Parkside Trophy, and it was won today by Katie Potter and Kate Wagstaff and their coach Kieran Clark in a new record of 5 minutes 30. Congratulations, Scullers. And we move on to the open weight version of the same event, which is the championship coxless pairs, the Redgrave Challenge Vase, kindly sponsored by Sir Steve and Lady Anne Redgrave. This year this was taken by Leander Club. Natasha Harris-White, Susie Deere, setting a new record, 5 minutes 24. They didn't know that. Well, congratulations. And although he's extremely shy, Ross, you are going to have to come up. Their coach, Ross Hunter. I've just been told there's a second coach attached to this crew, which is Mr. Robert Angus Henderson Morgan, which is actually my husband. He couldn't be here today. Ross is indeed on tiptoes. We move on now to an event which was taken, I think, for the first time by a crew from the United States of America. This is the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls, which is the Haslam Palfrey Trophy, kindly sponsored by Wentworth House Partnership. And today we're joined by Tim Lohman, who will help with the presentation. This was taken by a club which has come in considerable numbers and has taken away some silverware. The University of Tulsa from the United States. Sofia Valente Camara P. and Sirolta Pak. I believe I've said those correctly. And their coach, Kevin Harris. We move on now to the Championship Single Sculls, the George Innes Cup, which was won this year by Molesey Boat Club. Sculled by Elo Lewick, and her coach is Philip Bourguignon. Congratulations to Molesey. We were treated to some absolutely cracking racing in the Championship Coxless Fours for the Avril Velicott Cup, which was taken today by Edinburgh University. They set a new record, 4:54, which is usually a time that only 8s achieve. Congratulations to India Summerside, Flora Blake Parsons, Lydia Curry, Alex Rankin, and their coach, John Higson. Well done, Edinburgh. Moving on to the Championship Double Sculls, the W. Peer Cup. This is the second win of the day for Leander Club. Sculled by Catherine Maitland, Beth Bryan, and their coaches Ross Hunter and Mark Banks. Oh, and a little hairy friend. Oh. I wasn't talking about Banksy then. So there we are, that is a first. Congratulations, Leander. Moving on to our penultimate prize of the afternoon. This is for the Championship Quadruple Sculls, the Bourne Cup, also kindly sponsored by Nina Padwick. A new record set in a fantastic final that was taken by Edinburgh University Boat Club, Leander Club, Molesey Boat Club and Newcastle University Boat Club. Congratulations to Lucy Glover. This is her annual pilgrimage. Zoe Adamson, Lola Anderson, Molly Harding, and their coach who couldn't make it today, Lauren Fisher. And our last award of the afternoon is for the Championship 8s, the Ron Needs Challenge Cup, also kindly supported by the Colgan Foundation. This was won by a GB development crew. Bear with me while I give you all a name check. Congratulations go to Imperial College, Marlow Rowing Club, Molesey, Norwich, Oxford Brookes, Plymouth, Sheffield University, Queen's University. They matched the record today, winning in a time of 4:36, and their coach, Lauren Fisher. As they approach, I'll now name everybody. We have F. Bell, S. Heath, S. Redgrave, C. Brew, G. Francis, H. Long, R. Edwards, N. Lamb, and their Cox, A. McKay. Done. Okay, and that concludes the prize giving. Just a couple of things first. Someone's left a phone in the toilet. We've pulled it out and we've got it here for you. We've also got 2 questionnaires. One, we'd love feedback on the regatta, so please go to our website where there is a link and you can give us feedback on how we could get better. I've also designed a questionnaire to consult on the Senior Brit Championships, of which many people have opinions. If you go to the British Rowing site, that questionnaire is live and we would really welcome your feedback on that, please. All of you, you're welcome to take the trophies and have photos. Please don't drop them. And please bring them back here. Don't drive off with them. We know who you are and we will come after you, even if you're getting on a plane. Thank you very much to our trophies team. And could you please stand for the national anthem of Great Britain? Thank you.